Ja, hallo und willkommen an diesem schönen Sonntag im GamesCom-Studio am finalen Tag der Online-GamesCom 2020. Ich bin Leonie und mit mir im Studio ist der lovely Sebastian.
Willkommen.
Ja, wir sind ganz aufgeregt.
Wie geht's dir?
Mir geht's super, tatsächlich.
Ich bin ein bisschen traurig, bin ich ehrlich.
Du bist traurig, gut.
Ja, ja.
Das fängt super an. Warum?
Naja, es ist der letzte Tag.
Ach so,
und am letzten
ja.
Tag der Gamescom ist man immer ein bisschen traurig.
Aber das stimmt. Das ist so ein lachendes und ein weinendes Auge für mich.
Ja,
weil
doch.
irgendwo bin ich schon so, okay, ja klar, danach ist vorbei. Aber wir haben auf jeden Fall einige spannende Sachen für euch in petto heute. Zum Beispiel geht es später los mit Medieval Dynasty. Wir haben einen Japan-Talk, auf den ich mich besonders freue. Ich bin da so ein bisschen unterwegs, was die ganzen Bandai-Geschichten angeht
Ja.
und niedliche Anime-Boys und Girls protecten. Da bin ich ganz vorne mit dabei. Dann ansonsten auch noch wieder mal eine Indie-Boost-Tour. Wir haben Raji Ancient Adventure und ganz, ganz viele tolle Talks und Infos für euch.
Da muss ich gleich mal reingrätschen, denn es gibt auch eine Sache, die wir ausführlich besprechen müssen.
Ja.
Und das ist der Raji-Talk, beziehungsweise die Infos, die wir da sehen. Das ging ja nicht ganz unproblematisch von der Hand,
Ist das so?
dieses Pre-Recording. Ja, ja.
Mhm. Was war das größte Problem?
Naja, das Problem, ich sag mal so, waren die Hundebabys im Video, die durch das Interview gerannt sind, während wir das aufgenommen haben. Und sie wurden alle abwechselnd, alle 9 Stück, das schon mal als Teaser, alle abwechselnd ins Bild gehalten. Und es wurde auch erklärt, wo die herkommen, was die machen. Es ist vollkommen out of control und es war eins der besten, würde ich sagen, Interviews aller Zeiten. Definitiv.
Also wenn mehrere Hundebabys mir ins Gesicht gehalten werden in einem Stream, dann kann eigentlich nichts mehr schiefgehen.
Das ist auch tatsächlich meine Meinung, weil Hunde- und Katzen-Content geht ja immer. Und das war auch überhaupt nicht so geplant.
Das stimmt. Also die hatten die auch gar nicht jetzt extra für euch dann rangeholt und dann einfach über hochgehalten.
Überhaupt nicht.
Okay, das ist gut. Also alle Cruella de Vils dieser Welt bitte jetzt abschalten. Alle anderen bleiben natürlich ganz dringend dran für Hundebabys. Das ist schon mal, finde ich, die wichtigste Info, die wir hier so vergeben hatten.
Eine Sache, die wir auch noch im Programm haben, das ist mir gerade so eingefallen, das sollte man nicht vergessen, denn das ist schon fast so ein Spruchwert von wegen, das Beste kommt immer zum Schluss. Und das ist Cyberpunk 2077 haben wir heute noch so ganz sneaky ins Programm eingefügt, damit ihr das vorher nicht sehen konntet und die Überraschung dementsprechend noch größer ist. Seht ihr das heute am Ende des Tages natürlich.
Oh, Sebastian, ich bin total hype, ey. Ja. Ich sag dir. Und du hast halt sogar noch, du hast ja auch ein paar Ponys mitgebracht, weil wir noch nicht genug niedliche Tierchen hatten irgendwie.
Ich habe mir gedacht, ich ziehe mir heute einfach mal so zum Abschluss noch ein paar Farben an, die die Linse fast zum Springen bringen. Und,
du hast alle Farben an, alle, die es gibt.
Ich dachte mir, heute setze ich noch mal einen drauf. Also die letzten Tage waren ja doch recht runtergeregelt mit Pink und Lila und Gelb. Und heute feuere ich dann einfach mal die gesamte Palette ab.
Finde ich gerechtfertigt. Ich finde, am letzten Tag, da darf man eigentlich alles, da machen wir uns gar keine Vorwürfe mehr zu irgendwas. Wer sich auch keine Vorwürfe übrigens machen sollte, sind die Hersteller der fantastischen Stühle, auf denen wir sitzen. Mhm. Ich habe gehört, da sollten wir auf jeden Fall noch mal einen kleinen Verweis drauf machen. Wir sitzen da jetzt schon seit 3 Tagen drauf und es geht mir tatsächlich immer noch gut. Das ist schön. Und ich habe jetzt auch rausgefunden, dass die hier so den hier machen können.
Ja, selbstverständlich. Das sind ja auch ganz tolle AAA Gaming Seats. Und da gibt es für uns oder für unsere Zuschauer natürlich, alle, die schon lange darüber nachdenken, sich einen Seat oder einen Gaming Chair, in dem Fall ist es ein Gaming Seat, zuzulegen, können jetzt zuschlagen.
Genau. Und zwar könnt ihr 10% sparen. Da geht ihr einfach auf www.recaro-gaming.com/Gamescom und mit dem Code Gamescom 2020 kriegt ihr da 10% Rabatt. Wie gesagt, ist ein guter Deal, wenn ihr sowieso mal Bock drauf habt. Und es gibt noch einen kleinen Hook dazu.
Ja, und das ist natürlich, dass ihr mit diesem Code beziehungsweise bei dieser Bestellung dann obendrauf Assassin's Creed Valhalla bekommt für eine Plattform eurer Wahl, sobald das Spiel dann erscheint.
Nicht schlecht, nicht schlecht.
Und da es ja der letzte Tag ist, haben wir noch was vorbereitet, was wir auch jetzt schon anführen müssen.
Erzähl.
Denn wir haben uns ja schon lange Gedanken darüber gemacht, was ist unser Spiel der Messe. Aber bevor wir dazu kommen, was unser Spiel der Messe ist, sollten wir die Zuschauer mal fragen, was ihr Spiel der Messe ist.
Das stimmt. Was ist euer Spiel der Messe, Freunde? Das könnt ihr tatsächlich an uns weitergeben, indem ihr den Spieletitel mit Ausrufezeichen Spieletitel, also nicht Spieletitel, sondern in dem Sinne, weiß ich, Super Mario, Fall Guys, Cyberpunk etc. Wenn ihr das in den Chat schreibt, dann werden wir das alles aufnehmen und dann gucken wir uns das mal an, was ihr sagt, was euer Spiel der Messe, was wir so vorgestellt haben oder was es hier im Angebot gab, was ihr dazu meint. Was ist euer Lieblingsspiel der Messe? Wow, habe ich da
Ich glaube, jetzt haben Sie verstanden.
Ich glaube, da haben Sie verstanden, was Sie machen sollen, oder?
Ja. Also Ausrufezeichen und dann euer Lieblingsspiel direkt hinten rein. Wir zählen das aus. Das wird ein bisschen dauern. Wir haben für uns dementsprechend auch schon festgelegt, was unser Spiel der Messe ist. Das hat jeder einzeln aufgezeichnet. Ich weiß zum Beispiel auch gar nicht, was du dich entschieden hast. Das will ich jetzt auch gar nicht.
Ja, nee, ich will überraschen. Ich weiß es bei dir auch nicht, aber ich kann es mir vorstellen.
Ich glaube nicht. Aber das werden wir sehen. Ja.
Okay.
Ja, wie machen wir jetzt weiter? Ich würde sagen, wir gucken auch da direkt mal rein, oder?
Ja, ein Snippet zum Spiel der Messe. Ich weiß gar nicht, wer als erstes dran ist, aber irgendjemand Nettes aus unserer Community wird uns jetzt hier vorstellen, was sein oder ihr Spiel der Messe ist. Vielleicht. Vielleicht auch nicht.
Also ich habe mich besonders gefreut, dass es endlich mal was zu sehen gab von Dragon Age 4. Es gab zwar nicht viel zu sehen und ja, also das war jetzt vielleicht auch nicht der beeindruckendste Trailer der Messe, aber einfach nur die Tatsache, dass es ein Lebenszeichen gab von diesem Spiel und von BioWare, macht mich schon sehr glücklich, weil Dragon Age Origins ist, glaube ich, mein Lieblingsspiel aller Zeiten gewesen und ich bin dementsprechend ein riesiger Fan der Reihe und auch ein riesiger Fan von dem, was BioWare zumindest vor ein paar Jahren noch gemacht hat. Und deswegen, ja, Dragon Age 4 ist scheinbar sehr in Arbeit und wird dann hoffentlich in den nächsten Jahren auch kommen. Und das, was man gesehen hat, zumindest das wenige, das sah schon sehr gut aus. Es scheint auch so zu sein, als würde BioWare so ein bisschen zu ihren Wurzeln zurückkehren und uns da eine echte Rollenspielerfahrung bieten wollen, von dem, was die Entwickler in dem Interview da gesagt haben. Und wir wissen auch, denn man hat schon gesehen, der Sprecher von Solas ist wieder dabei und man hat auch schon das Character-Design von Solas gesehen. Und das bedeutet, dass wir hier wohl in irgendeiner Form zumindest eine Fortsetzung von der Geschichte von Dragon Age Inquisition erleben werden. Und das freut mich sehr, denn die Geschichte war sehr, sehr cool. Wenn man mal so ein bisschen das Open-World-Full-Material ausblendet, war das eine echt coole Geschichte, die ich gern weitererzählt gehabt hätte. Wenn das jetzt passiert, dann freue ich mich sehr und ja, ich freue mich dann auch sehr auf das, was in Zukunft noch so kommt.
Es war Jules gewesen. Wir wurden überrascht von Jules und Dragon Age.
Das überrascht mich aber nicht wirklich. Also muss ich ehrlich sagen, Dragon Age in der Form, wie sie jetzt so ein bisschen was gezeigt haben, aber noch nicht wirklich viel, ist schon auch ein Highlight gewesen. Ja.
Ja, das stimmt. Und Leute, ich habe tatsächlich gesehen, aus irgendeinem Grund, Tumblr hat sich ganz doll gefreut über die Dragon Age
Ach, ist das
Footage.
so?
Ja, habe ich durch Zufall mal wieder irgendwo lang gescrollt und dann habe ich plötzlich alles gesehen. Direkt nach Release von dem Video waren schon die ersten Edits draußen.
Ja, sehr gut. Ich dachte, der Tumblr ist tot, aber anscheinend nicht.
Ich werde mich da zurückhalten zu jeglicher Standnahme davon. Wir haben als nächstes ein schönes Spiel hier für euch gecovert, nämlich Medieval Dynasty, ein Mittelalter-Simulator, wie er bezeichnet wurde. Und du weißt darüber mehr, Sebastian, erzähl mal.
Ja, also ich will jetzt natürlich nichts aus dem Video vorwegnehmen. Das Spiel ist ja schon in der Early Access Phase, aber die Leute von Toplitz Productions machen da natürlich einen sehr guten Job und es sind auch die Leute, die mich letztes Jahr beglückt haben auf dem GamesCom Now Stand mit einer meiner Lieblingserinnerungen, nämlich mit Lothar Matthäus und einem Interview zu einem Thema, nämlich Fußball, von dem ich absolut gar keine Ahnung hatte. Trotzdem mit meiner Lieblingserinnerung schlechthin. Dementsprechend kann ich mir nicht vorstellen, dass da viel schiefgehen kann.
Das glaube ich wohl auch. Wir schauen auf jeden Fall mal rein in Medieval Dynasty und was uns das Spiel so bieten kann.
Medieval Dynasty lässt euch leben wie im Mittelalter. Nicht als großer Held, sondern als einfacher Mann. Ihr müsst erst euer eigenes Überleben sichern, dann das eures Dorfes und eurer Nachkommen. Das Spiel vereint Survival- und Rollenspielelemente mit dem Aufbau und der Verwaltung einer ganzen Siedlung. Am 17. September soll der Early Access starten und ich habe Head of Producing Robin Gibbles ausgefragt, was uns da erwartet. Robin, erstmal vielen Dank fürs Zuschalten, denn wir haben dich ja eiskalt im Urlaub überrascht und du sitzt gerade in einem Wohnmobil in Griechenland, wenn ich das richtig verstanden habe.
Ja, das ist mir auch schon fast ein bisschen peinlich. Ich habe aber nicht wirklich ein schlechtes Gewissen dabei.
Nee, also wir sind ja schuld. Wir haben dich ja hier angefragt und für ein Mittelalterspiel ist doch vielleicht ein rustikales Setting, wo du ein bisschen auch draußen in der Wildnis bist, hat doch auch was.
Ich bin im Überlebenskampf.
Und der Überlebenskampf ist auch das, was wir bislang von Medieval Dynasty am meisten gesehen haben, so die Survival-Sandbox des Spiels. Nun soll es aber auch Quests und Story geben. Wie groß ist denn die Rolle, die diese Aspekte im Spiel spielen werden?
Ja, also wir haben ja natürlich das Feedback auch mitgelesen und das war uns auch klar, dass wir nicht ein reines Survival-Spiel machen können und das wollten wir auch nie. So haben wir jetzt die letzten Wochen extrem daran gearbeitet, eben ganze Questlines reinzubauen in das Spiel. Aktuell muss man sagen, kann man noch nicht für jeden NPC in der Welt die Geschichte spielen, aber das wird entwickelt während der Early Access Phase, dafür ist sie auch da. Aber zum Beispiel den ersten Charakter, den man jetzt schon kennt, den ihr auch kennt, den Unigost, den Kastellan in dem Dorf, wo man ankommt, dessen Questline ist komplett implementiert und weitere. Und so kann der Spieler, der sich an die Hand genommen der an die Hand genommen werden möchte, natürlich komplett das tun und die Geschichte spielen. Ja, also man wird jetzt geleitet, man kann aber auch natürlich weiterhin Open World spielen. Also es ist kein Muss, es ist ein Kann.
Gibt es also eine durchführende Hauptstory oder ist es mehr eine Reihe von unabhängigen Nebenquests, die jeder Charakter hat?
Tatsächlich gibt es mehrere Hauptstories, weil es gibt ja ein Problem und auch ein Segen in diesem Spiel, in Medieval Dynasty. Das ist, dass natürlich du alterst in dem Spiel und alle Leute um dich rum auch. Und wenn man es nicht schafft, in seinem Lebensabschnitt oder in der Lebenszeit der anderen NPCs und Charaktere auf der Map, deren Abenteuer zu erleben oder mit ihnen zu reden, dann werden die Geschichten mit ihnen sterben. Und Unigost letztendlich ist jetzt aber ja unser erster Key-Kontakt in der Welt. Die Geschichte ist sehr, sehr groß, sehr umfangreich, geht über mehrere Jahre und also es ist nicht die Hauptquest, aber eine der Hauptquests.
Kannst du vielleicht mal kurz umreißen, worum es dann in dessen Story geht?
Letztendlich ist es so, dass man von seinen Eltern, also man flüchtet ja vom Krieg und man wird zu einem Onkel in ein friedvolles Tal geschickt, nämlich die Map, auf der wir spielen, und man erwartet eigentlich seinen Onkel dort, der es zu einem guten Leben gebracht hat und auch zu Wohlstand. Zumindest nimmt man das an. Und als man dort ankommt, trifft man auf den Kastellan Unigost und leider erfährt man von ihm, dass eben der Onkel nicht mehr unter den Lebenden weilt und macht uns zu seiner rechten Hand. Und wir wissen noch nicht so recht, sollen wir ihm vertrauen oder nicht. Wir haben noch keine Anzeichen dafür, dass wir es nicht tun sollten. Aber wie es so oft ist im Leben, kann man sich täuschen. Und aber viel mehr möchte ich auch nicht spoilern im Endeffekt.
Er hat also unseren Onkel umgebracht, ist was du mir hier sagen willst, durch die Blume.
Das glaube ich nicht. Dass ich das will. Nein, das hat er auch nicht getan. Aber er ist nicht so nett, wie er scheint.
Okay. Und wenn du dann schon sagst, dass es hier eben gewisse Geheimnisse gibt, werden die Quests und die Storys dann auch Entscheidungen in Dialogen haben und unterschiedliche Arten, wie sie ausgehen können?
Tatsächlich ist jede Quest eigentlich so gestaltet, dass man entscheiden kann, wie man weiterspricht mit dem Charakter. Aktuell in der Early Access, also in der allerersten Version, führt es zu dem gleichen Ergebnis, aber man hat schon das Gefühl, dass man einen komplett anderen Weg geht. Das ist auch wichtig, weil wir müssen im Moment ja auch ein Stück weit sehen, ob das alles funktioniert und nicht 100 offene Enden haben. Das ließe sich nicht darstellen. Später wird es aber definitiv Unterschiede geben. Es gibt auch jetzt schon Unterschiede, wie der Beliebtheitsgrad bei den verschiedenen NPCs gewertet wird von dir selber als Spieler. Aber der Outcome, sage ich mal, hinten raus von den Quests ist aktuell gescriptet, aber der Weg dahin ist unterschiedlich.
Aber plant
Wenn
ihr
das
noch,
reicht.
dass das
Ja,
dann später
natürlich.
unterschiedliche Enden sein
Natürlich.
werden auch und so? Okay.
Massiv sogar. Also es gibt, ich habe gelogen vielleicht sogar, sorry, es gibt auch schon jetzt eine Side-Main-Quest, also eine größere Side-Quest, wo man um einen Charakter wo man mit einem Charakter redet, der eine Frau sucht und man kann aktiv mit entscheiden, welche es wird durch sein Handeln. Also es ist nicht so, dass es nicht jetzt schon auch so geht, aber viel, viel mehr wird entwickelt während der Early Access Zeit und natürlich viele Enden werden programmiert und jedes Mal durchspielen wird auch anders sein, weil natürlich, wenn man überhaupt von Durchspielen reden kann, weil natürlich die Lebenszeit endlich ist der Leute auf der Map und wenn ich mich in den Norden orientiere und da erstmal die Leute kennenlerne, kann es sein, dass die im Süden gar nicht mehr leben, wenn ich oben alles abgefrühstückt habe sozusagen und andersrum. Also es gibt zu viele Erlebnisse und Abenteuer, die ich wahrscheinlich in einem Leben gar nicht erleben kann, um es mal so zu sagen.
Dazu habe ich zwei Fragen. Zum einen, gibt es einen gewissen Sterbe-Alterungsschutz, zumindest für einen NPC, dessen Quest wo ich mittendrin bin? Oder kann es mir passieren, ich habe den leider angesprochen, als er irgendwie schon 60 war, dann bin ich mitten in der Quest und mit 61 stirbt er dann und die Quest bricht einfach ab?
Tatsächlich ist das einer der Kernprobleme bei der Entwicklung dieses Spiels gewesen. Und da haben wir viel, viel Hirnschmalz reingesteckt und es gibt verschiedene Bereiche und Abteilungen, die das anders sehen. Aktuell ist es so, dass es wie im echten Leben natürlich ist. Wenn ein Mensch stirbt, stirbt auch die Geschichte. Wir haben uns überlegt, dass wir ihn eventuell länger leben lassen, eine gewisse Karenzzeit sozusagen, aber irgendwann ist halt Ende. Das heißt, wenn man einfach nicht weitermacht, wird es ein Ende geben, ein natürliches. Wir haben auch überlegt, ob die Erben eventuell Geschichten erben könnten. Das macht vereinzelt Sinn, aber nicht im Großen und Ganzen und immer. Ansonsten würde man uns das, glaube ich, auch vorhalten, dass das unrealistisch ist.
Und die zweite Frage wäre, wenn dann die erste Generation an Questgebern stirbt, habt ihr dann auch NPCs eingebaut, die nachgeboren werden und auch ihre eigenen Geschichten haben, sodass jede Generation Quests erleben kann?
Genau so ist es. Also es ist geplant und auch teilweise schon so verankert, dass neben den natürlich so semi-prozeduralen Side-Quests, die wir haben, weitere Main-Quests kommen und die auch für Nachkommen der Hauptcharaktere vom Start hin haben. Weil sonst würde das Spiel ja irgendwann prozedural generiert und sehr repetitiv werden. Wir haben schon vor, über mehrere Generationen die Geschichten zu erzählen und das tun wir auch aktuell. Wir erfinden die Geschichten gerade.
Was schätzt du denn, auf wie viel Spielzeit an Quests und Story wollt ihr kommen? Also wie viel Zeit kann ich mit echter Geschichte verbringen in dem Spiel?
Also aktuell, wenn man die Early Access Phase jetzt mal und nur die allererste Questline oder die Questlines, die da sein werden, betrachtet, wird der normale Spieler sicherlich schon 40 Stunden locker darin verbringen können.
Okay.
Und wenn man überlegt, dass ich da noch nicht mal mein Erben spiele, sondern noch selber am Leben bin und ich über mehrere Generationen spielen kann, dieses Spiel und auch werde, kommen wir locker auf mehrere 100 Stunden Questing. was geplant ist aktuell.
Kannst du mir ein paar Beispiele geben vom Gameplay her, wie solche Quests aussehen werden? Wir haben ja bislang immer nur so eher recht simple auch Sammelaufgaben gesehen. Wie komplex werden die von der Spielmechanik her und wie abwechslungsreich?
Also vom Early Access her ist es so, dass man natürlich nur mit dem kochen kann, wo die Ingredienzien auch da sind. Sprich, die Spielmechaniken kennt ihr. Allerdings, was jetzt noch nicht drin war, ist halt das an die Hand nehmen des Spielers, die Geschichte vorantreiben, die Spannung aufbauen, den Spieler über die Map schicken, Leute zu suchen, zu finden, für ihn zu jagen. Es wird Schusswettbewerbe geben, also Zielwettbewerbe geben zum Beispiel, wo natürlich dann auch ausgewertet wird, wie gut ich war. Das geht alles schon jetzt und das macht das Questen extrem abwechslungsreich. Allerdings ist es noch nicht hochkomplex, um ehrlich zu sein. Da werden wir noch mehr reinbringen, zum Beispiel, dass man komplette Gebäude für NPCs bauen muss oder eine Palisade um ein Dorf herum errichten muss, weil eben Räuber zu erwarten sind. Das kommt alles sehr kurzfristig noch, wird aber jetzt am Day One wahrscheinlich noch nicht drin sein. Nichtsdestotrotz ist es bei den Testern jetzt sehr, sehr gut angekommen, dass man an die Hand genommen wird und dass die Geschichte drumherum erzählt wird, um diese ganzen Mechaniken.
Du hattest schon erwähnt, dass einige der Quests auch prozedural oder semi-prozedural generiert werden, wie du gesagt hast. Wie wird das denn aussehen? Weil es klingt ja schon so nach recht viel Spielzeit und wie sehr greift ihr dabei auf prozedural generierte Quests statt komplett handgemachter zurück?
Also jede Saison, jede Jahreszeit werden um dich rum unterschiedliche NPCs aktiviert und mit Quests versorgt. Die werden auch nicht gleich sein immer, sondern eben so deswegen semi-prozedural erzeugt. Das heißt, es wird aus einem Set von gebalanceden Missionen diverse NPCs um dich herum bestückt.
Alles klar. Was wird denn dann genau drinstecken in der Early Access Version und was plant ihr noch bis zum Release an Kern-Roadmap-Meilensteinen?
Was drin sein wird, sind die verschiedenen Komponenten. Wir haben die Jahreszeiten, wir haben Feldarbeit, Jagen, eben die Questlines, wir haben Starten oder Gründen einer Familie drin, wir haben die Planung der Community oder das Wachsen der Community deines Dorfes, sozusagen deiner Gemeinde. Wir haben drin das Arbeitsmanagement, das heißt, du kannst die Leute auf Felder schicken, zum Fällen von Bäumen schicken, Steine besorgen schicken, jagen schicken, etc. Du musst deine Leute am Leben halten, du kannst die ganzen Sidequests spielen, du kannst natürlich die Main-Storyline spielen, die schon da ist. Ansonsten haben wir ein Chapter-System, also ein Kapitelsystem, das es den reinen Survival-Playern erlaubt, nicht questen zu müssen, sondern einfach nur sich hochleveln zu können. Die kriegen dann sozusagen Aufgaben, die sie erfüllen müssen, um ein nächstes Kapitel weiterzurutschen und damit weitere Gebäude zu unlocken. Und das erlaubt sozusagen der zweiten Spielerschaft, neben den Quest-Spielern, auch einfach ihr Spiel Survival-mäßig und Sandbox-mäßig zu spielen. Das Ziel war ja, möglichst viele Spieler mit abzuholen und nicht nur ein Survival-Spiel anzubieten, sondern auch eins, wo ein Abenteuer gelebt werden kann.
Was plant ihr denn, wie lange ihr ungefähr im Early Access sein wollt und was sind eure wichtigsten Pläne für die Features, die ihr auf jeden Fall noch bis zur Version 1.0 bis zum Release etablieren wollt?
Ja, also wir planen mindestens mit einer Phase von 6 Monaten, wenn die Spieler-Feedbacks gut sind, konstruktiv sind und wir meinen, dass das Spiel dadurch stark gewinnt und natürlich auch der Erfolg da ist, auch während dem Early Access kann ein Spiel sehr erfolgreich sein, dann kann man auch darüber nachdenken, das zu erweitern, das ist gar kein Thema. Wir denken natürlich über erweiterte Game-Mechaniken nach, wie Reiten, habe ich schon gesagt, wie weitere Quests, komplexere Questlines, Vertonung ist ein Thema, Sprachausgabe, Teil
Deutsch
oder
und
komplett.
Englisch?
Deutsch und Englisch, wenn dann ja. Das Spiel ist schon jetzt mit den Questlines, die drin sind, extrem groß, sodass darüber natürlich gut nachgedacht werden muss, welche Sprache man nimmt, ob man voll vertont oder vielleicht mit Gruß- und Selbstgesprächen arbeitet.
Gibt es zum Abschluss noch was du gerne über das Spiel erzählen würdest oder gerade auch die Neuerungen jetzt, dass ich dich nicht gefragt habe?
Das ist eine schwierige Frage.
Wir sind hier nicht für die einfachen Fragen, Robin.
Ich bin sehr gespannt, wie vor allem das System der Generationenwechsel ankommt. Da, glaube ich, haben wir was sehr Neues angedacht in der Form im Spiel, also aus der Ego-Perspektive. Ich hoffe, dass die Leute das bekommen, was sie sich ja wünschen. Ich glaube, es wird so sein. Ich hoffe, dass wir die letzten Fragezeichen, auch warum die Map so aussieht, wie sie aussieht, beantworten können. Und freue mich auf das Feedback, auch jetzt nach dem Interview und nach euren ganzen Berichterstattungen. Wir lesen alles mit, wir brauchen jeden Input und ja, es ist eine unschätzbarer Wert, dass wir wissen, in welche Richtung wir das Spiel weiterentwickeln. Und ja, wir danken euch natürlich für die Coverage, die ihr uns hier bietet und dass wir uns immer wieder präsentieren dürfen. Das wollte ich nochmal ganz persönlich sagen.
Ich danke dir.
Und dann machen wir das natürlich auch gerne aus unserem Urlaub.
Ja, danke Maurice. Das war der Einblick in Medieval Dynasty. Und ich weiß nicht genau, wir hören das, oder beziehungsweise wir sehen das Video nur, wir haben immer keinen Ton, deswegen weiß ich nicht, ob sie darüber schon geredet haben, aber ich fand den Fun-Fact ganz witzig, dass die Entwickler ja wirklich vor dem Problem standen, dass wenn du einen Quest annimmst, weil das ja so über viel Zeit sich aufbaut, das Spiel, wenn du einen Quest annimmst und den dann nicht rechtzeitig fertig machst, kann es sein, dass der Questgeber oder die Questgeberin dann schon tot ist.
Ja, dann sollte man sich nicht zu viel Zeit lassen.
Ja, bei Quests generell nicht.
Wir haben ja gerade schon ein bisschen gelacht, dass unsere Erfahrung mit dieser Art Spielen so gleich fast angefangen hat. Man kommt halt den Hügel runter, das Spiel hat gerade begonnen und man läuft irgendwo hin und denkt sich, ach, guck mal, die Kuh, die schubst sich jetzt einfach mal um. Und dann wird man gejagt von den Bauern und macht das Spiel wieder aus, weil man nicht versteht, warum man da jetzt so gehasst wird.
Ja.
Sollte man vielleicht nicht tun, ja.
Oder du bist wie ich, installierst mit weiß ich wie vielen Jahren Oblivion und stirbst erstmal an einem Flusskrebs und sagst, ciao übrigens, macht euren Spaß alleine. Was wir gleich hier haben für euch ist der Japan-Talk. Da versuche ich so wenig wie möglich dran zu sterben, weil das ist eine Sache, die interessiert mich wirklich sehr. Vorher allerdings noch kurz das Spiel der Messe von einem weiteren Überraschungsgast aus der Redaktion.
Wenn es um Spiele-Highlights geht, gibt es bei mir einen Namen, der eigentlich immer alles toppt, und das ist Age of Empires. Und zum Glück gab es ja auf der GamesCom auch mal wieder was von Age of Empires, die Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition, über die ich mich enorm gefreut habe. Obwohl ich gar nicht der größte Fan von Age 3 bin. Es ist das Age, das ich am wenigsten mag und am wenigsten gespielt habe. Aber gerade deswegen war ich sehr gespannt drauf, wie Microsoft es aufwertet, damit ich ihm nochmal eine Chance geben kann. Und tatsächlich scheinen sie die neue Definitive Edition ähnlich aufwendig anzugehen wie beim zweiten Teil, was ich gar nicht gedacht hätte, weil bei einem 3D-Spiel die komplette Grafik nochmal neu zu machen, wirkt ja zumindest aufwendiger. Scheint es tatsächlich gar nicht zu sein, wie die Entwickler uns dann verraten haben, trotzdem hätte ich nicht damit gerechnet. Aber diese Definitive Edition sieht aus, als würde sie enorm viel richtig machen und das Spiel enorm aufwerten, und ich bin sehr, sehr gespannt drauf, sie selbst spielen zu können.
So, da sind wir wieder. Und das ist jetzt was für die Japan-Fans unter euch oder Enthusiasten oder Fetischisten. Und zwar unser Japan-Talk. Sebastian, wie ist bei dir? Games aus Japan, Anime, Zeugs?
Das hängt immer ein bisschen davon ab. Also es gibt tatsächlich Spiele, die mich überhaupt gar nicht abholen. Also JRPGs sind halt wirklich überhaupt nicht meine Ecke. Das ist wirklich so ein bisschen too much. Dann gibt es ja aber dann doch eher schon, sage ich mal, so in die Final Fantasy Richtung, die schon ein bisschen zugänglicher ist für den westlichen Markt. Da zähle ich mich dann auch wirklich mit dazu. Und dann, was aber generell dabei wichtig ist, dass man überhaupt versteht, in was für einem Umfeld diese Spiele auch gemacht werden. Und da hatte ich letztes Jahr das Glück, das allererste Mal überhaupt in meinem Leben nach Tokio zu fliegen und auf die Tokyo Game Show zu gehen und da auch zu sehen, was es für wirklich ein anderes Spektrum an Kultur ist, die diese Spiele dann auch wirklich herstellen, wo dann sich bei mir auch sehr, sehr viele Fragen einfach beantwortet haben und ich sagen könnte, alles klar, deswegen blicke ich bei dem Spiel XY vielleicht nicht so durch. Und wer bei diesen ganzen Spielen absolut fantastisch durchblickt, ist Michael Chachopan, der für uns ja auch diesen Talk jetzt und dieses Roundup im Grunde genommen zu diesen Spielen ja gemacht hat.
Ja, fantastisch. Dann würde ich sagen, schauen wir doch direkt mal rein in den Japan-Talk.
Im Rahmen der Gamescom zeigen die Publisher natürlich auch Spiele-Highlights aus Japan und um die soll es jetzt gehen. Mein Kollege Michael Chachopan hat sich ein paar der spannendsten Titel von japanischen Entwicklerstudios rausgesucht und verrät uns jetzt mehr dazu. Und hallo Michael, ich würde mal sagen, wir fangen mit Yakuza Like a Dragon an, oder?
Oh ja, das ist mittlerweile der 7. Teil einer wirklich mittlerweile auch am besten populär gewordenen Reihe. Da gibt es noch ein paar Spin-Offs, also eigentlich ist die Reihe noch deutlich größer, Kinofilme und alles und so weiter. Und um die erste Frage zu beantworten, ja, ihr könnt damit auch einsteigen, wenn ihr keine Ahnung von Yakuza habt. Das ist schon mal die wichtigste Nachricht. Also viele denken so, oh Gott, 7. Teil, da muss ich ja alles vorher wissen. Es gibt einen neuen Charakter. Man spielt nicht mehr den Kazuma, sondern den Ichiban. Und der ist halt einfach, hat eine neue Story-Arc und so. Und deswegen kann man da auch quasi ohne Vorwissen rein. Und die große Besonderheit bei Yakuza 7 ist jetzt, dass es im Gegensatz zu den Vorgängern nicht mehr ein Actionspiel ist. Da hast du halt viele Klopp-Szenen gehabt, viele Prügeleien gehabt, viele Broading-Sequenzen und so. Und jetzt ist es plötzlich ein japanisches Rollenspiel mit rundenbasierten Kämpfen geworden. Und das ist super weirder Change. So. Also Modern-Day-Setting, ne? Es spielt halt wirklich im Modern-Day Tokio und es ist komplett aber JRPG.
Aber warum? Also warum diese Veränderung?
Das weiß ich ehrlich gesagt auch nicht. Ich bin selber gespannt. Also die Übersetzversion habe ich halt noch nicht gesehen. Das wird ja jetzt auch komplett auf Englisch und auf Deutsch übersetzt, wenn das dann auch in Lagen kommt.
Auch
das
deutsche
heißt also,
Sprachausgabe? Also,
nee, keine Sprachausgabe. Nur also Texte sind alle komplett auf
okay.
Deutsch.
Okay.
Immerhin. Aber da wird dann wirklich auch klar wahrscheinlich, warum man diesen Change hat. Ich denke, das kommt mit dem Charakter, weil der Charakter ist deutlich verrückter als der Kazuma. Also Kazuma war vorher, auch wenn er sich viel geprügelt hat, eher so ein in sich gekehrter Typ. Er ist so ein bisschen ein ruhiger und weiß nicht so extrovertiert. Und Ichiban ist sehr viel mehr nach draußen, ein bisschen over the top so vom Typ her. Und ich glaube, da hat sich irgendwie angeboten, auch das Gameplay ein bisschen zu verändern, weil mit diesen Rollenspielsystemen kommen auch völlig bescheuerte Charakterfertigkeiten und Klassen mit dazu, die wo du merkst, da kommt so dieser schräge Humor aus der Yakuza-Reihe noch stärker in den Vordergrund und es ist einfach komplett übertrieben. Also so als
Was denn
Einführung
so?
zum Beispiel, also erstmal, man wechselt Jobs beim Arbeitsamt, was schon obergeil ist. Also du gehst dahin und kannst quasi dann einen neuen Job kriegen und im Laufe der Zeit kriegst du mehr. Und das sind dann nicht so diese JRPG-typischen Sachen, geht ja auch nicht im Modern-Day-Setting, sondern du hast dann so Sachen wie zum Beispiel, du bist ein Koch. Und als Koch kannst du dann Küchengegenstände als Waffe benutzen, ne? Also auch Kelle und Pfanne und so, was damit dazugehört. Und Sonderaktionen sind so Dinger wie, dass du Gegner nimmst und die über so große Käseraspeln irgendwie ziehst oder so ein Quatsch.
Weißt du denn, worum es so grundsätzlich geht? Also worum sich die Story dreht?
Ja, der Ichiban, der ist im Knast gewesen und so fängen eigentlich viele Yakuza-Geschichten an. Und er kommt zurück und hat eigentlich erwartet, dass er mit heißem Empfang erwartet wird. Ne? Dass er denkt so, oh Gott, ich bin wieder da und all meine Freunde werden wieder da sein und die haben auch bestimmt nicht vergessen, was ich für die gemacht habe und so. Nur, dass er feststellt, dass nach all den Jahren kennt ihn einfach keine Sau mehr. Ja? Also er ist irgendwie überhaupt eine ganz kleine Nummer, aber so genau haben die Entwickler es vorab auch nicht klar gemacht, was ihn dazu motiviert, das zu machen. Also wenn ich jetzt tippen würde und gemessen an den anderen Titeln, dann steckt da oft sehr viel mehr hinter. Familiengeschichten, tragische Ereignisse und so. Im Kern sind die Yakuza-Spiele doch sehr menschlich und haben immer ein Drama irgendwo. Das wird nur immer verpackt mit ganz vielen verrückten Kram drumherum. Aber es gibt immer irgendwie so eine Story, die dann doch am Ende menschlich und nachvollziehbar ist. Und das erwarte ich eigentlich ja auch.
Wir werden es auch hier bei uns noch rausfinden können. Dieses Jahr, Ende des Jahres, kommt es nämlich raus. Und wie du schon gesagt hast, dann englische Sprachausgabe als Option mit auch als Option deutschen Untertiteln. Dann machen wir weiter mit einem Spiel, was wir auch auf der Opening Night live in einem kurzen Trailer gesehen, aber vielleicht, ich würde mal sagen, noch nicht ganz verstanden haben, was das eigentlich für eine Art von Spiel sein soll, denn das ist auch wieder sehr over the top. Es heißt Scarlet Nexus und du hast da mit den Entwicklern gesprochen, ne?
Genau, ich habe da mit, ich hoffe, ich spreche es richtig aus, mit Kenji Anabuki und Keta Isuka gesprochen. Hoffentlich habe ich es richtig gesagt. Und die beide sind sowohl Game Director als auch Producer. Die sind also wirklich hauptverantwortlich auch für das ganze Projekt. Und Scarlet Nexus, so viel kann man sagen, wird auf jeden Fall Leute ansprechen, die sehr gerne Nier Automata zum Beispiel gespielt haben oder Devil May Cry oder ähnliche Spiele, also Character-Action-Spiele, wo wirklich so ein Charakter, der super weirde, krasse Moves irgendwie durchführen kann, dann auch gespielt wird. Und das Besondere ist, dass der Hauptcharakter, der kann so psychokinetische Fähigkeiten nutzen. Also der kann Gegenstände bewegen mit seiner Gedankenkraft und kann irgendwie Sachen vom Schlachtfeld aufheben, die auf Gegner schleudern und so weiter. Und so richtig ins Detail gegangen sind die Entwickler während des Gesprächs leider nicht. Also ich habe gefragt, wie funktioniert es genau, und man hat mir bloß gesagt, dass man Sachen nehmen kann. Aber man wird auch Aktionen sehen, wie dass der Hauptcharakter zum Beispiel ein Auto nimmt und damit Gegner überfährt oder so. Also es soll schon so in diese Richtung gehen. Sie sagten mit eigenen Worten, es soll einigermaßen plausibel wirken, also nicht super abgefahren, dass da plötzlich Blitze von Himmel schießen, aber wie plausibel ist das, ein Auto über Gegner zu schieben? Aber ungefähr auf diesem Level bewegen wir uns da.
Okay. Weißt du denn so grundsätzlich, worum es da geht, also vom ganzen Setting? Weil das sind ja, also was ja sehr auffällt in den ersten Szenen, die man gesehen hat, sehr abgefahrenes Gegnerdesign, also wirklich super fantasievoll, wie du auch schon gesagt hast, ein bisschen so Nier Automata-mäßig, wo ja auch oft sehr verrückte Figuren drin waren. Was ist das für eine Welt? Was ist das für ein Abenteuer?
Da haben sie auch nicht so viel verraten. Sie haben nur gesagt, dass die Other, das sind diese Kreaturen, die man dort sieht, dass die in die menschliche Welt reinkommen und dass die quasi dann von unseren Helden auch tatsächlich besiegt werden sollen. Mehr haben sie auch nicht gesagt. Warum die da sind, die Other, warum sie die Erde überfallen, keine Ahnung, haben sie nicht gesagt. Aber sie haben verraten, dass dieses Design der Other, da haben sie sehr viel Wert drauf gelegt. Wer den Trailer sieht und das erste Material sieht, der wird merken, die haben so einen ganz merkwürdigen Look. Die bestehen so aus Draht und Metall, und da sind ganz viele Blumen irgendwie reingewachsen. Da gibt es dann zum Beispiel so Pferdekreaturen, die haben als Kopf einen Rosenstrauß, was super abgefahren aussieht. Und also du hast recht, das ist halt so ein total fantasiereiches Design, und dieses ganze Ding, die ganze Stadt, die mutet auch sehr futuristisch irgendwo an. Man sieht auch überall so sehr, sehr pralle Farben, teilweise auch Hologramme und so. Das ist, ich denke, wer sich gerne in so fremde Welten, die völlig komplett andersartig aussehen, sich gerne drin verliert, ich glaube, da ist das auf jeden Fall ein Blick wert.
Ja, gerade so was Figurendesign angeht, auch ein bisschen hat mich an Bayonetta zum Beispiel erinnert, die ja auch sehr abgefahrene Kreaturen haben. Also ich glaube, wer sowas mag, sollte sich das mal anschauen. Es gibt noch keinen Release-Termin dafür. Es ist für die aktuellen und kommenden Systeme angekündigt, auch für den PC. Und damit könnten wir jetzt an dieser Stelle schon Schluss machen. Wir machen es aber nicht, denn du hast uns noch 2 kleine Geheimtipps mitgebracht, die jetzt dann im September, glaube ich, sogar auch schon in den westlichen Markt kommen. Also sind, glaube ich, beide schon
Ja.
draußen, ne, in Japan?
Nee, in Japan sind die schon raus, genau. In Japan
Genau,
sind
und
die
jetzt
auch
kommen
schon
sie
von
zu
einem
uns,
Jahr,
ne?
Genau, jetzt kommen sie endlich lokalisiert zu uns.
Sprechen wir mal drüber. Welche
Das-
sind's?
Also erstens 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim. Das ist das neue Spiel von Vanillaware. Und Vanillaware, das sind die Leute, die Odin Sphere gemacht haben, und Muramasa zum Beispiel, also und Dragon's Crown. Gerade Dragon's Crown war hier im Westen relativ beliebt. Das war so ein Hack'n'Slay, das man auch zu viert im Koop spielen konnte. Und Vanillaware hat vorher eigentlich immer Actionspiele gemacht und ist mit sehr schönem Artdesign aufgefallen. Das schöne Artdesign ist geblieben. Jetzt haben sie aber tatsächlich ein Adventure gepaart mit Strategie draus gemacht. Und es spielt in einer dystopischen, ja, es ist so eine Sci-Fi-Geschichte, dystopische Zukunft will ich nicht unbedingt sagen, aber es ist eine Sci-Fi-Geschichte, die sich über 13 Charaktere und über mehrere Zeitebenen erstreckt. Das ist auch der Hauptreiz an dieser ganzen Geschichte. Deswegen heißt es auch 13 Sentinels. Und man darf kein Actionspiel erwarten. Das ist vielleicht für Vanillaware-Fans erstmal so die Überraschung, dass es jetzt nicht wieder ein Hack'n'Slay ist. Aber die Story von dem, was ich im Epilog gesehen habe, ist super packend erzählt. Und ist auch nicht so textlastig. Also man denkt bei so gerade so Vision Novel-artigen Spielen, dass es oft, dass du erschlagen wirst mit sehr viel Text und sehr viel Exposition, aber die kommen hier erstaunlich schnell zum Punkt und es passiert erstaunlich viel und es baut am Anfang echt eine super schöne Mystery-Stimmung auf.
Dann machen wir das auch auf den Punkt kommen und kommen zum letzten Geheimtipp. Was hast du uns damit gebracht?
Das ist, Achtung, langer Name, Legend of Heroes Trails of Cold Steel 4. Und das ist ein Epos. Also es ist der finale Teil einer vierteiligen Reihe, die wiederum zu einem etwas größeren Trails-of-Universum gehört. Und das ist ein Spiel, das ist tatsächlich nicht so einsteigerfreundlich, da sollte man die Vorgänger kennen. Ich würde aber trotzdem gerne darauf hinweisen, dass es eine super gute, sehr unter JRPG-Fans sehr respektierte Reihe ist, die technisch so ein bisschen aussieht wie ein aufpolierter PS3-Titel, das muss man sagen. Das schreckt deshalb auch viele Leute ab, aber da darf man sich nicht täuschen lassen. Das hat alles. Also super gute taktische Rundenkämpfe. Es hat eine super detaillierte Welt, die natürlich über 4 Teile hinweg und über das ganze Universum auch super tiefe Lore hat. Und weswegen man spielt, sind die Charaktere. Also man hat wirklich immer dieselben Figuren, die über diese 4 Teile hinweggehen, begleitet ihr auch irgendwo in einem fiktionalen Krieg. Die ziehen quasi in den Krieg und versuchen, ihr eigenes Heimatland zu retten. Und man wächst irgendwie mit diesen Figuren zusammen und das macht so die das macht so diesen Hauptreiz aus. Und es gibt so ein Sozialsystem im Spiel, wo du sagst, das dann auch in das Gameplay mit eingewoben ist, so dass man eigentlich alles hat. Romancing, Freundschaften schließen, Kämpfe, episches Abenteuer. Ich kann es nur empfehlen.
Ja, das waren 4 Empfehlungen gleich von dir hier im kleinen Japan-Special zur Gamescom. Micha, vielen, vielen Dank für die Zusammenfassung.
Gerne.
Nicer Beitrag, vielen Dank dafür. Ich bin mega hype, besonders auf Scarlet Nexus. Und wir haben hier gerade schon eine kleine Diskussion am Laufen. Sebastian, du kommst null rein in die Situation, oder?
Nein, überhaupt nicht.
Du bist gar nicht dabei, oder?
Du bist komplett ja anderer Meinung. Für dich ist das ja der heilige Gral, für mich überhaupt nicht.
Für dich, du bist völlig raus aus der Situation. Wir haben gerade schon gesagt, ich feiere das, aber ich mag auch rundenbasiert. Das ist für mich so total soothing und so mega calm und so, oh ja, du greifst mit dem an und da, du greifst danach das an das, dann greifen die an mit dem. Finde ich total geil. Gibt mir ein gutes Gefühl. Das ist wie aufräumen, wie mein Leben aufräumen.
Ja, siehst du, und bei mir sieht es so aus, als würde da alles aus den Fugen geraten. Ich komme da überhaupt nicht zurecht mit. Und es ist bei mir letztendlich auch so, warum machen die das alles und was sind das für Farben und warum sind da so viele Kreise und dann fliegt da von einem zum anderen. Das erinnert mich alles so ein bisschen an hier ein Duell und so weiter. Ich komme da null rein und das ist für mich alles, das stresst mich dann, auch wenn du viel mehr Zeit hast als bei, sage ich mal, Realtime-Kämpfen. Aber da kommen wir, glaube ich, auf keinen Nenner. Das tut mir sehr leid.
Wirklich,
Sorry.
für mich ist das Marie Kondo des Gamings
Ja,
eigentlich. Ganz
mich,
ordentlich, alles nacheinander, toll.
Das erinnert mich eher so ein bisschen an, ich weiß gar nicht mehr, wie die heißen hier, die Flodder-Familie. Aber gut.
Macht nichts. Vielleicht haben die Jungs und Mädels von Iceberg Interactive ja ein bisschen was für uns. Da schauen wir gleich rein. Zuerst gibt es allerdings noch mal das Spiel der Messe und zwar von Fritz. Da bin ich sehr gespannt. Du hast schon eine Vermutung, was es sein könnte, worüber er sprechen will, was dein Favorit sein könnte?
Ich bin mir nicht ganz sicher. Mal sehen.
Okay, na dann schauen wir mal rein. Fritz, was ist dein Spiel der Messe?
Mein Spiel der Messe, das war ein Kopf-an-Kopf-Rennen zwischen Everspace 2, Outriders und Watch Dogs Legion. Am Ende hat die Open World von Ubisoft gewonnen, nämlich wegen der Open World, die so unglaublich detailliert ist und so eine wahnsinnige Lust auf Urlaub in London macht, der ja dieses Jahr auf jeden Fall ausfallen wird oder zumindest sollte, zumindest bei mir. Von daher freue ich mich sehr drauf, wenn das Spiel Ende Oktober rauskommt und ich mir die Stadt einfach anschauen kann. Ob das nun ein tolles Spiel wird oder nicht, kann ich noch nicht sagen, aber Gameplay und Story sind mir momentan da auch nicht ganz so wichtig. Mir geht es einfach darum, durch London spazieren zu gehen.
Ja, kurz und knapp hat er uns das mal erklärt. Wir hatten ja auch schon einen längeren Talk darüber, über Watch Dogs und das Open-World-Feature darüber.
Ja, es ist ja letztendlich jetzt London, endlich sind wir in Europa und Fritz hat es geschafft, mich davon so ein bisschen zu überzeugen, weil ich bin ehrlich, Watch Dogs hat mich immer so ein bisschen, also es konnte mich nicht richtig abholen, weil zwischen der Prämisse und zwischen der letztendlichen Umsetzung, also gerade so vor allem grafisch, war halt für mich immer so eine riesige Lücke. Also du hattest so Trailer und Spielprinzip und Hacken und das war alles ganz, ganz, ganz toll. Und hier haben wir jetzt aber tatsächlich, und das haben wir jetzt ja auch gesehen, vom Gameplay her und einfach von der Ausstaffierung dieser Open World, die ist halt so lebendig und so voll. Da hat sich bei mir vor der Gamescom noch gar keine Lust drauf eingestellt gehabt, aber jetzt jetzt mit der Gamescom dann doch schon und ich bin jetzt auf jeden Fall hyped. Also ich kann Fritz da sehr gut verstehen.
Ja, wir haben das auch schon genannt, so ein bisschen Gaming-Tourismus.
Ja.
Also diesmal mit London, was ja auch eine super Stadt ist, zum einfach mal ein bisschen erkunden und mal durchspazieren. Mir ist damals Watch Dogs tatsächlich nur aufgefallen, weil es gab mal so ein Meme und das hieß irgendwie, weil das Leute so ausgesprochen haben wie Watch Dogs und ich dachte, das wäre ein Spiel, wo man Hunde wäscht.
Nee, ist es leider nicht.
Weil war es nicht, habe ich auch relativ schnell rausgefunden dann, aber...
Ja. Gut. Hunde wäscht man übrigens nicht, aber gut. Das,
nicht?
Nein, kannst du vergessen. Ich habe da ein Video, wo ich meinen Hund versucht habe zu waschen. Ging ganz schief. Der Hund ist dann weggelaufen. Ich saß alleine da.
Super.
Ein ganz tolles Video, kostet ungefähr 30 €. Könnt ihr mich direkt anschreiben.
Werde ich tun. Aber bevor wir uns jetzt damit beschäftigen, deine E-Mail-Adresse dafür rauszufinden, schauen wir doch lieber mal rein in die Spiele von Iceberg Interactive, einem Videogame-Publisher, der in Haarlem, Niederlande sitzt. Das ist eine Stadt, die heißt Haarlem.
Ja.
Da bin ich total dabei und wir sagen mal Film ab.
Der niederländische Publisher Iceberg Interactive gehört eher zu den kleineren Spielevertrieben in der Branche. Trotzdem ist das Unternehmen auf der Gamescom dabei und wir haben uns mal angeschaut, welche Spiele Iceberg präsentiert. Den Anfang macht ein Spiel, das seine große Inspiration einfach nicht leugnen kann. Blazing Sails Pirate Battle Royale sieht aus wie der kleine Bruder von Sea of Thieves und bekommt nun offiziell einen Starttermin für die Early Access Phase. Am 9. September geht es los. Wir steuern hier einen Piraten, tun uns mit anderen Säbelrasslern zusammen und können so gemeinsam einen großen Kahn durch die Karibik steuern. Der Gameplay-Fokus liegt aber, der Titel verrät es bereits, stark auf den Gefechten gegen andere menschliche Kapitäne und ihre Crews. Battle Royale ist hier Programm. Wir landen in der bunten Welt und müssen, das ist die Siegbedingung, mit unserem Team das Schiff der anderen Spieler versenken. Einfach nur andere Piraten ausschalten bringt nicht viel. Tote Freibeuter respawnen nämlich so lange auf ihrer Schaluppe, bis die nicht mehr existiert. Was Blazing Sails dabei von Sea of Thieves unterscheidet, ist das Loot-System. Statt auf dieselbe kleine Auswahl an Waffen zurückzugreifen, finden wir viele verschiedene Säbel und Gewehre auf den Inseln verstreut. Jede Waffe hat dabei eigene Vor- und Nachteile. Und natürlich können wir auch unsere Figur und unser Schiff optisch nach eigenem Belieben anpassen. Wer wissen will, wie ein von H.P. Lovecraft inspiriertes Horrorspiel mit einem Sci-Fi-Setting aussehen kann, sollte einen Blick auf Transient werfen. Das Adventure aus der Ego-Perspektive entführt uns in die letzte Zuflucht der Menschheit, Domed City Providence. Wir steuern Hacker Randolph Carter durch die schicke Unreal Engine 4-Kulisse und rätseln uns durch die Story-Kampagne. Randolph entdeckt dabei eine Wahrheit, die ihn selbst und seinen Verstand bedroht. Wir müssen der Sache nun auf den Grund gehen und erkunden neben der Cyberpunk-inspirierten Zukunft auch die digitale Welt, die sich fortlaufend verändern soll. Wie genau das ablaufen wird, bleibt noch unklar. Ebenfalls, ob sich der Lovecraft-Einfluss nur in der Atmosphäre widerspiegelt. Das türkische Entwicklerteam Stormling Studios ist immerhin kein Neuling, wenn es um den Horror des Schriftstellers geht. Bereits mit den kleinen Titeln Darkness Within und Conarium haben sie die Motive von Lovecraft aufgegriffen. Ob mit Transient der große Wurf gelingt, sollen wir noch dieses Jahr erfahren. Denn passend zu Gamescom 2020 bekommt das Adventure für PC, PlayStation 4 und Xbox One einen Release-Zeitraum. Im Oktober erscheint das Spiel und entführt uns in die kaputte Zukunft. Eben noch erwähnt, jetzt im Fokus das Horrorspiel Conarium. Die PC-Version hat bereits 3 Jahre auf dem Buckel, aber 2020 folgt noch eine Switch-Umsetzung und deshalb hat Iceberg Interactive das Spiel auch zur Gamescom nochmal dabei. Conarium ist von der H.P. Lovecraft-Geschichte Berge des Wahnsinns inspiriert und setzt nach dem Roman an. Als Frank Gilman erkunden wir die Antarktis mit einem merkwürdigen technischen Gerät. Wir wissen weder, was passiert ist, noch wo das Ding herkommt. Es gilt also herauszufinden, wohin die Kollegen der Spielfigur verschwunden sind und wieso Frank seine Erinnerungen verloren hat. Das Spiel konnte die Kritiker 2017 durchaus überzeugen und verzeichnet einen Bewertungsschnitt von 71 Punkten auf Metacritic. Switch-Besitzer bekommen dieses Jahr also noch einen echten kleinen Genre-Geheimtipp. Nach einer erfolgreichen Kickstarter-Kampagne hat sich das 4-köpfige Entwicklerteam von Poetic Studio mit Iceberg Interactive zusammengetan, um ihr Rollenspiel Sacred Fire einem größeren Publikum bekannt zu machen. Mit dem Titel erwartet uns ein storylastiges Spiel, das eher in die Richtung eines Banner-Sagas statt The Witcher abzielt. Wir folgen einer Gruppe Rebellen im alten Schottland und müssen vor allem wichtige Entscheidungen treffen. Auch das Kampfsystem besteht aus taktischen Überlegungen und nicht nur aus Statuswerten. Wir können etwa versuchen, Schmerz zu ignorieren, um nicht die Haltung zu verlieren. Das Ganze wird wie über ein Dialogsystem gesteuert. Bis zu 8 NPCs folgen uns auf unserem Weg und neben den eigenen Charakterwerten sind vor allem die zwischenmenschlichen Beziehungen wichtig. Viel Wiederspielwert soll dabei durch die vielen Entscheidungen und die daraus resultierenden Konsequenzen geboten werden. 2021 soll das Rollenspiel für den PC über Steam erscheinen. Für das Survival-Horror-Abenteuer Lunacy St. Rhodes gibt es im Rahmen der Gamescom neue Infos zum Release-Termin. Das Spiel soll nämlich im Oktober für den PC veröffentlicht werden und uns dann kalte Schauer über den Rücken jagen. Denn während wir ein verlassenes Anwesen und dessen Umgebung in der Stadt St. Rhodes aus der Ego-Perspektive erkunden, beobachtet uns kontinuierlich eine KI und passt das Spiel unseren Handlungen an. So soll gewährleistet sein, dass wir uns niemals in Sicherheit vor den monströsen Gestalten wiegen können, die die Stadt unsicher machen. Neben Action-Einlagen gilt es vor allem herauszufinden, wieso die Familie unserer Spielfigur ermordet wurde. Dafür suchen wir Hinweise und können uns in der Spielwelt frei umschauen. Unterschiedliche Pfade und das dynamische KI-System sollen in der Summe dafür sorgen, dass sich Lunacy auch beim mehrmaligen Durchspielen noch neu und überraschend anfühlt. Ob dieses Ziel erreicht wird, erfahren wir zum Release Ende 2020. Interstellar Rift ist seit 2015 im Early Access auf Steam erhältlich. Am 24. September 2020 soll aber endlich die Version 1.0 des Sandbox-Weltraumspiels veröffentlicht werden. Ein großer Fokus von Interstellar Rift liegt auf dem Multiplayer, der uns freie Hand darüber lässt, wie wir das Spiel erleben wollen. Wir können uns etwa mit anderen Astronauten zusammentun und gemeinsam ein Schiff bauen, um durchs All zu düsen. Der Schiffsbau verlangt selbstredend auch ein Crafting-System, für das wir das All nach Rohstoffen absuchen oder wichtige Materialien einfach einkaufen. Dabei müssen die verschiedenen Systeme der begehbaren Raumschiffe von Hand bedient oder teuer automatisiert werden. Auch hier zeigt sich der starke Fokus auf Koop im Spieldesign. Gekämpft wird ebenfalls, entweder gegen eine KI-gesteuerte Alienrasse, die das Universum erobern will, oder gegen andere Spieler und ihre Raumschiffe, wobei ihr die gegnerischen Schiffe sogar betreten und euch auf First-Person-Schießereien einlassen könnt. Der nächste Titel, den Iceberg Interactive im Rahmen der Gamescom zeigt, richtet sich an Fans von Globalstrategiespielen. Star Dynasties überlässt uns die Kontrolle über das Schicksal eines interplanetaren Adelsgeschlechts und dessen Besitztümer. Unser Ziel ist es, genretypisch die eigene Macht auszubauen zum Wohle der Familie, denn die Geschichte unseres Imperiums erstreckt sich über mehrere Generationen. Das Ganze spielt in einer Zukunft, in der die Erde vernichtet wurde. Die verbliebene Menschheit lebt in feudalen Verhältnissen in Kolonien in anderen Sternensystemen. Wir müssen nun die Politik unserer Dynastie in die Hand nehmen, Beziehungen aufbauen, Sanktionen verhängen und unser Reich erweitern. Besonders hervorstechen will Star Dynasties mit prozedural generierten Geschichten, die Hunderten von Figuren Leben einhauchen und für interessante Beziehungen sorgen sollen. Wie gut das System wirklich greift, könnt ihr im November dann erstmals selbst einschätzen, denn dann startet eine offene Alpha-Phase. Ein Umzug ist immer eine stressige Angelegenheit. Ganz so stressig wie in Radical Relocation ist die Realität dann aber doch nicht. Denn in dem Spiel müssen wir unser gesamtes Mobiliar auf dem Dach unseres Autos ausbalancieren und so von Punkt A nach B befördern. Natürlich fängt das alles noch ganz harmlos mit rechteckigen Gegenständen an, die gut auf dem Wagen liegen bleiben. Schnell müssen wir aber auch Vasen und andere runde Möbelstücke transportieren. Chaos ist also vorprogrammiert. Vor allem, weil wir zum einen das Auto selbst ins Ziel lenken müssen und zum anderen ein Zeitlimit im Nacken haben. Die Entwickler stellen zudem neuen Content in der Zukunft in Aussicht, der uns noch mehr in den Wahnsinn treiben soll, natürlich im positiven Sinne. Wer Lust auf Radical Relocation bekommen hat, kann sofort loslegen. Denn das knifflige Puzzle- und Geschicklichkeitsspiel ist ab dem 31. August für den PC verfügbar. Genau wie Star Dynasties handelt es sich bei Lord of Rigel um einen Globalstrategietitel, in dem wir ebenfalls durch Diplomatie oder Kampf in den Weiten des Alls überleben müssen. Insgesamt stehen uns dabei 10 spielbare Rassen zur Auswahl, mit denen wir den Weltraum erobern dürfen. Oder wir pfeifen auf die Expansion und suchen nach den sogenannten Secrets of Ascension, zu Deutsch etwa Geheimnisse des Aufstiegs, denen sich selbst die ältesten Lebewesen fürchten. Was hinter der Angst steckt, können wir nach und nach selbst zusammenpuzzeln. Wer Lust auf mehr bekommen hat, muss allerdings noch etwas warten. Lord of Rigel erscheint erst 2021 über Steam für den PC. Bereits 2019 ist The Sojourn für PlayStation 4, Xbox One und den Epic Store erschienen. Jetzt kommt das Knobelspiel auch auf Steam. Ab dem 29. September rätseln wir uns durch die schicken Kulissen und finden nebenbei heraus, was mit der scheinbar perfekten Welt nicht stimmt. Die Puzzles bestehen in der Regel aus Statuen, die bestimmte Effekte auslösen. So teleportieren wir uns etwa zwischen 2 der Skulpturen hin und her. Zusätzlich können wir für kurze Zeit eine Schattenwelt hinzuschalten, die Plattform materialisiert. Wer das kleine Spiel verpasst hat, kann es im Herbst in Ruhe nachholen und dabei den Kopf so richtig qualmen lassen. Zum Schluss bekommen die beiden Strategiespiele Circle Empires Rivals und Railroad Corporation mit sofortiger Wirkung neue Updates, die Besitzern gratis neue Inhalte bieten. Fans sollten ihren kreisrunden Königreichen oder ihren Eisenbahnnetz also bald wieder einen Besuch abstatten.
Ach, das ist einfach schön, dass wir immer zwischendurch so viel Zeit haben, noch auszuwerten, ob man jetzt Hunde wirklich waschen darf oder nicht. Das ist immer schön. Das ist, was wir übrigens im Studio machen.
Der Chat war aber auch sehr aktiv dazu. Also der Chat diskutiert auch, ob man jetzt Hunde wäscht oder nicht wäscht.
Genau.
Selbst die Regie hat sich gerade nochmal dazwischen geschaltet und hat gesagt, natürlich kann man die waschen. Ich muss das auch richtig stellen, natürlich kann man sie waschen. Aber es gibt Hunde, da sollte man das eventuell nicht tun. Das findet man aber erst heraus, wenn man es versucht. Dementsprechend mein Rat, tut es nicht. Wenn es sich vermeiden lässt.
Ist Vermeidungstaktik, am besten gar nicht erst anfangen, dann wird das was. Das ist schön, wir freuen uns darüber, dass das ein Diskussionsthema ist. Was noch auf jeden Fall ihr definitiv noch machen solltet im Chat, wäre ein Ausrufezeichen und dahinter euer Game der Messe schreiben. Also sei es Mafia, sei es Call of Duty, Lego Star Wars, was auch immer. Das kommt dann nämlich noch in unsere Auswertung, die hier auch noch in der nächsten Stunde ansteht. Weitere Sachen, die in der nächsten Stunde anstehen, sind unter anderem Hundebabys. Weil wir haben noch nicht genug über Hunde geredet heute.
Ja, aber diesmal sehen wir richtige Hundebabys.
Ja, wow.
Richtige, schöne, süße kleine Hundebabys. Hoffentlich verspreche ich nicht zu viel und die Cutter haben es rausgeschnitten.
Oh mein Gott,
aber ich glaube, das war gar nicht möglich, weil es waren so viele, die sie da gezeigt haben, dass das ein oder andere Hundebaby muss
drin sein.
Muss drin sein.
Sie haben irgendwas Wichtiges bestimmt gesagt, während sie die Hunde so einen nach dem anderen, also eins muss mindestens mal durch den Screen gehuscht sein.
Achso, und das Thema des Talks war ja eigentlich, und das ist ja auch ein Highlight unserer nächsten Stunde, Raj und An Ancient Epic, so rum, meine Güte.
Da freuen wir uns. Und was wir ansonsten auch noch haben, ist noch unser GamesCom ABC, startet mit dem Buchstaben U.
Was hat die Gamescom eigentlich mit überfordert zu tun? Vor allem ist es ja eigentlich überfordert. Aber es war tatsächlich so, auf meiner allerersten Gamescom als Journalist und dann auch wirklich das allererste Mal in Köln, bin ich rein in die Hallen und ich war komplett überfordert. Von den Leuten, von den Menschenmassen, von den Business-Kollegen, die ich damals noch nicht Business-Kollegen genannt habe, weil es für mich einfach irgendwelche teilweise berühmten Persönlichkeiten aus dem Videojournalismus waren und auch aus der Gaming-Branche generell. Die Spiele, die Announcements, die riesengroßen Stände, die wirklich out of this world sind. Und das war für mich dann einfach in der Summe komplett überfordernd. Ich weiß noch, ich bin nach Hause gefahren und habe Tage gebraucht, um das zu verarbeiten und wieder runterzukommen.
Übermüdet sein, das gehört für mich zu so einer Gamescom dazu. Ich trinke nicht mehr so viel Kaffee, ich trinke eigentlich auch nicht besonders gerne Energy Drinks, aber ich breche diese Regel jedes Jahr zur Gamescom, denn spätestens ab Tag 3 kriecht man sonst auf dem Zahnfleisch daher, wenn man da nicht ein kleines Helferlein bekommt, um durch den Tag zu kommen. Aber das gehört zur Gamescom einfach dazu.
Ü18. Also Mini-Ann-Kathrin war damals immer richtig neidisch auf die Leute mit den Ü18-Bändchen. Mittlerweile bin ich ein bisschen über 18 und habe rausgefunden, dass es gar nicht so viel aufregender ist als der ganze Rest von der Messe.
Alle so, nehmt mal den Buchstaben U und alle so Ü. Got it.
Naja, UE, verstehst du?
UE überfordert.
Das machen wir ja manchmal bei deinem Namen auch, weil das eigentlich auch ein R ist.
Löni eigentlich.
Nein,
nee.
Nachname meine ich.
Ach so.
Da machen wir auch AE draus, anstelle einfach ein Ä draus zu machen. Dementsprechend waren wir waren eigentlich klug, K-L-U-K und haben einfach anstelle von U, UE, Ü gemacht.
Ja, ist durchaus ist gerechtfertigt.
Ja.
Darf man. Was man auch darf, ist in Indien ganz viele Hundebabys retten. Weil
jetzt kommt es endlich.
Ja, wir haben endlich, der Build-up ist, wir waren jetzt schon wirklich auf der Hype-Skala ganz, ganz weit oben. Und zwar geht es um die Macher von Raj and Ancient Adventure. Die leben in Indien und haben 8 gerettete Hunde. Und
waren, glaube ich, sogar 9. Es waren, glaube ich, sogar 9.
9, ja, das stimmt, steht hier auch.
Ja.
Ja, 9. Es sind 9.
Da müssen wir schon auf Richtigkeit achten. Hundebabys sind ja wichtig.
Aber es kommen noch, die sind wichtig und jeder einzelne von denen auch ungefähr noch die 120 weiteren Straßenhunde, die sie auch noch durchfüttern während des Lockdowns. Weil in Indien laufen sehr viele Hunde dann auf den Straßen rum und weil dann ja auch die Läden eben zu haben und die ganzen Sachen, wo die Hunde eigentlich das Essen wegklauen, sind nicht mehr. Deswegen geht es den Straßenhunden sehr schlecht und die füttern die auch noch durch und nebenbei machen sie auch noch ein Videospiel. Also ich glaube, glaube, das ist der Jackpot. Und wir schauen mal rein in Raj, an Ancient Adventure.
Raji, an Ancient Epic ist ein Action-Adventure, das mit einem Setting daherkommt, das wir so noch lange nicht mehr gesehen haben. Es geht nämlich ums alte Indien und deren Sagen- und Götterwelt. Dabei sind auch noch Kämpfe und aber auch eine Geschichte um ein kleines Mädchen, nämlich die Raji, die ihren Bruder verloren hat und den eigentlich nur wiederfinden will, dabei aber in einen Krieg zwischen Menschen, Göttern und Dämonen stolpert und da irgendwie da rauskommen muss. Damit ihr wisst, was euch da erwartet, haben wir uns die Entwickler eingeladen und mit denen sprechen wir jetzt.
I'm Shruti and I'm one of the co-founders and art directors of Nodding Heads Games.
And I'm Ian, also co-founder, director, and the other art director. Sorry, I've already said that. Yeah, that's it. Sorry, it's been a long day.
No worries. Okay, die beiden haben sich vorgestellt. Jetzt können wir sie ein bisschen nach ihrem Spiel befragen. Im Trailer und im Gameplay seht ihr schon heftige Kämpfe. Und da will ich direkt mal fragen, was es eigentlich ist. So, concerning the gameplay, we've seen lots of fights and we've seen lots of different kinds of fights. Could you maybe talk a bit about the battle system in the game?
It's since Raji is a circus performer, so a lot of her agile movements, so it can be utilized in the combat itself. So it is a lot inspired by the Indian martial arts Kalaripattu. So that's from there. It has been very using the weapons. You could actually customize the play style, how you like, more range attack, also depending on the kind of enemies that you're facing. You can play as you like, so it's basically dependent on player how you would like to play it, but it's very like quick, and as soon as you start mastering the technique, you start to get a hang of the combat itself.
Yeah, it's not. You will get punished, right? And I'm a button masher, so I get punished a lot.
Okay, also das Kampfsystem ist tatsächlich sehr komplex. Das liegt unter anderem daran, dass Raji eine ehemalige Zirkusartistin ist und dadurch ist sie natürlich auch sehr wendig. Außerdem kommen ihr die Kräfte der Götter zugute, für die sie ja quasi arbeitet, denn immerhin muss sie ja die Welt retten. Außerdem ist das Kampfsystem sehr komplex und einfach nur draufhauen auf die Buttons ist nicht. Das hat Ihnen auch gerade gesagt, wenn ihr einfach nur Button masht, dann werdet ihr bestraft und das wird eher ziemlich oft. Dann interessiert mich natürlich, wie...
Every year for the last decade, hundreds of thousands of gamers from around the world have gathered to celebrate their passion at GamesCom, making it the biggest event of its kind on planet Earth. And this year, GamesCom Studio is bringing the action right into your homes or wherever you're watching. This year's festivities might be winding down, but we're going out with a bang. We'll be breaking down our favorite moments from Gamescom Studio, as well as checking out an incredible cosplay competition throughout the day, thanks to Hydra Forge. And it's all leading up to Gamescom Best of Show, where we highlight the best that this year had to offer and announce the winners of awards in a range of categories, including ones voted on by you, the viewers. Get ready, because Gamescom Studio is bringing the heart of gaming to you, starting right now.
Embrace the software.
Hello and welcome back to another day of Gamescom Studio. This is our big, huge final send-off day, and there is so much cool stuff in store. A little bit later, the Gamescom cosplay contest is kicking off, and from thousands of cosplay submissions from around the world, 30 finalists have been picked, and from those finalists, only 5 will be walking away with awards. Not sure they're really walking away because everyone's kind of doing this from home, but whatever, we'll figure it out. Then later on, it is the Gamescom Best of Show Awards, which will be celebrating the best parts of this year's show and of gaming in general in 2020. But right now, you're here for games. Let's take a look at the Outer Worlds new DLC right here on Gamescom Studio.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining us. My name is Carrie Patel, and I'm the game director for Paralon Gorgon, the first expansion to the Outer Worlds. Today we're going to be looking at some pre-release footage for one of our side quests, Love is the Plan is Death.
Let's have a chat. All right, inspection time. Look at my eyes for as long as you can without blinking. Starting now. Good. Look up. Now look down. Thank you. Got him from my mother. You're doing swell. Now, name and occupation. Good enough for me. You're cleared to pass. That was a sanity check. If you had changed like the others, it'd be in your eyes. You'd also be drooling, cursing, and making a mess of the place. Welcome to the Sprat Shack. You can head on downstairs. Every day, salvagers and scrappers set out to comb the ruins and make their fortune. The ones who come back, they aren't always the same men or women who left. They change. Never for the better. First, they get real twitchy and paranoid, shouting at folks who aren't there. Then they smell like they soiled themselves, on account of how they soiled themselves. After that, they're gone. Nothing but animals wearing human skin. Seen it happen myself. It's never pretty. Watch yourself out there.
So this is the Sprat Shack.
Now this looks like a real dive. Hey, I wonder if they got those floorboards that creak when a stranger walks in.
Oh, ugh. This place smells like Felix's birth. And as you can see, your companions have plenty to say about this, as well as many of the other discoveries you're going to make on Gorgon. This is a former supply depot that's now become a sublight-run bar and smuggler stopover, and it's also your hub for a number of side quests.
Never had bars this nice. Got balconies and everything.
Jerome would have loved this place. You don't look like one of the salvagers, no? Don't really seem like the type. You've got the look of someone who's traveled far to get here, and whose journey is far from over. Confidence. The scavengers around here, they're faking it. You're the real deal. I don't know if you're bound for the old ruins, but in case you are, can you look into something? I'd do it myself, but of course, the Marauders would eat me alive. Looking for something out there. Been paying Sublight to help me, but they haven't made much progress. It is to me, but apparently it's junk to Sublight. My husband and I worked on Gorgon during the good times. Jerome was on maintenance duty. I cleaned out test tubes till they sparkled. Nowhere good, that's for sure. In his final hours, Gorgon was a war zone. Violence broke out in the labs. The hills were full of marauders. You couldn't take a leisurely stroll without an armed escort. When the order came through to evacuate, non-essential personnel drew a lottery to see who would board the first wave of ships. Jerome won. I lost. As soon as I wasn't looking, Jerome switched our tickets and pushed me to the front of the line. I got to leave. Jerome stayed behind. I never saw him again. That Jerome always chose the right thing, even when it got him killed. This place is greedy. Took my Jerome, and it would have taken me too. I just want one thing back. His old hip flask. I gave it to him the day we signed our marriage contract, and he carried it wherever he went. I know it's still here. I appreciate it, stranger. I don't expect you to move the stars. Just keep an eye out and think of me from time to time. I don't have much, but if you help me, there's a little set aside for the occasion. Jerome used to drink with his buddies in a small kitchen opposite the maintenance shed. Might be a good place to check first.
Any side quests and tasks in the Outer Worlds. This is going to involve a mix of exploring a colorful but dangerous overland area, choosing between a mixture of combat and stealth to navigate the dangers, and making some choices about how we resolve things and how we present ourselves to characters. So as you'll hear in just a moment, we have some brand new music for Peril on Gorgon, something to help us accentuate the mood and suggest some of the mystery and danger that you're going to find in this location. Now, this is your first look at the Gorgon asteroid. As you explore, you'll definitely get the sense that something pretty bad happened here.
Something made a mess of this place. Watch your back,
Felix
boss.
isn't wrong there. Finding out what that is will be part of the story of the Gorgon Overlands. In fact, right here, we've got one of our first encounters, some marauders clustered around a downed ship, and we've got to decide whether to fight or sneak past them. We're gonna fight. This is the pest extermination tool, one of our brand new science weapons. Has grav plating on the base, which lets us pull enemies towards us, so that then we can slice them with this wicked flaming blade thing that we've got here. And right now we're fighting some new Marauder variants that are specific to Gorgon. And kind of who they are and how they got here is going to be part of the story of Gorgon that we'll experience as well. So you see this colorful spore grass? This is actually cover grass. When you see this, you can use this to sneak around enemies and encounters that you'd rather not fight. But for now, we're going to go up to an old workers' compound, letting us explore some of the verticality of Gorgon. As you might have noticed back there as we were entering the transportation hub, if you looked up, you could see dungeons. You could see the glowing dome of the Synthesis and Manufactory Center, which is one of our central dungeons, as well as in the near distance, another dungeon that we'll visit earlier in the DLC. This looks just like the advanced. We want to help show players points of interest in the distance and encourage them to find interesting ways to get there and to explore the content. But for now, we're going to find Jerome's flask in this old worker housing area. A lot of this is very familiar to Parvati, who grew up in Edgewater, which is also a Spacer's Choice area. Little place run and managed by Spacer's Choice, as the Gorgon asteroid used to be when it was a research facility, a working research facility. So this is the kitchen Leonora told us to go to. Just have to deal with these marauders first. And now we're finding not Jerome's flask, but a journal. So if we read through that, we'll see that something pretty disturbing happened to Jerome.
So, anyway, what happened to all these people? Not like they had anywhere to go.
Good question. We'll be figuring out what happened to the people on Gorgon, but for now we're going to focus on what happened to Jerome specifically. So to do that, we're going to follow the instructions in his journal to go up and find the apartment where he and Leonora used to live, and hopefully we can get his flask there. And there it is. So we can take this back to Leonora to close out the quest. But first, let's take a look at something else pretty cool. So this is going to be our DLC's take on audio logs, which we're calling portable phonographs. You can find them scattered throughout the overlands and the dungeons, and including in this apartment up here. Kind of an analog wax cylinder recorder look.
This is my second month on Adrenatime. It's like the color came back. Like I was tuned to the wrong band all this time, and now the static's gone. I'm finally clear-headed, focused. There's so much I'm excited to do. I feel like me again. Side effects? I guess I've noticed people staring at me a lot more lately. Hard to talk to them sometimes. Feels like they don't get it. Maybe they just don't trust it. Or maybe they don't trust me.
So the portable phonographs allow us to tell more of the stories of the people who used to live and work on Gorgon. And seeing as a number of things have happened to these people, and most of them are no longer here, this is an important way for us to tell their stories and to tell them with life and character. But now we're going to head back to Leonora to turn in the quest. And when we do that, we're going to have some decisions to make about what to tell her and how to interpret the information we've found. You'll notice that before we found the flask, we also found a journal from Jerome that suggested that he'd changed in a pretty disturbing way. Whether or not we choose to tell her this and how we interpret that information is kind of going to be up to us. But note that it is possible for players to find the flask without finding the journal, including before they've ever talked to Leonora. So many of the options that we're going to have when we turn this quest in are reflective of the fact that we found additional information about Jerome. And now it's up to us to decide how much of that to tell Leonora.
You find anything out there, you let me know. I'm ready to get off this rock. That's it, all right. Law. Still smells like his whiskey, his cigarettes, and that awful cologne he bathed in every morning. Here. I saved up for this, just in case I needed to go out into the ruins myself. Truth be told, I'm glad I never had to use it. You didn't happen to find anything else out there, did you?
Here's where we decide what else to tell her.
A marauder? You're telling me he's been alive all this time? Don't tell me that's the end of it. Was there anything else? Do you think one of them was my Jerome? I see. Thank you for telling me. Jerome got me out of Gorgon. I can honor his memory by staying out. Time to hit the dusty trail. Be seeing you, stranger.
I don't think that's what you wanted to hear, but I'm glad you were honest.
I think you did the right thing, Captain, but I hope she doesn't try to go after him.
And that's your first look at Peril on Gorgon. Hope to see you back here on September 9th. Thank you.
And that was a look at the Outer Worlds new DLC. In just a little bit, we'll take a look at some of the best cosplay on Earth. But first, here's this.
Ford has been working closely with racing game fans all around the world to design a brand new car called the Team Fordzilla P1 that will be used in yet-to-be-announced games in 2021. On top of that, they recently revealed they'll be producing the car as a full-scale prototype too. The Team Fordzilla P1 was unveiled in Opening Night Live on Thursday, but in case you missed it, here is a quick peek at what it looks like.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Gamescom 2020 cosplay competition powered by Hydroforge. I'm your host, Miranda Sanchez, and joining me is my wonderful co-host, Myri Stritter. Hello, Myri.
Hi, hello from Germany.
Wow, so far
Thanks.
away. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But it's much easier than the last Gamescoms. No one had to step on a plane or in a train. And yeah, thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you usually get to host this in Germany at Gamescom. So it's a great pleasure to have you here.
Yeah, I've been doing it over the last few years several times, and I'm very happy that I can do it again this year. Although it's a little bit different. It's more silent. There's no crowd.
Yeah, absolutely. But we are not alone in this. We have some excellent judges, correct?
Oh yeah, we've got a great panel of judges, and they're all experts in their fields. They're all professional cosplayers, and they've judged several contests already. And we've got Baka Cosplay. She's the queen of the wigs. Hey there. We've got K-Dot Cosplay, our own assassin. Hello there.
Hello, thanks for having us.
And then we've got Andreas Bauer of AJ Designs, and if you've ever been at Gamescom, you've seen him stomp around in a giant mood as not a Decepticon, he's one of the good guys as a Transformer.
And the GameSpot.
Oh yes. Yeah. So how are you today? I hope it's silent. That's what they are. But I hope they are looking forward to what we're going to see today and to the cosplay.
Yes, absolutely. So before we get started, let's go over the rules because what's a contest without some rules? So cosplayers from all over the world have entered this year's contest, and our cosplay sponsor Hydroforge has gone through every single one, which is very impressive. And they've narrowed it down to 30 finalists. So we'll get a look at all of them over the next few hours to determine our winners. The 5 cosplay award categories are Best Dressed, Best Armor, and of course a first, second, and third for Best Overall Cosplay. The 5 winners will be receiving cash prizes, vouchers from the cosplayshop.be, a ticket to Gamescom 2021, and more. But that's all coming up later. For now, let's jump in and see our first finalist. Myri, who do we have up first?
Okay, our first finalist, that's Yoshitsune. He's from Russia, and that's the character he's going to cosplay. That's Michael Fassbender's character from the 2016 movie Assassin's Creed, Aguilar de Nera. And we're going to see him in the cosplay. That's quite a transformation for him. And
oh, wow.
There we are.
Quite a transformation indeed.
Wow. Yeah, look at that. And for me, it's hard to tell the difference between his costume and the movie costume, but we've got specialists here going to look at this very closely. So, Baka, what do you think? What are you looking at with this cosplay?
I don't know where to look at because there's so many beautiful details, so much leather work. I can't imagine how much time that this costume must have cost.
Karan, what do you think as a fellow assassin?
Yeah, also the beadings, dozens of different kind of beads, and all the handwork, all the leather tooling, they're really standing out to me. And yeah, I had the pleasure to see the original costume. This one
the leather, and the details is absolutely amazing. Nice job.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm happy I'm not a judge. This is going to be a tough job, and this is a great start for the whole thing. What do you think, Miranda?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I am so impressed by how just pinpoint accurate. Like, I could see them just using that for the movie, right? And so it's such a fantastic start. So let's move along and get a look at our next finalist. Myri, who do we have here? Oh my goodness.
That is Rahiga Cosplay. She's from Switzerland, and she's chosen a very challenging costume. That is Valkyrie Kara from God of War. Look at those wings.
I have to say,
see that.
Her image on the right there looks like it's straight out of the game. Like, I think that's like a screenshot right out of it, but that's her cosplay. How fantastic. That's insane.
Is it? I can't actually...
That's
I can't
actually a
tell.
screenshot.
That screenshot.
Okay.
This is the
It's
costume.
a screenshot. Goodness. Okay, well.
But you can't tell the difference.
There we go.
Actually. look at those wings.
That's really, yeah. The bright orange is really amazing.
Okay. Well, is our master of big builds. What do you think about those wings?
The wings have the perfect size of the for the costume, and the material real leather. It's absolutely crazy, and the nice helmet. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, these are so fantastic. I really love that we get to see her moving in this cosplay as well. I think also just in these, like that one she has later on with the Photoshop in a set just looks so fantastic. Like I said, I was completely fooled this entire time. I am, again, as you said, Myri, so not envious of our judges because these are also far. So let's check out our next finalist.
Okay, our next finalist, number 3, is Oshly Cosplay from Canada, and she's chosen Anduin Rin, King Anduin Rin from World of Warcraft, but she's going to the version. So we're gonna see her as Queen Anduin Rin, and her version of this amazing armor. Look at that.
Yes.
Oh,
can you tell that that's not metal?
Wow.
No, not at all.
It's so shiny. Baka, what do you think? What did you do? How did you do this?
So, if this is sculpted, and I think it is, I can the hours of sanding to have these perfect edges and perfect symmetry. So I think she spent a lot of time on patching to have this perfect symmetry.
Oh yeah. Karan, what did you think about this work?
Yeah, as far as we understand, it's all handmade, and there's also quite an understanding for armor because she can wear it quite well in the terms that she can move without much of any restrictions, and that's not necessarily a given, so well done on that.
Okay. Andreas, what do you think about this plate armor?
The costume, it's amazing. It's come directly from Fort Knox. It's real gold, and it's absolutely amazing. The details, wow.
Oh yeah. So Miranda, would you wear this? It looks comfy actually for an armor.
I mean, absolutely. She wears it so super well. Honestly, can't believe that this isn't all metal. Like it's fantastic. The craftsmanship here is just unparalleled, I'd say. Again, do not envy the judges. Let's go ahead and move on to see who we have next. I cannot wait. Every time we move on to another contestant, I'm just blown away.
Okay. Contestant finalist number 4. That's Margaret Cosplay. She's from Poland. Oh, look at that cat bag. And she's taken on a piece of artwork for a Star Wars character, of Malady. And she's taken the whole thing, including making her own lightsaber. And this is going to be also quite a transformation from the sweet lady bag.
Oh wow, that is something I want in my closet.
You're gonna wear
Agreed.
that? Baka, would you wear this? How does
I
it
would
look to you?
totally would, and it could be foam, I think, so it could be even very comfortable. So the fit also seems very harmonic and very well done. So I think it's comfortable and badass.
Oh yeah. What do you think about this work? About the details, Karad?
Well, we all know the dark side dresses best, and what stands out here for me is also that she took the concept of the artwork and translated it into the costume, the terms that she made this skirt and painted the draping on top of it, so it actually seems drawn.
Oh yeah. AJ, how do you like this dark side lady?
Really massive body armor. So many small pieces to cut all the small parts. I love the LED lights inside with special effects, and I love the handbag. I have the same one here.
Using that as a bag for you.
It's not my handbag.
Okay. Well, wow. I'm very happy to see this character. It's one of the lesser known characters from the Star Wars universe I have for comics, and I'm completely in love. What do you think, Miranda? Would you rather have the Sith lady costume or cat bag?
That's a very hard choice. We have a cat bag and lightsabers. These competitors are not pulling out here with what they are bringing to the table. Unfortunately, we do have to move on because we have so many great contestants to take a look at, and as much as I would love to look at her today, we have another competitor.
Oh yeah, we have to move on. The next contestant, the next finalist is Keely's cosplay from France. And she's decided on the Archon Crusader set from Diablo 3. Look at those big shoulders and look at that sweet lady on the left. And then we combine them into a complete badass. So
You were not joking about saying that. She looks badass. Holy crap.
yeah, look at those shoulders and that shield. She's not gonna have anyone stand in her way. Okay. What do you think about this, Baka? What are you looking at?
Well, it's very impressive. This is a transformation about, let's say, just a girl that you can cross in the street, and then she has this pauldrons, huge shield that you can jump any crowd.
Yeah. Cat, would you cross blades with her?
Definitely not. Not from the front. Anyway, definitely one of our first tanks from this competition, and I really like that the shield has those fluorescent details on the front. I'm really curious how she managed to accomplish that.
I'm not sure. What do you think, Andreas? I think it's just a good paint job, to be honest.
Yeah, I like the glue color. It looks hot. The shield, it's very nice, and yeah, it's a nice costume.
Oh yeah, I'd like that shield for my next trip to the grocers. What do you think, Amanda?
Yes, absolutely. Like everyone, I think as much as that shield isn't great for pushing away people, it's like, please stay away from me. I think just the overall so imposing that I don't think anyone would actually want to come near you.
Maybe good for next GameCom.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's do this.
Yeah, next time we're going to see Miranda at Gamescom, she's going to wear a tough armor and a shield.
It's a must. I will make sure I pack that with me on my trip home. It will be wonderful. Well, that's what we have for our first batch of cosplay finalists, but we've got lots more. We'll be announcing them later tonight, so stick around. We'll be right back after this.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
This year, Gamescom is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok. World premieres, exclusive gameplay, cosplay, interviews, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in gaming can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN and Gamescom's TikTok accounts and use the hashtags WellPlayed and Gamescom 2020 to get in on the action.
Oh, hey, welcome back to IGN at Gamescom Studio. Now, Gamescom has been covering cosplay, new trailers, reveals, interviews, all that fun stuff. And we have a big award show today, too. But one of my favorite parts of Gamescom, and probably yours, too, is all of the new video games that get announced. And believe it or not, there were tons this year. Basically covering a wide gamut of different genres and consoles and mobile and PC and everything. And so we thought we'd get some people together and talk about some of our favorite new game reveals. With me to talk about those things are Miranda Sanchez and Seth Macy from IGN. Hello, friends.
Hello.
Now, Miranda, I want to start with you because you're super into this game called Minute of Islands, which I feel like a lot of people are sleeping on. It is awesome looking. So tell us all about it.
Yeah, so the first thing that caught me is obviously this visual style. It's very reminiscent of Adventure Time, something I love very, very much. And it has like kind of like that grimy aesthetic, like obviously something is wrong here. And that's kind of what you're going about to investigate. So you're Mo, this little engineer, and she is trying to solve kind of like the island secrets. So this is a little platformer, and it has a lot of environmental puzzles, so it says. And I'm really excited to see what this is all about, because I think when you get these sort of very developed worlds that are really narrative focused, you have something that could be a very special experience. And obviously it's cute, but also pretty dangerous, as we saw with that little cavern.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm excited to see what has what like I guess what's in store in this world. You know,
I really like that that mechanic of the character jumping down and the skirt kind of billowing up and then floating. It reminds me of like Princess Peach and Super Mario Brothers 2 for the NES. Like it's definitely kind of throwback. And yeah, it's it looks wholesome and cute, but also super creepy. Like there's giant gross feet and like a bloody skull and a bunch of other.
it's my favorite thing. You know,
Yeah, bloody skulls.
Yeah, cute and wholesome and gruesome. Just mix it all together. It's great.
On top of that, as all of you know, we have been mostly stuck inside this year and haven't really been able to travel or visit theme parks or anything like that. And our lives have become a lot more like The Sims than I think we wanted to. And so we miss theme parks. And a good thing that got announced just this week was The Sims 4 Journey to Batuu Star Wars expansion. And holy crap, I'm excited for this. Tell us all about it.
Yes, so this is a game pack, which kind of puts it along the lines of what we've seen with the Magic expansion, Strangerville, and Parenthood. So it's not a full-on expansion, but it is a game pack. That means it has like different mechanics. So it does have its own location. There are very special things. I think you're supposed to kind of get. That's really funny. I love The Sims so much. Sorry. So you're supposed to get, I think, a reputation with either the First Order or the Resistance. And so there is like sort of a game element to just Batuu here, which is really exciting because I love like having an added element to The Sims. And this is its own location. And like the idea is that you go like kind of like when you're in the Disney parks, like you go here into special transition to somewhere else. And then you get to go home and you can bring stuff back with you. And I got to go and spend a lot of time there, and especially at Olga's Cantina earlier this year. And it was such a special experience for me, especially because, you know, now we're stuck at home. And so getting to play this again potentially in The Sims is just such a delightful surprise. So I'm really excited to see how we're able to craft our own stories in this. And of course, it's not like a full game, but I think it is definitely one of my favorite announcements from Gamescom.
Yeah, this is as a huge Star Wars fan, I this is a trailer that just sort of kept giving and giving. I kept being like, I wonder how sort of surface level or superficial this could be, but it's actually really deep in terms of the amount of characters and systems at play, and just straight up like one-to-one recreations of places like Olga's Cantina. They have the DJ robot in the corner. I too went to Olga's Cantina last year. I got this like Ewok mug. You know, it was such a fun experience. I think that they really created that sort of theme park feel, and I really can't wait to play this. I haven't really played The Sims in a while, and this is going to absolutely get me to jump in almost immediately.
I know some guides and cheats that can help you out if you need it over on IGN.com.
Head on over to IGN.com as soon as the show is over to get some guides and cheats for The Sims. Seth, tell us about Wohan Vengeful Spirit.
So Wohan Vengeful Spirit is you play the spooky ghost of a girl who was killed during some sort of conflict, and it basically, just looking at it like it's like a supernatural Metal Gear Solid is what I'm getting from this, but instead of, you know, creeping around definitely into this game right here.
Oh, this looks awesome. Yeah, I really like the setting is definitely old school Metal Gear as hell too, which is super cool. But the ghost element reminds me sort of that GameCube game Geist.
Oh, I know what game you're talking about, but I never played.
Yeah, I'm gonna name drop Geist on our Gamescom
Do
coverage.
it.
I don't care.
That's the German word for ghost, you know.
You could possess a rat in that game. So yeah, do you know what platforms this game's coming to, or like when people can play it? Because it looks like it's pretty far along.
Yeah, I'm sure you can Steam wishlist it, but that's the best I can do for you, Brian. I'm sorry.
Sorry to put you on the spot, Seth.
No, it's okay.
No, it looks really, really awesome, and I like the sort of possession element and the gunplay as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tell us about Nazar, Son of Man.
This game got me super excited because I knew nothing about it going in, and they said it's a 2D cover-based shooter, and I thought, well, I mean, okay, sure. And then I saw like the trailer of it, and I was like, this game is everything that I want in a game. It's got like a really cool animation style. The art style is really cool. It's like violent, stylized, steampunk, alternate reality. The guy has a real great mustache. Just look at that mustache. Yeah. I don't actually know. Oh, and also sometimes a giant hand will just come out of the sky and like either they'll punch enemies or they'll flick them away. Like you remember in Turtles in Time. Like that's the kind of the vibe I get when you throw a foot soldier at the screen. Like this game, I am very excited for this one, and it just came out of nowhere. I never heard anything about this game before, and then I instantly fell in love with it because it's so weird. It just ticks all the boxes of like things that I like. Like look at that.
There's that big hand.
Wow.
Yeah, he's got brass knuckles too.
Yeah, no, he's got the love ring, like do the right thing style. It's amazing. Yeah, there's
look at that. I think a thing I really like about this game is how sort of lived in it looks and how large the levels feel. Like there's this really great sense of scale and depth in terms of just how tall everything is. When the camera pulls out, you can really see this just giant city, this amazing painterly backdrops and everything like that. It looks really, really cool.
Yeah.
Switching over to another game, one that I'm super into. Once again, Power of Gamescom, did not know this existed, and now I'm all about it. Is Morbid: The Seven Acolytes. This is basically a upcoming horror punk action RPG filled with Lovecraftian horrors and Cronenbergian gore. I've been on a huge Cronenberg kick recently, so this kicks ass. This is, in layman's terms, a top-down Soulsborne, and so I got really into basically every Souls game. I'm playing Dark Souls 3 now. Platinum Bloodborne, but I really liked Salt and Sanctuary, but which was sort of a 2D Soulsborne. But something about it didn't like truly click with me. But I think this is going to be much more my speed. As you can see, it looks tough as nails. You've got tons of different sort of like bizarre items and artifacts and weapons you can choose from. Big gross monsters. It is it is dimly lit. Like this is a spooky, scary, dark game. One of my favorite things about Dark Souls and Bloodborne is creeping around a corner and being like, what is that? And I think this is going to really tackle that, but with a sort of, 16-bit top-down, almost JRPG aesthetic. Yeah, so really, really like that. So keep an eye out for that one. That is Morbid: The Seven Acolytes. It's coming to PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Switching gears entirely to something much, much cuter, just to show you how weird my brain is Tamarin, a game where you could be a cute monkey. And this is basically a throwback 3D action platformer from a team of rare veterans. To break this one down simply, this is the spiritual successor to Jet Force Gemini, the N64. Yeah, absolutely. I know you couldn't tell because it's like all natural. It doesn't really have like robot children and stuff like that. But if you look at Yooka-Laylee in terms of being the next iteration of Banjo-Kazooie, this is the next Jet Force Gemini. It's about platforming, but it is all about shooting and combat. You got these big, gross, rare looking bugs with machine guns and stuff like that. But yeah, look, there's combat, there's fighting, and you play as this cute little monkey fox thing. It's just the best. Not to typecast whatever animal he is, because I'm not entirely sure.
It almost looks like a red panda.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know, but
sound off in the comments below.
With the gun, I'm intrigued. Except for those ants. I hate ants. I don't know.
Me too. I'm very happy to shoot.
They're
those
so hardworking.
This is coming to PS4 and PC on September 10th, so you do not have to wait long for it. I'm hoping a Switch version's in the works soon. Ukulele took a little while to get to Switch, but once it got there, I was happy to play it there. Also, lastly, the music is entirely done by David Wise, who was a composer on Donkey Kong Country and a bunch of other games. But as you can see, those are just a few of our favorite games coming out of Gamescom so far. They're all very, very different from each other, proving that Gamescom continues to be a fantastic and diverse showcase of what this kick-ass medium has to offer. We will be back with lots more Gamescom, monkeys, foxes, red pandas, bloody skulls, big feet, all that fun stuff, right after this quick break. In this Gamescom Partner Spotlight, we're going to check out the trailer for Pathfinder Kingmaker Definitive Edition, the single-player RPG based on the Pathfinder series.
Peggy 16.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here. And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Flex and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
Hi again, welcome back to Gamescom 2020 cosplay competition powered by Hydroforge. We've got a bunch more finalists to admire. Once again, our expert judges are looking for best dressed, best armor, and best overall cosplay. Mari, let's jump back into it. Who are our next finalists?
Okay, the first finalist of this batch is Anonchi from Germany, and we can see her without her costume, and we can see the character she's taking on. That's Queen Talanji from World of Warcraft. So I'm always impressed if people go for the trolls, because that's so much makeup, and here she is. Look at those
wow.
shoulders.
Yeah, those colors too. Oh my goodness, they just pop. It's so vibrant.
Oh yeah. I love the feathers, the fake feathers. Okay. Please, judges, tell us, what are you looking at with this costume? Baka, what are you looking at? What are the details?
Vibrant colors. She said it. It was the first thing that struck me. It is these real, vibrant and living colors, and next to that, very earthy and beautiful earth colors. That's beautiful, yes.
Karat, what do you think about those feathers, about those details on her skirt?
Oh, I really like the textures on the skirt, on the white pieces, which kind of look like cobblestone actually, but turned into a fabric, which is kind of interesting.
Oh yeah. I'm wondering how much this is weighing. AJ, what do you think, Andreas?
Yeah, it's a nice weathering on the costume. It's a very nice real color. The green, it looks very cool. It's cool. It's nice. I like it.
Now I see in the details that she also got the troll fingers.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh my goodness.
That's a nice.
Look at that. Yeah. So,
awesome job.
Final thoughts, Miranda.
So as much as I love this cosplay as a whole, but I gotta say the standout for me personally are the skulls with the tusks. Those are just fantastic. They look really great.
Yeah.
Maybe a little personally biased with a little extra skeleton of my own, but I think it's really fantastic.
Yeah, she's a great looking troll queen.
Yes, absolutely. So that was a fantastic start. So let's look at our next finalist. Who do we have, Mary?
Okay, our next finalist is Philetus DE, and also from Germany. And there we have him in his natural habitat, and the character, that's Werner Hunt from The Witcher 3, Wild Hunt. And we're going to see several people from that background, and we're going to see him in full costume right now. I always like the Witcher stuff, because people really know how to sew when they take on these costumes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Oh, we got to see him in action. Oh, that's fantastic.
Why did you do that? Well, it shows off that he can actually move with this. So what do you think?
Because a lot of people don't actually think that armor is that movable.
Oh yeah.
So that's
practical.
Baka, what do you think about those details in the metal that looks like it's actually been worked on with a tiny hammer?
Yeah, exactly. So he tried to imitate this hammering movement in these pieces, and I also like the clean sewing a lot. Yes, and the weathering on the belt is beautiful too.
Well,
yeah.
You've also done Witcher cosplay. What do you
think?
Yeah,
I have. One is actually.
It's not only a cosplay. It's a roleplay cosplay.
Exactly.
Roleplay or roleplay.
You can fight and can roll.
What I really like is the layering of the costume, because he's wearing a gambesson underneath, which you can see on the collar. He has a mail shirt, and on top of it, it's a surcoat or some kind of medieval coat. So yeah, I like the layering. That's a nice attention to detail.
Okay, Andreas already let us know that he loves it. It's a role-playing costume, so
yeah.
roll puns aside. What are your final thoughts?
I love that we're having so much fun with this one, because obviously our contestant here had a lot of fun with it too. But we got a lot more to check out, so let's see who we have next.
Okay, our next finalist is Tsuhara, also from Germany, and the character we're going to see is Ciri, also from The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. So yeah, there's going to be a bunch of them, I guess, but those are really nice layered costumes. And look at her smiling, just her normal clothes. And
then suddenly, a wonderful transformation.
Yes. Look at that. She knows how to move as the character. I like it when it's costume and play and people really embody it.
It's a great presentation, definitely.
Yeah. Okay,
the location.
what are you looking at here?
First, I saw that he combined very different materials that I appreciate a lot, that people explore a lot. And I'm a wig maker, so I love this huge bun of her hair.
Kanad, what do you think about this take on the character?
Yeah, this is also a lot of hand working, a lot of hand stitching on the skirt bits, and the mail, I assume, is also butted by hand. Yeah, it's a lot of work. It's very nicely executed.
Okay. Andreas, what do you think? Would she be able to do the stunts herself in this one too?
I think she's a very strong girl, and she's very, the character looks very nice, and it's a very cool presentation. And the costume, the sword, it's very cool.
Miranda, do you believe her being this tough warrior?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
the tough warrior.
Yeah, she looks so fantastic. This is very natural. You look from like A to B here, and you're just like, yep, that's the same person. Absolutely, she's totally confident in that. I love how much she rocks it. Like, I love how it's also we have these great comparisons here, and like she has the same smile. It's very cute. She rocks this cosplay.
Yeah, it's a cute and also a tough take in series.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have two
should we
more
move on?
contestants. So yeah, let's see the next one.
Okay, next one up, next finalist is Foxy Badger Cosplay from the Netherlands. And he's decided to do the Nordic carved armor from the Elder Scrolls 5 from the Dragonborn DLC. So these armor sets are always very detailed and and this is massive.
And fluffy, detailed and fluffy.
Oh my gosh! If he took this during the last few weeks, he must have died in this with all the fur.
Oh my god!
Would not
This must
have
be so
died
hot.
from an enemy, but from heat.
From heat exhaustion, exactly. Baka, what do you think about this armor?
I love the presentation in general, how massive and metallic and heavy it seems, but I think it's just foam. So I really like this geometrical heaviness. I don't know how to explain that.
Karat, what are you looking for in this one?
Again, we have very nice layering techniques with some padded armor underneath the metal plate armor, and it also gives him like the shape and the silhouette of an actual bear, which is really nice.
Exactly. This.
Yeah. So huge builds are your thing, Andreas. What do you think about this one and the axe?
Yeah, I love the weapon. It's very strong and very heavy, and the helmet, it's with the head from the beer. It looks very cool, a nice detail from form from the helmet, and yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
It's very cool. There's the weathering from the metal optic. It's nice. Looks a little bit rusty and a little bit dirty. I love it.
Okay. Miranda, what do you think? More fluffy or more dangerous?
You know, I love bears because they are both fluffy and dangerous. So I gotta say, all around, this is fantastic cosplay. What do you think?
I really like it that it looks so fluffy. And I'm always happy when cosplayers go for the fake fur, really, to be honest. And look at him, how happy he is.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Myri, who do we have next?
Okay, the last one for this batch is Damage Cosplays from Australia.
It's
Look at the
absolutely
plumes.
fantastic.
Okay, I'm just glad that he's alone, and maybe we could take this boss. Maybe.
Maybe, yeah. He doesn't have a partner this time around, it seems. So I think we'd be a little bit better off taking on Ornstein.
Yeah, we're just gonna try. So, Baka, what are you looking at? What are the weaknesses and the strengths?
Again, with big costumes, because I don't make them, I like when they are well proportioned and very huge, but still have some finesse in it, if you know what I mean. That is good, yes.
Okay. And what do you think, Cat Art, about the
Well,
Slayer ring?
I find it hard to find any weaknesses because he's wearing mail underneath the plate again, which is good.
I like
but also, like, here's another tank, but at the same time, it kind of has a grace to it because of all those sharp edges which kind of spike out to the sides and give it a more lighter look than you initially would think. So that's a good execution on that, on the balancing.
What do you think how he did all these big pieces and especially those plumes? Andreas, have you any idea?
Not really. The LEDs and the hairs, it's very nice. It looks good. It's a little bit, it's moving on the hairs, but I think the guy can't see very good in this very, very big, massive helmet. But it looks very strong and very heavy.
Oh, I think you would
there
be
we have
surprised how
it.
much you could see out of a helmet like that.
Okay. So, I think if we want to take him down, we should go with what Andreas said and make sure that he can't see us.
As you mentioned, like, I don't know how he's seeing through this helmet, but obviously he is. I think I really love the presentation of this too. Dark Souls is one of my favorite games, so seeing an Ornstein cosplayer is just always a treat. I think the character themselves is really, really cool.
And I must say, the great thing about this version of the contest and the online version is I can see the people without their cosplay and really compare them. And this is just lovely how they change and what difference it makes. Also
Yeah,
in how they move.
Yeah, and to your point on that too, I love that we get to see these really fantastic photos that they go and do. Like, obviously, we know there's so many great and wonderful photographers in the cosplay community, and getting to see that also be showcased here is just such a treat.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And once again, I'm happy that I don't have to decide who's going to take home the prizes.
Yeah, judges, you have a tough one.
We're
We
going
only
to have a really
down to
hard time.
30.
Yeah, yeah. There are a lot of different kind of talents. It's a really diverse range of experience that the people show us here and expertise as well. Exactly. Yeah. So it's kind of hard to compare them even at all. But I guess
job. It's a very hard.
We do our best.
Someone has to do it.
Yes. So we've
Three of
had
them.
so much fantastic cosplay, and we are started. Sorry, judges, you're going to have, again, very tough job. The winners in just so stick around. We will be right back.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to Speedrun.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers and speeding through a game it took years of to create. Join us every day for a new...
Only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, forcing looks and game views, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings the coverage you need no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for games and fans worldwide.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
This year, GamesCom is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok. World premieres, exclusive gameplay, cosplay, interviews, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in gaming can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN and Gamescom's TikTok accounts and use the hashtags WellPlayed and Gamescom 2020 to get in on the action.
Welcome back. Between rumors, stuff being teased on social media, the inevitable leaks, and the occasional gut feeling, we usually go into Gamescom with some idea of what to expect, but there are always a few things that catch us off guard. I'm joined now by Miranda Sanchez and Jonathan Dornbush to talk about what surprised us the most this year. Miranda, let's start with you.
Yes. Hello. So Dragon Age 4 was by far the most surprising thing for me. I did not anticipate to get any news about Dragon Age anytime soon. And so having anything at all was just such a great tease. And I think the reel that they show offers so much to pick apart too, between like character designs and just like so much more too. So I'm actually looking forward to doing my deep dive. I think the original tease that they did for Dragon Age was really fun. It was like kind of alluding to a lot of, kind of trouble brewing. And then
that was the Game Awards Dreadwolf Rises one, right?
Yes, correct. And so I think a lot of us have been looking forward to seeing BioWare like really pulling out all the stops and doing another just like very driven story game. Obviously they had some troubles with Anthem, and hopefully they figure out whatever they're doing with that game. And Mass Effect Andromeda was met pretty mixed. And so this one, they like really do have to nail it. And I'm glad to see that they're being so transparent about like, hey, here's where we are in development with this. It's still early on. We have so much to do, but here's what like a next generation Dragon Age game has the potential to look like. So I'm super excited to see what this is gonna
I'm so torn on this because like I love behind the scenes stuff. I love learning how stuff gets made, and I really appreciate that they're trying to sort of humanize the studio and really be like, hey, there's people making this. But at the same time, I also kind of wish they just kept quiet until they had something with like a full trailer to be like, boom, here it is. Like here's the sort of big reveal. It's kind of like, when you're like, oh yeah, my term paper's almost ready. Here's my the first 2 pages of my rough draft, but I swear I'll have it by the due date. Jonathan,
Right.
did you have any thoughts on Dragon Age?
Yeah, so Dragon Age is one of those series that I've always admired but never got into. Like, I just always felt like I missed the moment for it. So I've been looking forward to this one. I don't know if it's the best jumping in point or I should go back and play an older one first. But, I've always heard such love and affection for everything. And I've recently been getting more into fantasy-based stories and all that sort of thing. So seeing all of what they've shown here, like, looks very cool, and I can't wait to see it. But Max, sort of similar to what you were saying, I was like, I just want to see what the game is going to look like and play like, because I know what the pedigree is of the franchise, and I'm really excited to see what they're doing after so much time away. It's been a few years.
Yeah. Now, Jonathan, we also got a few reveals. You want to talk about sort of what surprised you the most?
Yeah, for sure. A lot of games all throughout the show really surprised me, both some that we kind of knew were on the way, but I think the details really surprised me too. But the first are 2 games I want to shout out that totally, one surprised me because I didn't know anything about it. It's called Lab Rat. It's this very cool, I think like isometric top-down sort of puzzle-looking game. It is extremely Portal-like, and I think that's intentional. Like even just seeing the gameplay, the whole like is imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. I feel like this is a textbook definition almost, but it looks so cool in its own right. It's a very cool looking puzzle game, and at first it looks like it's just going to be a Portal-like game, but it seems to have its own personality, its own type of puzzle logic to it that's totally different. I cannot wait to play this. I'm a really big puzzle game fan, so this totally looks up my alley, and it seems to have this sort of really dark underbelly of a story in it that looks to be pretty funny, so I'm excited for that for sure. Another one for me is one I've been following for a while, but Eichenfell I really want to shout out because it actually has a release date. It's a game I've been following for I think years now, since its first Kickstarter reveal, and it's coming out October 8th, I believe, on all platforms, PC and all consoles. And it is this really, really cool looking 8-bit magic school RPG. And as someone who grew up as a huge Harry Potter fan and has not been met with exactly the best Harry Potter games, especially RPGs, this looks like a very wholesome, like upbeat and wonderful RPG in the old turn-based style, but it looks gorgeous. It's been in the works by Chevy Ray. They've been talking about it a lot on Twitter over the years and marking the progress. And there's a ton of great music to it. Like the musicality is wonderful. The art design is wonderful. It's gone through a lot of iterations, and they've been very open about sort of the transformations the game has gone through, especially because it was in Kickstarter a while back. So to see the progress the game has been making and to know it's just a little over a month away is so exciting for me, because I want to go pretend I live and fight monsters at a magic school. That sounds wonderful, and I can't wait to play this.
Yeah, I feel like there's this, there's this sort of like turnover period for people who grew up with Harry Potter and people who grew up with 16-bit JRPGs to finally, it's sort of incubated enough, and now we're going to start to get this, because there's also, on top of this, the Stardew Valley team is also making a Magic School game. So I feel like we're going to get this kind of renaissance of the games, and then of course there's that much rumored Harry Potter game that we're supposedly going to get at some point. But yeah, I'm totally with you. I would like to go to Magic School.
Yeah.
Me too.
Those definitely look a lot of fun, in my opinion. And then also one that I think we knew was coming because it was teased for opening night live, the Fall Guys Season 2 premiere. I've been playing Fall Guys every night since it came out. I'm totally addicted. But what I didn't expect was, I don't know why, but in my head, Season 2 is just going to be like, hey, we have a ton of new costumes. There's 1 or 2 new levels. I didn't expect a theme, which, as someone who's been playing Fortnite and every season is a new theme, I should have been smarter about that, but I'm tired. But this really, like the whole idea that they are going for a full-on theme for Season 2, and it's a bunch of new games, some that are twists on existing games that are already in there, but it's all medieval themed, wacky new costumes, wacky new games. I'm excited for that and what that means for seasons going forward. I think they likely are going to come away with some pretty creative, wacky stuff as we go through all these seasons, and just the look of these first few teases of the games, we don't have too much information on them, but one of them is essentially you need to go through all these different stacked tiers of gates. It's sort of like a reverse of the gate crashing that we have in the game right now, but you need to use these blocks sort of collectively with the other players to make progress, but eventually then also screw those other players over so you can get ahead of them. I think that's the best combination of Fall Guys, is when you're both working with and against other players. There's a fun combination there, and so that really, really excited me as a big fan of that game.
Nice. I think the things that really surprised me the most, this one got sort of burned past really quick, but we got a trailer for Unknown 9, which is fittingly a lot of question marks. We got this gorgeous CG trailer, which tells us basically nothing about the game except for this little girl. It looks like she gets some time distortion powers. I dug into this a little bit, and it's part of this huge sort of transmedia storytelling experience that's kind of rooted in secret society stuff. There's novels out already. I think they're planning a TV show, maybe a movie, a comic, just basically kind of coming at you on all fronts. So there is existing lore out there, but they're aiming to make a whole AAA game. And I think one of the people behind it is worked on the Assassin's Creed series. So there's definitely some sort of pedigree on, making one of those, meta stories that makes people dig into it and pick it apart. But yeah, I hope we actually get to see some gameplay sometime soon. Definitely, I think the biggest surprise was seeing Christopher Lloyd as Doc Brown during opening night live. That was definitely not something I would ever expect, and I love that they hyped it up with Back to the Future music, and then he came out in character as Dr. Emmett Brown for the first time in God knows how long, and then he proceeded to promote Surgeon Simulator 2, which is great, which has doctors in it, I guess, but it doesn't involve time travel or DeLoreans or really. I don't. It was kind of an odd twist there, but
yeah, very strange combination. I was like, wait, or what is happening? Back to the Future? No time. Okay.
Yeah,
Here we are.
I feel like maybe they could have gotten him to announce the Telltale Back to the Future game back when that came out, but whatever, I guess. Why not? I mean, they put the DeLorean in Rocket League. They could have used him, but okay, sure, Surgeon Simulator. Why not? Anyway, there are probably still some more Gamescom surprises to go, and coming up, we have a ton more incredible cosplay, arguably some of the best cosplay on Earth, and then the Cosplay Awards to figure out which of those cosplayers are actually the best of the best. And still to come, the Gamescom Best of Show Awards, but right now it is time for a short break. Stick around.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me. It's a pleasure to be here.
And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Flex and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
Welcome back to the GamesCom 2020 cosplay competition powered by HydroForge. We've got another batch of 5 finalists, and once again, our expert judges are looking for best dressed, best armor, and best overall cosplay. Myri, let's jump right back into it. Who is our first finalist of this batch?
Okay, first finalist this time around is Hummel Cosplay from Germany, and she's cosplaying as Amicia de Rune from A Plague Tale: Innocence. And there we see her, and with her gear, and there we see what she's going to take on. And this is, oh, look at that stitching.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
That is so lovely.
And I think that's her real hair. That's not a wig. Oh, it's a really, really good wig. Baka, as our resident wig specialist, what do you think?
It's difficult to say because sometimes you can hide the hairline by adding some hairs on top, and there are many techniques to do that. So it's difficult to judge from the distance, but if it's a wig, I want to see it in real life. Really.
And other details, look at the costume, what do you think?
What I think? I think it's perfectly accurate. I mean, I saw the reference because I don't see the character, but it was literally the same.
Okay.
Yeah, I really like the details on the button loops on the cuffs, actually, which are really period accurate. And also the surcoat, which is the garment she's wearing, is a really nice choice of fabric, which is actually quite accurate to the reference.
Andreas, what are you looking at?
Yes, it's a little bit difficult for me. It's a needle costume, but the optic is a very nice costume. The work, how much time it's in the costume to build a costume, it's very difficult for me to see it. But the optic, it's cool.
Okay. Well, I like this. It's a little bit more toned down because, as Kaira had said, it's period costume.
Yeah, we're not going for the big armor here, but even still, I love how much energy she brings to this cosplay. Like, even just through all this presentation, like, you see this comparison shot here and there, and of course, the video, she, like, found a sock in, like, the little pouch and just threw it out and looks so surprised. And I love how they had, like, that tiny break in character there. I think it was just, like, a fantastic touch and such a nice way to get started in this block. So, Myri, who do we have next?
Okay, up next is Lulu Cosplay. She's from Hungary, and she's cosplaying as Huntress from Monster Hunter World, and that's the Yian Garuga armor set. So these are always big and very detailed, the Monster Hunter sets. And we're gonna see what this looks like in real life. There we have it. That's one big weapon.
Oh my goodness, yes, and the coloring is so pretty. Like that's the set I would want my hunter to wear in Monster Hunter.
Okay, Baka, look at this. What do you think about the details?
Yeah, the details, of course, I'm in love with them because they're very organic, but still they have a very beautiful rhythm in them. And the change from lilac to black to grey, it's very smooth, very beautiful.
Okay. Karad, have you seen that weapon with the little eye and all those tiny things?
Yeah, I'm actually not familiar with the game at all, but yeah, I can actually see that those are supposed to be scales and pieces from a creature which he put together to build this armor, to scrap build it basically, and that's definitely very convincing.
Mm-hmm. Andreas, what do you think about that weapon and all these scales and big pieces?
Yeah, I like the battle damage on the armor. It looks very real, but from the last cosplayer too, the pictures and the locations is so amazing. It's a very nice job from all cosplayers in the moment. I love it. It's absolutely amazing and nice job for all guys.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Miranda, you said you want your huntress to look like that. So
Yes, absolutely. I feel like the only thing that she's missing here is a palico. We just need a little good furry companion to sit alongside them. Also on this cosplay, I really do love the textures. Like we got that fluffiness. As we've said before, we do like the fluffy cosplay.
Oh yeah.
And then mixed, of course, with that heavy armor. So it's just the perfect touches here and there, you know? And so, of course, we still have plenty more to check out. So, Myri, who do we have next in this block?
Okay, next finalist is a Vera cosplay. And the cosplay we are going to see is from World of Warcraft, Ysera, but it's going to be a special version. This is from fan artist Zach Fisher, and he does a lot of cosplay stuff for people to base their costumes off. And we're going to see what she did. I like her photo, out of costume photo, where she's just partying. Yeah,
I remember parties.
Yeah, and she put a lot of
Another
details into this one. We're going to see that, and the staff is not on the Zach Fisher thing, so she made that up all by herself.
Oh,
it's
wow!
That's a great idea to take shots in the dark. So, Baka, what do you think about her?
I always see cosplayers in body paint, and I know there's always a problem with body paint, so I respect these people going into this challenge. And to have it beautiful at the same time, so you can cheat with gloves, for example, and the rest so much time every morning to transform into that.
Okay. Karad, look at those LEDs. What do you think?
Yeah, especially the LEDs are very interesting because they are framed by some organic material which looks like roots of a plant. So the LEDs seem to be bioluminescent in a way on the costume, which is a nice design choice.
Mm-hmm. Andreas, looking at the technical aspects of this, the glowing parts and everything, what do you think?
The glowing parts, it's very cool. It's not too extreme, the light it's perfect. It's a little bit dark, it's not too high, and the optic from the completely costume, it's very, the complete optic, it's cool. And okay. Yeah, the skin, oh my god. Every day on the costume, on the con, you make your skin in the color, whoa.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be hard to keep that clean and really not have.
And to keep other people's clean as well.
Yeah. The guys in the hotel love these costumes.
I also love on her staff. She has that nice little rose detailing. It's a very natural looking cosplay. And I like it, and like a natural sense of like the earthiness and that armor just flows so well. So who do we have next, Myri?
Okay, up next is Piece of Cake cosplay. I love the name, from Italy. And the cosplay is going to be a Grey Warden from Dragon Age. I am a great Dragon Age fan, so I really love to see this in real life. And she looks so innocent, but you know, she's gonna slay some monsters in this getup. And there we have it. this is really, I'm really not sure whether that is real metal. Do you have any idea, Miranda, looking at this?
Oh man, I mean, I'm fooled, but the way she's picking it up makes it seem like I can hear this cosplay. I love that I can hear what this sounds like. Just imagining how heavy it would be. I love how Battleborn Charity looks like. She's got like kind of that detailing on the face with the makeup of where she's like, I've been wrestling around in the dirt, we've been slaying some monsters and having a good time.
Okay, Baka, what do you think about this getup and about the symmetry of this?
Oh, the symmetry is perfect. I love the general shape. The silhouette is just perfect. It is an armor made from her and for her. I love this beautiful and framing armor, and it's very beautiful sewing. But I think Kara had some historical stuff about that. He can tell you more facts.
Well, I definitely think it's some thermoplastic or foam actually, which you use for the armor. That's my guess, at least. It's the surface which is really nicely treated. Might be graphite powder or rub-and buff, which gets you this kind of effect even on plastic. And you can see that she actually has some expertise and understanding about how armor works, how the hip is placed, so she can actually move in it quite well. And also I really appreciate the dents she put into the armor surface. You often see cosplay armor being weathered with deep cuts, which is not actually accurate to how battle damage would look like. It would be more scratches and dents like she's doing here, and I really like that. It's really convincing.
Okay, AJ, quickly, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm steelworker for 18 years, and I think this is a real steel costume.
Okay.
No, it's plastic. It's unbelievable. Absolutely amazing job.
Great. Okay,
Yeah.
Miranda.
Well, I mean, there you have it. I mean, they said it all. It's very impressive, and I love it's like piece of cake. It's like, you sure? Because you make it look like a piece of cake. It's so good. But with that, we have our 14th contestant. But now let's move on to our 15th. Mayuri, who do we have next?
Okay, our 15th contestant, finalist, and the last one for this batch is Hartigan Cosplay from Belgium. And we're gonna see a Death Knight from World of Warcraft. And there he is, chilling out in front of Castle.
As you do in Europe, I guess.
Oh, well, we do have this. Okay, there's things glowing, and I'm not really sure. Is that actually like frost coming off his weapon?
Honestly, I have a hard time believing this is the same person. This is so fantastic.
Absolutely. Baka, what do you think about?
Huge and still foam fitting because it's on the skin directly. Foam would be the right choice. I think he did that. And he still transformed them into very natural colors, very subtle, but still some details popping up that is a very nice balance to hide that it's actually not leather.
And I'm always curious how people tackle the giant pauldrons and how Blizzard portrays the costumes. So, Karat, what do you think about the proportions?
The proportions are really top-notch. Yeah, it fits together well with all the edges coming together nicely. And it all seems like it has its place on the body, and nothing is out of place, yeah.
Okay, Andreas, tell me about those LEDs and about that weapon. What do you think?
Yeah, the LEDs is a little bit difficult to see it. I think the guy have not LEDs in the eyes. I can see on the picture, not so good, but I think it's the character looks very dark and very big and very great. It's a little bit scary. It's a little bit scary to see it.
Absolutely. I didn't notice even the glowing eyes until you mentioned them, but that's gonna be really hard to move and you can't see anything, I guess. That's determination.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see it. I think he really rocks his cosplay. And we've had so much fantastic cosplay so far. We're only about halfway through our contestants, which is just fantastic. So we will be announcing the winners a little bit later. So stick around and we'll be right back.
Yeah.
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here. And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Sam TV Plus, Pluto, and Flex, and take a load off. Tune in IGN 1.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation.
It's one of those things where BioWare is in a really interesting spot right now because they're coming off of both Mass Effect Andromeda, which at launch wasn't the most well received. It did have a lot of updates post-launch that I think got it to a better place that fans wanted. But then, of course, they went to Anthem, which pretty infamously had a troubled launch, and it's going through a sort of Anthem 2.0 restructure right now. And they're being very good about being open about that process and putting up blog posts of like, here's the small tweaks we're considering, here's the big tweaks, here's all of that. And I think Dragon Age, it's another major BioWare franchise, and it's one of those things where they know they have to get this right. Like, this is a really, really big step for the studio, and they know they need to get this right, and they know they need to satisfy the core fandom. And I think the reason we see an update like this, where it's not really gameplay reveal, it's not like here's a release window, here's any of that stuff. I think we're seeing this because they want to keep reinforcing the idea of what they're working toward, even if it is in early stages, and they want to show fans, here's, you know, the broad strokes of what we're looking at, and giving people concept art and larger elevator pitch ideas of what the game can be, I think is important for them to start reading the room as early as possible with what they're working on, so that one, they feel like they know what the fans want, but also can feel sure in the creative steps that they're taking.
Right. No, that's a really good way of putting it. I think it's sort of it humanizes the development process a bit. It shows you. I've always been like a big fan of this sort of like behind the scenes making of documentary stuff. And usually that's the kind of stuff I watch as supplemental content after a movie is out, or you know, I'm reading a big art book based on Star Wars or something. But EA's approach recently has been to sort of lay the ingredients on the table before they start cooking, or maybe while they're cooking, but you don't really see the food come out of the oven for a couple of years.
Yeah. It's kind of like if you did that at a restaurant and then you went onto Twitter and saw what people were saying, like, I like that salami, and then you throw that salami out there. Just feeling things out.
We also got a first look at Fall Guys Season 2. Here, lots of new costumes, lots of new stages, and more chaos than ever before.
I can't wait for this. Sorry, Seth, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just say I'm really excited. I actually haven't had a chance to play Fall Guys, and I frantically went to download it because it's free on PS Plus this month. And then, like, as soon as I download it, they're like, "Oh, season 2 is coming out," and it's got wizard hats and dragon. And it looks like the funnest thing. And I mean, the popularity is not a surprise, not only because it's like free, but because it's just like a fun game that you can just watch people stream. I'm like, I cannot wait to dive into this.
Yeah, it was really clever to be free at launch on PlayStation Plus, and it's apparently you can watch people and see how fun it is. Kind of
really iconic of what a great game can be in 2020, where the base platform is tremendous and smart and engaging, and something that like pretty much anyone can jump into. But you can also see the sort of exponential growth in creativity and costumes, added content, levels. Like, this is basically endless in terms of what they can do here. And I love that a lot. It reminds me of, like, honestly, some of the like vintage Monkey Ball levels that I used to play back in the day. Just sort of this fun, goofy chaos that you're also still end up screaming at your television for. Speaking of just incredibly fun, joyous, engaging, beautiful things that the whole family can gather around, Doom Eternal is getting some new DLC. And this time they're going to some pretty sweet places. I think they're going to check out Disneyland and Donald. No, just kidding. They're going to go to hell again, and space, and things are going to blow up and light and burst into flames. This was revealed during Gamescom 2020's opening night live. Bethesda showcased the first gameplay of Doom Eternal's DLC expansion, The Ancient Gods Part 1. It's coming out October 20th. Promises more gameplay from the critically praised sequel, and you'll get to battle some intimidating opponents. Yeah,
It's great timing too, especially to have, obviously it's part 1 of the DLC, but to have this coming pretty soon before the presumed launch of the next gen consoles, because Doom Eternal is going to have free updates, like free upgrades for those who have it now and then want to play on next gen. So to have this like ready to go, especially for people who maybe didn't jump on Doom earlier this year, it's going to be a great sort of package to have going into the end of the year.
Yeah, totally agree. Pivoting again entirely, sorry for the sort of news whiplash happening here today. Dogs are coming to Sea of Thieves, which is great because you can bring your dog on a boat and I presume get drunk in front of him and do all the other fun stuff that you can do around a dog. Or maybe you shouldn't. But yeah, this is obviously a game that keeps growing and growing and growing. I can't believe how popular this game continues to be. Everybody likes dogs, right?
Yes, yeah,
of course.
Obviously.
Good. Glad we're all on the same
I own
page there.
one, so I would hope I like them.
I own 2. Not to put you on the spot.
Darn.
It's not a competition. You can go get as many dogs as you want. And finally, very, very quickly, we saw some more Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. It's confirmed as a launch window game. It is giving you the option of 2 resolutions modes, 4K at 30 FPS and 60 FPS at lower resolutions, which to me is, I believe, going to start setting the tone for the options we will have on next gen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and this to me is the game. It is, I would say, one of the most definitive next gen games we've seen so far. Absolutely. It is the game that I think has really sold us on what the PS5 can do. Yeah, we're excited for this one, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Cannot wait for more Ratchet and Clank.
So yeah, that is a launch window game. We don't know exactly, it could be anywhere in the few months range of whenever the next gen consoles are actually coming out, which we still don't know. Thanks a lot, 2020. But that was some of the biggest news of this year's show. Here's a breaking announcement. I am thrilled to announce that it's now time to take a break. So stick around, hang out, stay tuned, or just please continue to watch in some form. That's all we ask. See you soon.
And now it is time to take a look at the latest trailer for cyberpunk horror game Observer System Redux.
The year is 2084. I am what they fear, a corporate tool of oppression. If you don't remember, that's when they call me to access you. To gather evidence. To dredge up whatever's hiding in the darkest corners of your mind.
Careful what you say. This is a monitor channel.
Adam, you still there? Adam.
Yes. Well, what's left of me? Dad. I really thought I could pull it off, you know? I was so close to making a difference. Setting us all free. And now it can't be for nothing. Once in your life, just listen to me. Whatever happens, I need you to remember, you're not in control.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Hey, Nick, did you hear about the new Marvel news?
No, what happened?
What happened? Hey, what happened? Tell me.
And in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me. It's a pleasure to be here.
And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Flex, and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Hi again, welcome back to the GamesCom 2020 cosplay competition powered by Hyderforge. Welcome back to the GamesCom. More finals to discuss, and once again, our expert judges are looking for best dress, more finals to discuss, and once again, our expert judges are looking for so let's get back to it. Myri, hello. Who do we have overall cosplay?
Okay,
so let's get back
this
to
time
it.
around
Myri, hello. Who do we have
Nikana.
first?
Okay, this time around we're starting with Nikana cosplay from Germany. There we see her out of costume, her cat, and there's the character she's going to cosplay. Savannah's Windrunner from World of Warcraft, and there she is in the woods, looking very grim. What do you think of this Banshee Queen?
Yeah, she looks very neat and very, of course, in place in the woods. But I wish this is one of those times where I know we have to show all the detailing, but I wish you could see her at night just like stalking around. But you probably won't be able to see her because you'll probably only see like those purple bits because she's so sneaky and just so ready to take on the night.
Okay. Becca, what do you think about this dramatic lady?
Yeah, exactly. The transformation between what we saw first as a normal human being and then what she becomes. It's impressive.
Okay, cat art. Look at this.
I really like the shades of purple, which are flowing into each other, have a nice transition to it, into the lights and the armor, but also the clothing. And if I see it right, the weathering is also done in different shades of purple instead of just using a black or something, so it gives the whole costume a bit more depth.
And life.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Andreas is looking at this very intently.
I like the fingers.
What are you concentrating on?
It's cool. You can move the I like the fingers. With the it's cool. You can move armor on the fingers. It's with the nice construction. With the armor on the fingers. The light in the weapon. Nice construction. Cool, and the light in the light in the weapon. It's cool, and the light in the shoulder.
Yes, so this is, I think, I'm really excited that we do get this evening shot, because I think this is where this cosplay shines. This is, I think, her running around, but that's like the natural element, right? Also, I love the cat in her before photo as well.
Yeah, as you mentioned, people. So the witch with the impossibly long legs, but looking at her, she's got the figure.
Yeah, that's, oh my goodness. Yeah, she has super long legs. This character was made for her.
She knows her poses. Oh my god. Look at those boots. Baka, what do you think about this outfit?
It is very harmonic. That's not an English word, isn't it? It's very well together. All the details are nicely rhythmed. I am inventing English, but you know what I mean. I like this. And the posing is very dramatic.
Okay, Catart, what do you think about this?
Yeah, she's definitely in the role. She's wearing it with so much confidence that it's just a joy. And I like the repetition of the repeating parts of the guns on the shoes as well.
Oh yeah. I'm just amazed that you didn't do a backflip and shoot people in the face with those. Andreas, what do you think about this?
the shoes is perfect when you go on the airport. Oh my gosh, you have weapons on your feet. The rest, it's a nice girl. It's the perfect cosplay for this body.
Oh yeah, for this lady. Okay, yeah, I'm very impressed. I've got to say.
Yeah, I love the whole movement, of course, of the cosplay itself. I think she did such a fantastic job of portraying this, and we get to touch on this a little bit too, but I love when people really envelop the character that they're playing. Like you mentioned, her poses are so spot on. They absolutely are. I love how dramatic she is with everything. Perfect Bayonetta cosplayer.
Oh yeah, the side eye she gives.
Yes, yes, that's the key part. So who do we have next?
Okay, next up is Kiwi from Germany, and we're gonna see another dragon aspect from World of Warcraft, and this time it's gonna be Alexstrasza, the queen. There she is with. Oh, that's quite.
That's a nice location. Yeah.
And also
Oh
nice
yes,
location.
the location with drones, beautiful.
Yeah, so nice. Dang.
Oh,
and the
the close-up.
context too. I love it when you get those really nice contexts. They're so vibrant. Those are hard to find.
Baka, what do you think? Apart from how well this is shot, what do you think about the cosplay?
Yeah. I like the colors. They are very vibrant, but still not too flashy to make it too comical. Love the wearing and the rhythm between the shapes. That it's not too much and not. It's still very impressive. That this overall shape makes it very harmonic. I like this. Yes.
Yes.
I really enjoy the texturing on the pieces, like the different materials which he's trying to achieve. The horns, the armor pieces, the gold edging. That's a really nice attention to detail.
Oh yeah. What do you think about the construction, Andreas? With those big horns pulling that off is probably pretty hard.
Yeah, I think that it's wobbler and it's very heavy. But it's a perfect cosplay for the summer.
Would you wear it?
Do it.
Okay, never mind. Go.
Wear it.
I think he'd rock it. Absolutely.
I totally agree. I love the gems that she has on here too. Like just the details.
Yeah.
These little things that you really zoom in on are really fantastic and just give such a grand appearance to the whole thing. And of course, the way, as you mentioned, it's shot is just next level.
That's a really nice presentation. Absolutely.
Yeah, so Miley, who do we have next in this segment?
Yeah. Should we go on? We should. Okay. Next up is Kanyan cosplay, and she's from Slovenia, and she's going to portray an astrologian from Final Fantasy XIV. And that's it's one of the cutest outfits in the game.
Oh, this is so
it's moving.
wonderful. I feel like I have to say I'm surprised we haven't seen more Final Fantasy here, and this is such a great step forward for that. Oh my goodness.
It's sparkling, and look at her stuff, it's moving.
That's crazy.
I'm a bit speechless, so I'm handing this over to Baka. Say something, please.
Oh, okay, I'm trying my best, but it's quite easy actually. The prop is perfect. It's beautiful. I like the silhouette, this huge but still very graceful skirt, and the wig is very clean. And I love when wigs are clean and have a very beautiful transition, fading. How do you call that when colors have beautiful?
Kind of like an ombre, yeah.
Ombre. Thank you. I'm French. I didn't get this name.
Okay, cut art.
Yeah, so
at these sparkles.
what we can't directly see is the construction that must be underneath, which I would expect to be a crinoline, which is like a skirt made out of rings, starting thinner from the top and going wider the further it goes down. That's also a really complicated thing to build, and we can't see it here, so it's kind of humble that we only see the top of the huge construction.
Okay. Huge constructions, that's what Andreas is working on. But still, what do you think about the overall look of the cosplay? Regardless what's going on underneath.
The costume is bling bling. Looks a little bit 1 million diamonds on the costume. It's so hard this year. We're making the last was in the last 4 years in the charge of the cosplay contest on the Gamescom, and can't see the costumes in real life. It's so hard. I will see this prop what I have in the hand. It looks so nice and it's so cool, and we can see only pictures. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible.
I want to see it too. I want to touch it.
It's also going to be hard to follow up.
Yeah,
But we
I
should
totally
move on.
Yes, I totally agree. As much as I want to keep staring at that wonderful prop, we do have one more contestant to take a look at before we take a quick break.
Okay. Next up is Silverin Cosplay from Germany. And another Dragon aspect, and we're back to Sarah, but in a version as a Death Knight. And this again is a Zach Fisher artwork. And there we have her.
Oh my goodness. So striking.
Yes, she knows how to pose.
Oh, yes. The fabric very much, how it's moving, and she's taking this into this acting. She is the character. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, what do you think about that weathering? She must have...
Oh, I love that. Yes.
She must have got nuts on that.
Yeah, and so many layers. Only this cape alone. I haven't seen it in detail, but there are at least 3 layers. It's beautiful.
I think so. What do you think, Callard?
I like the blending of the lights in the shoulder pieces into the horns themselves. So it's not just cut and there's a light and there's more material, but it's like nicely blended with colors and the see-through bits basically.
Absolutely.
It's a nice, clean work. It looks cool. It's amazing. And with you see here, it's a little bit real leather. Looks cool. And the horns, and it's a perfect optic.
And also, that's a very nice shoot in the dark to show those LEDs.
Good choice.
The transformation from the character, it's so crazy. You see the girl, and then you see this very strong fighter.
Yeah, she's one of those who really embodies the character in the cosplay, and the way she walks, the way she moves.
Puts the play into the
natural.
cosplay.
Yes, absolutely. I think we've seen a lot of that in this walk, and I'm really grateful to see everyone have fun with it. Like, obviously, I think cosplay is such a fun activity to get into, especially if
they
are into developing that character.
They have to translate the lack of stage presence, which we don't have here, unfortunately, in this case. But they're doing a great job at doing that.
I've really appreciated how we have had some of these cosplay featured in the dark, because I think there are some elements, obviously, if they have any sort of lighting, that it pops especially well in those darker settings. And that character also just belongs in the dark, right? Like, you wouldn't see her run around in the daylight as much. Like, you can, but I know if I saw her at night, that's just where it really shines. And so I love seeing that as well. Something you can't necessarily do at a show.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah.
And usually people with all the LEDs, and then you really have to squint to see them shine on stage and all the light. That's one of the good bits about just having the pictures handed in. Although our judges are sometimes a little bit sad that they can't just tap and look at the things
when it's fluffy.
Until sort of touching on the costume,
Well, if it's just after you have the pieces in there, then it's okay.
Is it that way? Oh, okay.
Don't touch me.
No, only if you get the
happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players. With the developers as they react to, game, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players. Join us every Saturday for a new episode. It took years of their life to create.
Only is IGN the
Join
world's
us
biggest
every
media brand
Saturday
games
for a
and
new
entertainment,
episode.
But we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never before seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. News and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
This year, GamesCom is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok. World premieres, exclusive gameplay, cosplay, interviews, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in gaming can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN and Gamescom's TikTok accounts and use the hashtags WellPlayed and Gamescom 2020 to get in on the action.
Hello and welcome back. Literally thousands of new games come out every year, and it can be hard to keep track of everything. And even if something's on your radar, maybe you're not giving it full attention, and maybe you saw something at Gamescom this year that made your ears perk up. So I ask you, my dear panel, what games caught your attention at Gamescom this year? Miranda?
Hi, hello. Yes, so I am not a real-time strategy person at all. I remember watching my dad play them when I was young on PC, and I was like, oh, that looks cool. They're like little toys. And then I saw a trailer for Iron Harvest, and I said, excuse me? Do I like real-time strategy? It's kind of funny because the website said the RTS fans actually won. I'm like, I'm not a fan, but now I want this. So what I really liked about this was like just the aesthetics of it. Like they've obviously built up this very, very cool world. And this was a Kickstarted game. And I am so glad to everybody who Kickstarted this because I cannot wait to play this. This comes out tomorrow. So the whole idea here is that it is a diesel punk theme. So we have these diesel punk mechs. And this is set after the end of the Great War in an alternate reality of like the 1920s. And so you have these three factions you're supposed to play as, and as you can see, they are just having a good time fighting with these very cute mechs. Like, I know they probably don't intend them to be cute, but I think they are just adorable. I love the mech design here. They're just so awkward and chunky, and like that's really appealing, but they're also very powerful. And also know one of the factions has a bear that can fight alongside you, and
That's the clear winner. Yeah,
I'm all about that life. So I think finding something that is just see, there it is. So
it's carrying stuff for him. That's great.
Yeah.
I'm right there with you on this. I'm typically not really an RTS person either, but this looks like it's doing just enough interesting, weird stuff that I might just have to give it a shot. And also, like, I don't know, I haven't played an RTS since 7th grade, so like I imagine they've come a long way since then, and who knows, maybe I'll get hooked. But yeah, I love these little chunky robots. They're very cool.
It's a real fun game. I played it at PAX East. You can destroy buildings just by walking into them. So there you go.
Wow.
Yep.
What a
That's how it should be. What else did you see, Miranda?
So also another game that really caught my eye is The Wild at Heart. So I had seen this tease like briefly, like screenshots from it, but I hadn't actually watched a ton of gameplay from it. And I just love, again, the aesthetic of this. I think it has like that really adorable storybook look to it, but it's not necessarily like super pleasant. There's like kind of a creepiness to it that I like. So it's supposed to be set in a mysterious hidden realm. It's about these two kids who are fleeing hardship. And so I really love stories that kind of get into the imagination of children and help them, I guess, like process difficulties through imagination. I also love that there's sort of a Pikmin element to this. As you can see, these little guys falling in. are just getting tossed around and collecting cans, and I love that. So I think this is going to be really cool, and unfortunately the release date is TBD, so hopefully that TBD is sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I'm with you on the picture book thing. Like, I don't know. I always loved a lot of picture books growing up, and I think a lot of indie games managed to sort of recapture that feeling of just like cool illustration and that feeling of kind of like falling into a little world. Now, Seth, you have been just raving about Flight Simulator, and it seems like
because it's great. Yeah,
it seems like some other vehicular simulators have gotten your attention this year.
That is correct. Dirt 5 is a game where you drive real fast cars in real dirty places, but they have this cool track building system now where you can make the jumps and the looped of the loops right there. You can see that. It just looks like super fun. I didn't even notice that bowling thing until just now.
It looks like a Nickelodeon game show for cars. I'm into it.
It really does. I mean, I love the aesthetic of it. It just looks like very fun, and they don't even really touch on like the gameplay aspect of the Dirt series at all in this like trailer that they show. But that's fine because I'm so excited now to make these crazy, like you said, Nickelodeon game show. You know, I'm going to make the Sunday Slide, but for a car with 800 horsepower.
Now, will I understand the story if I haven't played the first 4 Dirt games? Is there a lot of Dirt lore to catch up on?
You're gonna want to catch up on all of that.
Now, what about World Rally Championships? Is that right?
That is also a rally car racing game. I am very one-dimensional. I like video games where you drive around or fly around in vehicles. This one is, I love rally car racing. I wish it were bigger in the States. It's impossible to like find it on any of the networks. And it's, you race crazy dirt roads at like 100 miles an hour in a tiny car. Like that little car right there, 350 horsepower. And it's, you can fit it in your pocket at the end of the race and walk home with it. So yeah, I just love racing video games, and I'm very excited for more of them.
Seth, how far out are we from you building one of those cool racing chairs?
I think about it every time I play a simulation video game. I'm pricing them out right now. Actually.
I'm glad to hear it. Now, obviously, I love Lego stuff. I love Star Wars stuff. Always have. Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga is a game that a lot of people are really excited about. I believe that was the trailer for that from E3 last year was, I think, the highest performing video period on YouTube for us, which is crazy.
Oh, wow.
I've been on like random live streams where people just pop into the chat and they're like, hey, when are you talking about Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga? And I'm like, I don't know, when they give us more news. And we got this awesome new trailer that really just kind of showed off so much of what's going on. Obviously, there's so much of that sort of trademark TT games, like Lego sense of humor. The last one of these I played was The Force Awakens, which was good. And I sort of assumed that we were going to get, like subsequent Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker, but we didn't. So now we're getting a full game that encapsulates
them all
9 movies, and I'm super into it. I kind of rolled into this last console generation. Look at that. Yeah, it's great. No, they're so silly. I've totally fell in love with, what was it? Lego Marvel Superheroes, which was that was basically like a last gen game that they launched on PS4. And it was like that period when new consoles had just come out, and I was like, kind of just, well, I guess I'll play this. And I totally got really into it. And I could completely see the same thing happening this time around, where I don't think we know exactly when this is. Maybe we have a release date. I'm not even sure. It's pretty soon. It's not this fall.
Year.
Yeah, it's going to be a minute, but like look at that Rancor. It looks so good.
This looks so good. I love Lego games. The humor is just so spot on. And
really
I love
is.
how it's like, okay, we're going to be pretty authentic to the story here, but what if we just made it really silly and in a really delightful way too?
Completely. Yeah. And it's like, I think it's easy to write these off because you're like, oh, it's just Lego bricks. Like how good. Look, they got Yaddle and
Yaddle,
Banthas.
oh my God.
Slave One. You're going to fight Slave One. Hell yeah. That didn't happen in the movies, but I want it. Battle of Geonosis. Good Lord. It like, I don't know. I feel like they just do little, like very gradual tweaks to the presentation of these. And it's so easy to just sort of like zone out for a second and then look back and be like, that is some really good looking plastic bricks there. Like they really are. Look at the God, it's so silly. And then on a completely different note, Mafia Definitive Edition is I never played the Mafia series, never really got into it, but like the new one looks so gorgeous. And we've seen I think we saw a cinematic trailer, some screenshots, and I was like, that looks okay. And then we're finally at the point where they're showing off like good chunks of gameplay, and I'm like, this looks beautiful. I am down to like get lost in a big old open world and mess around here. Did either of you play the Mafia series?
No, even though I have Mafia 3 on my computer, it's in my backlog.
I gotcha. No, I started Mafia 3 and it just didn't grab me. Like it was I don't know, but this looks I'm interested in this one too.
Yeah, I haven't played it. I feel like this would be good because people speak so highly of it. It'd be nice to have just like that information as to why people like it so much. Also, if I do play this, I will play it with a nice old fashioned, which I have learned how to make in quarantine.
That's a good Mafia drink. Nice.
Yeah. So I was like, oh yes, look at me being so cool. And
very fancy. Now, one thing I love is that there's this infamous racing level apparently where you've got to get in these like funny old old fashioned cars, and apparently it's just like famously difficult. And the developers were like, "Yeah, we know it's like a rite of passage, so like you can bump the difficulty down, but believe me, it's still going to be hard as hell if you know the original." So anyway. Yeah, video games are awesome, but if we could talk to you about the real world for just a moment, the GamesCom Forest is this year's sustainability project. GamesCom has partnered with the reforestation experts at Tremor to rebuild a climate-resilient mixed forest of at least 10,000 square meters near the German town of Bayreuth. Gamers worldwide can donate to plant more trees at tremor.net/gamescom-forest.html. So let's plant a GamesCom forest together, and also let's take a short break. Gamescom will continue right after this.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me. It's a pleasure to be here.
And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Flex, and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
And we're back! If you're just joining us, we've been taking a look at the finalists for this year's Gamescom cosplay competition powered by HydroForge. And this is all gearing up for the awards ceremony where we announce the winners for Best Dress, Best Armor, and Best Overall Costume. That's all coming up later tonight, but for now, let's go ahead and take a look at more of our finalists. Myri, who do we have first?
Okay, let's jump right in. And first up is Madame Bella Cosplays. And she's from Great Britain, and she's cosplaying as Edward Scissorhands from, you guessed it, Edward Scissorhands. And I guess that on the left is not a picture of her in her normal clothes. We don't...
Just dress for the job you want, right?
Well, still one of my big Tim Burton favorites. And yeah. How do you feel looking at this, apart from it being dangerous for everyone around Miranda?
Intimidated, but also in love a little bit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like there's something charming about it. Of course, if you've seen Edward Scissorhands, you know exactly that mood.
Becca, what do you think?
the first thing that I noticed is the makeup, where it looks so different from how she looks normally. So the eyes dropping, because this is my job, actually transforming people. So this is very beautiful. And also that I think it's real, or it's pleather to give this shiny-ish look. And no, this is beautiful, yes.
What do you think about the job on the whole outfit?
Yeah, I think she didn't spare any efforts on the hand stitching as well on the costume, which kind of drops into the background because we all look at the scissor hands, but the costume itself is actually made out of multiple pieces sewn into one suit, and also added with those detailed stitches on top.
Andreas, what do you think about those hands, about those props?
Yeah, I like the hand. It's amazing. It looks real. It looks really real, but please on this costume. It's a grumpy costume. It's grumpy every time, non-stop grumpy. But the hand, it's very cool, and the rest of the costume, it's I think it's real leather or not real leather. I don't know, but it looks the real one from the movie.
Would you get a haircut from her, Miranda?
You know, yeah, I think I would. I think I would try. I will let it happen. I also just love like that constant distressed expression in all of these photos. So fantastic. I'll say that we had quite a sharp start. I'm sorry. Myri, please take us to the next costume.
I see what you did there. Let's move on, right? Okay, next finalist, that's actually two people. We're looking at a duo next up, and it's a Lifetime cosplay from Germany, and they're both cosplaying Daedric armor sets from the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. So there they are, looking normal and friendly, and there we see the Daedric armor. So of course, like, you have to slay a lot of Daedric creatures to get the stuff for them.
Yes, how intimidating and wonderful. Oh my goodness, like there's just so much power in this little video here. I am taken aback by seeing not one set of armor, but two. Oh, so cute.
Yeah, that's kind of cute, yeah.
Okay, Becca, what do you think about those two?
I totally love the silhouettes. We have these helmets, then it gets in to be very narrow and fine actually, and then goes out into these very aggressive shoulders and gets in again. So I like this contrast between light and dark and spiky and narrow. This is very cool. Yeah.
It almost seems like a beast by itself. The blend between armor and actually organic formed pieces, like the crest on the back. I think that's thanks to the design, but that's really well executed as well.
Okay.
It's a nice transformation. Okay, you see the face is too in a nice color. And yeah, it's cool. And yeah, the helmet looks very bad, and the rest of the armor, it's
badass.
Yeah, it looks
Badass.
looks very badass. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I really like that they're kind of in these giant armor standing right in front of the field, and there's cars going by.
You don't want to come to this field. This is not for you.
So people are like, what?
They could probably be glad that no one asked the police to show or
Yes, absolutely. It's maybe a menacing scene. It's like, oh well, we just have a photo shoot. Don't worry about it, you know. What a great pair. But what do we have next, Myri?
Up next is Lychee from Germany, and she's going to cosplay Mercy from Overwatch, but not just any version. As we can see here, it's going to be the Winged Victory, the Summer Games skin.
Oh wow, how lovely!
For a second, I thought it was still from the game. Honestly.
Yeah, I feel like we're going just like from one extreme to the other. We had some vicious pair before, and now we have a very nice and helpful Mercy here.
Okay, Becca, tell me something about this wig.
Oh, the wig is beautiful. It's very fitting. It's very voluminous, but still accurate or authentic. And I love this when you have some kind of character that is comical, or not comical, comic-ish. You know, the very abstract, but still it's on a real person, so you have to find the very perfect balance between those two. Nice stuff.
Okay. Karin, what do you think about the dress and about the draping?
Yeah, the dress is a very nice cut. It looks really light, but still rigid enough. What I really like are also the wings that apparently, even though the feathers are all made out of foam, they still move separately from each other, which gives it more of a living vibe, I guess.
Feathery. It's beautiful.
Okay, Andreas, what do you think about those wings?
Yeah, the wings looks very cool. It's not so massive, and the construction on the chest from the girl, you can see it. It's very, very cool. The shoes looks very nice. It's a perfect style from the costume. It looks really, really real.
Well, she reminds me that I never managed to get that skin for Mercy, although it's my main character. I need to try again. What do you think about that?
What a fun reminder, though. I love just like such a dainty cosplay. It's very elegant too, and such a nice. I think not necessarily a break from everything we see. We've seen a lot of like dark and like intense ones, so something a little bit different to shake things up is really fun too. I know we have a pretty exciting one next too, huh, Myri?
Okay, up next is Alien Cosplay from Germany, and she's going as one of my all-time favorite characters. That's Suki from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Oh, and she's got a kitty. Yeah, well,
A+ presentation already.
They know how to push our buttons.
Yeah, and that's not the character as she appears in the show. That's Hannah Alexander artwork. So the version where she's more like Art Nouveau style. What do you think about this look, Baka?
Well, I like this look because a tiny bit of Hannah Alexander is in this one that I wear right now. And I can understand she got inspired by this Art Nouveau with this beautiful but still very strong and detailed sign. And I think the overall costume looks so good. And I think it works very well together, and the sleeves also are quite translucent, but still connecting pieces together. It's very, very beautiful. It is, yeah.
What do you think about the armor and the details on that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. The gauze sleeves are connecting them well, and they're balancing the entire costume with like an aura almost. Going through the see-through fabric. Also, the headpiece I like very much how it frames the face.
Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts, Andreas?
It's a very female costume and makes a very good job. And it looks not so. Yeah, it's difficult to say it for me. It's a nice. It's a nice optic.
Yeah, it's dainty and it's pretty. I would have liked to see her beat someone up for a stupid comment. But
yes, absolutely. That's what I think. Also, one of my favorite characters. I love the Kyoshi Warriors. I think Avatar's had a nice little resurgence lately, and so it's so delightful to see someone take a more creative take on what they could look like, but still keeping, of course, Suki very fierce. We have those nice armor bits as well. All right, so we have one more to look out for just a few minutes. So who do we have next, Myri?
Okay, up next is Turkabar cosplay from the Netherlands, and he's decided on a character that he shares, not completely the beard style with, but he's going there, and that's Sir Walter Beck of Albion from Fable 2 and 3. And
oh, this is so delightful!
It's a nice presentation. Cute.
Yeah. When you have a real barrel, you have every time friends on the convention.
True.
But I love his little barrel prop. That's really cute for the character.
Yeah, I agree.
I think this guy loved this character.
This is what I was
see it.
say.
The guy loved this character.
Yeah, he's living it, and this is what makes cosplay. There's so much love behind it, not only on details like the embroideries he had, some weathering, many nice choices of fabric, but this acting and this passion behind that and having fun. because this is why we're here.
What do you think about his nice little culotte and the whole outfit?
Yeah, especially I like the Trunkhosen, how we would say it. It's
So
a
white.
Renaissance style cut fashion, which you can see they used to cut the upper fabric of trousers, and then underneath you can see the undergarment, and that was established during that time, and I like the execution of that very much.
And we also get to learn a lot about costume history. What do you think, Andreas?
Yeah, I have fun in this costume. You see it from the feet to the head. It's fun, and I like it. I love this guy. It's absolutely amazing. I will drink with this guy one glass of this barrel.
He looks like he would absolutely hand you his mark and just party with you, this character.
Yes.
Yeah.
He just has obviously such an affinity for this character. That's what you really love to see. We've seen a few other cosplayers come forth with that, and like their energy here is just so palpable. Like even in photos, like you can just see how they're just having the time of their life here.
And I also like the whole range that we've seen from the very dainty costumes and big armor, and he probably looked at this game and said, "Hey, I look a little bit like this character. Let's do this." It's just great what he came up with to do that.
Yes, absolutely. And that is such a fantastic bit. But we also have 5 more contestants to look at. So it feels like we've gone through a lot, but we are not quite done yet. So don't forget to visit gamescom.global.com to see all the newest from Gamescom. And Gamescom continues right after this, and we will be back in just a moment.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Oh, hello, friends. Welcome back to Gamescom Studio, day 4, the final day of Gamescom. Even with the deluge of news, gameplay, trailers, and reveals that we saw at Gamescom, you know, there's bound to be a lot of us that were hoping and expecting to see some news that we just straight up didn't get. Here to tell me more about that are Miranda Sanchez and Jonathan Dornbush. Hey, friends.
Hello.
Hi. I don't want this to be like a bummer of a segment because this is about stuff we didn't get, not stuff we did get, but I'm going to set the tone with the incredibly obvious thing that we didn't get at Gamescom, the last big convention before this fall. Next gen console prices and release dates. Where are you? Nothing. Just
great question.
nothing. Just days and days of nothing. So I'm really bummed about this. How do you guys feel?
Similarly, because I think we're getting to the point where it's like, I want to know how much I need to save. I need to know where we're budgeting. I need to know, like, what are my priorities? And I feel like there's still information that we're missing. Like, I really want to get a bigger deep dive in, like, the new features of everything. Obviously, we know about ray tracing and the power and load times, but it's like, is there anything else you guys aren't telling us? Like, we're still waiting on Xbox to tell us anything about their other model, the rumored Lockhart, the Series S, as we've seen it. Potentially leaked, but and then of course up here we have the PlayStation 5. We have those two models. How much are those in different price? Who can say?
Yeah, it's it feels like this giant game of chicken, and honestly, like I'm incredibly sympathetic to what is happening this year all over the world, and obviously it's throwing a lot of company plans out the windows and awry, and yes, we're all sympathetic to that for sure, but it does feel like us as the consumers, the audience, the fans are kind of being punished in this game of chicken between two gigantic companies who have yet to reveal anything, because they're just going like, are you going to do it? Am I going to do it? Are you going to do it? Am I going to do it? And we are now just a few weeks away, just a few weeks away from November, basically. September is just around the corner. And I know nothing. You guys know nothing. We are suddenly going to be expected to thrust hundreds of dollars out of our bank accounts towards wherever we can actually buy these things, because from what we found out over the weekend was, PlayStation basically put up this cryptic website saying, hey, if you put in your PSN ID and we like you and we deem you a big enough PlayStation fan, maybe you'll become one of the chosen ones and you'll get your pick at one of these systems. We don't actually really know. We don't know a ton about the launch lineups. We haven't really seen a lot of gameplay from any of the major system sellers that are supposed to be accompanying these launches. We haven't held the controllers, just nothing.
But Brian, how do you really feel about it? Yeah, it is so strange. We Brian, you and I are on a PlayStation show every week. Miranda, you're on an Xbox show every week. And on our side, we had a show at the beginning of August that was like, are we finally going to learn out all these details? And now August is over, and no, we didn't find out these details. And it is so strange to know I've put in my PSN ID to a website where I might get a chance to buy a PS5, and if I don't get that chance, I just won't know until other people buy it. And it's like, it is this, as you were saying, this year is such a strange year, and there are so many circumstances beyond our recognition that are going into a worldwide distribution and launch with all these different companies involved. But it is, at a time where people really do need to think about how they're spending their money and where they're putting all of that. It is really important to know as early as possible how many hundreds of dollars I may need to be spending this holiday season, if at all, and if that launch lineup is worth it to each consumer, if I should wait until next year. All of these questions are still going unanswered, and we are, as you were saying, weeks away from when we're likely going to be able to have these consoles maybe in our homes. And that it is such a strange place to be in, because by this time at the last console generation, we knew, and it's a little bit different from the Switch, which launched in March of 2017, and we found out everything about it in January. And that was a quick turnaround, but that was the only console to have to worry about at that time. That was the only thing that you really had to worry about making that purchase with. This is an entirely different ballgame. It is two of the three major console holders going head to head, and it would just be nice to know a little bit about why they deserve our purchase dollars.
Yeah, no, totally well said. I feel like we've been comparing, and we've had compared to us the console life cycles in the modern age as sort of being like phones, and that they aren't these big sweeping generational leaps, but rather incremental things. And comparing them to phones, Apple doesn't go, hey, put in your Apple ID, and if you downloaded the most apps over the last 10 years, maybe we'll give you a chance of like winning a pre-order option through, like, they tell you this is when the phone's out, this is how much it costs. us, these are the different models, and we still don't know.
Yeah.
Yet, Miranda, I know you're on Podcast Unlocked talking about Xbox stuff every week. This has to be just as frustrating for your team over there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And so one of our theories is that we were thinking also that we were going to get an event in August. That was part of the plan. But we think with that big Halo delay that they probably just had to scrap whatever presentation they had, which I can't imagine how much time had to go into that. I mean, producing even just like Gamescom here, like it's so much time and effort. And so if you were leaning on Halo being such a leading part of that showcase, then all of a sudden you've got to reformat everything. You got to redo whatever scripts you have. You got to redo all the assets. And so I'm sure that's kind of part of the reason that we're waiting on that even longer. Or that's at least my assumption. And I think it's a reasonable assumption because, you know, Halo was supposed to be the big thing with Series X at launch. And now if they're going to have to refocus on like, what is the most important thing to showcase here for next gen? And hopefully whenever we do get that update, they have maybe some sort of timeline. I actually don't think they'll have that figured out yet of like the timeline for when we will get the next Halo. So I think I'm hoping early 2021, which was, if we want to get weird with it, it could still technically be launch window, but you know, that's kind of stretching it a little bit, I think. But we'll see.
Yeah, launch window could really mean anything at this day and age, right? I will say too, I think one of the big sort of pivotal things that I think Xbox can be leaning on right now is the declarative statement of going, our games look best here. But we have no visual proof of that either. And so everyone is sort of just shooting in the wind right now. And I will say, Nintendo, I love you all. You're not in the clear either because we don't really know what we're playing on Switch this fall. Nintendo has been, I would say, weirdly silent this year as well. And again, this is a big company that is now pivoting to a work from home scenario. This is obviously not something anyone anticipated this year. For this fall, recently we got Paper Mario. We are getting the Pikmin 3 sort of deluxe edition port. But in terms of big first party stuff, we don't have any information. We got a direct mini the other day as a surprise that was mostly just, smaller games, which is nice. They pad out the space between the big AAA stuff that Nintendo's working on their first party studios. But what are you guys expecting from Nintendo this fall, if anything?
Go ahead, Miranda.
Okay, real quick. So I was actually expecting maybe another Pokemon Let's Go. There were kind of implications that there could be a Gold and Silver remake in that style. And I was really hoping that would be something that we would get this fall. But I don't really see that happening considering they haven't announced anything at all. Like we didn't even really have like a full-on E3 presentation for them. So they're just kind of floating in the wind.
And Jonathan?
Yeah. I definitely think, obviously COVID has impacted them to a certain extent. We are seeing these strange first-party announcements of Paper Mario was announced and then it was out a month later. Pikmin was announced and it's out 3 months later. It's a weird back and forth that I don't really understand. But the thing is, as much as we're looking for more Nintendo news, they're doing okay. Like Animal Crossing sold so well and continues to. The Switch is selling so well during all of this. Like on a monetary standpoint, at least like to the general public, they're doing all right and don't need to be putting out a ton of games. And if they are, having development issues adjusting to work from home, it's okay if they need to take more of their time because Animal Crossing really has been their year.
Yeah, no, you're right. And obviously the big elephant in the room also is Breath of the Wild 2. We saw that a while ago. We haven't seen it in a while. That would be an awesome thing to go up against head-to-head with next gen, but still, as of this moment in time, no word. Yeah, right?
If that came out this fall, I would lose my mind. Like between that and Cyberpunk, I can't do it.
Exactly. Well, thank you, friends. It certainly does suck to not get news. If you'd like to stay up to date on the Gamescom, you can check out all the streams and videos on Gamescom official Twitch at twitch.tv/Gamescom. Or on YouTube at My Gamescom. You can also join the conversation via Twitter and Instagram at Gamescom or by using the hashtag Gamescom2020. And finally, on TikTok, be sure to follow at Gamescom.global and use the hashtag Heart of Gaming to stay in touch. That is a lot of homework, but there's nothing else going on. There's no new news, no new consoles, no new Zelda, so do all that stuff. Coming up next, more Gamescom awards and later the Gamescom Best of Show. We'll be right back right after this.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
This year, GamesCom is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok. World premieres, exclusive gameplay, cosplay, interviews, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in gaming can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN and Gamescom's TikTok accounts and use the hashtags WellPlayed and Gamescom 2020 to get in on the action.
Welcome back to the Gamescom 2020 cosplay competition, powered by Hydroforge. We've got lots more incredible cosplay finals to sort through. Once again, our expert judges are looking for best dress, best armor, and best overall costume. So we are at our final finalists, and we are ready about to get started on our final group. Judges, let's take it away. Myri, who do we have first?
Okay, let's dive right in. Number 1 of our last batch of 5 is Kuri-chan cosplay from Italy, and she's going to cosplay as the Sugar Plum Fairy from the movie The Nutcracker and the Four Realms.
Oh, we get some theatrics here. This is exciting.
Oh, we get to see how she actually puts it on. So this time we know that there's a crinoline underneath.
Definitely.
And how it works. Oh, I need those shoes.
Oh, yes. Oh, that's such a wonderful twirl. Oh, my goodness. I'm feeling in the holiday spirit suddenly.
Okay, Baka, now that we've actually seen every bit of this costume, even getting her to see her putting it on, what do you think? Especially about this spun sugar wig.
Yeah, it's... Oh, yeah. Yeah, the wig. I like when the wig is big, but still has some harmony in it. It's not just blob, but it has some movement and color, and it frames the head very well, and this is very, very cool. And it fits perfectly the silhouette, overall silhouette. I love how the swirl goes up like a cream.
Oh yeah, I really, like she's doing in the picture. I really need some spun sugar right now. Okay, Kadart, what do you think about the whole dress and the construction?
I love the presentation a lot, like as you said, seeing how she's putting it on piece by piece, and then the photos are amazing as well. But in regards of the costume, all the ruffled details, which actually look like a coral reef in the end, or maybe, it's a lot of work, definitely, and it's very nice and beautiful.
Okay, what are your thoughts, Andreas, for
Yes.
this showpiece?
The movie is very nice. It's the presentation. It's very authentic. To bring in the costume, the character. It's nice. I love it.
Okay, I'm really amazed, and that was such a good idea of her to do this little skit with putting that on, so we see all the work she put in there.
It is very much a fairy-like nature to do the full transformation. I just love like that shot where she's like sees her dress, and just the whole thing is just such a delight to watch. And of course, their cosplay itself is just fantastic. So, who is next on our list?
Up next is Samui-san from Brazil, and the cosplay is Buniverse from Final Fantasy XIII. So we're going to see some big boss here. And
wow.
Yes. Two faces.
That is huge.
Oh my goodness. It's like, let me just, I think we all just have to like take this in for a second. Like, wow, there is so much to this.
Baika, have you seen something like this before?
Now I have. It's very fun because we see just so much of his torso. So the scale is, or the proportions are larger, and because we're so used to this vertical silhouette, and then with the fabric, the legs vanished, and we have the feeling to have so much more than just this shape. And of course, the details are very, very clean and beautiful. And two faces, better than one.
Yeah. Canard, what do you think about this two-faced monster?
Definitely very impressive. I wonder if he's sitting down because the ceiling is too low. But yeah, as far as we understand, all the pieces, the wings are all handmade actually, and they're all very symmetrical and incredibly impressive. Yeah.
Wow. What do you think about this build and the instrument that he actually also built as with the lights as strings?
Kind of hard.
Andreas?
Yes, it's. I think the he plays on the thunder, and yeah, the under construction. It's very interesting. You must bring it's very stable construction for the 8 wings on the chest. I think this costume. It's very, very heavy, and with this big monster head. Oh my god, I think this guy feeling the neck on the evening after the convention.
Okay.
Good, who doesn't?
Yeah, I cannot imagine how much time that would have taken to put together. What a fantastic costume. And we only have a few more left.
Next we have Caio CDK, also from Brazil, and he's cosplaying as the Iron Man Mark 85 armor from Avengers Endgame. And here we have the cosplay. That's a lot of LEDs.
Yeah, wow. This is quite intense.
Okay. Baka, look at this. What do you think? What is this even made of?
I don't know, because I'm more a crafter and a MacGyver, and I mean, it could be a 3D print because the proportions are perfect. So in 3D, you can easily already build everything, and then you translate it into real life. But then you still have a lot of sanding work to do, and it's interesting also to see, not just to see an Iron Man, but to see the Endgame Iron Man with all the missiles coming out and to have it even more badass, as if it was wings.
Oh yeah, and I think he actually, he has a spoiler on his hand. What do you think?
He does.
Nobody less.
That's right. I actually haven't seen the
Where's
movie.
the weathering?
So, well.
Oh, no!
Okay, so then, not having seen it in action, what do you think about his version?
Well, I was spoiled anyway. Yeah, I think the finish on the printed pieces are very impressive. The glossy finish, how smooth it is, and how well it all fits together. Because you basically can't see a gap between the armor pieces, and still they work together, so he can move in it. That's a lot of work going into that to make that work.
So, Andreas, what do you think about the technical aspects of this armor with all the LEDs and special effects?
The electronic in the costume, it's very extreme, and it's not so easy to bring this electronic in the small head. This is the biggest problem from the costume, to bring the electric inside in the costume. Mm-hmm. The optic, it's very clean. I work too with a 3D printer. And it's very hard to make the optic from the material in a clean optic. You have the same style from a car painting. You have the shining on the chest or on all parts from the costume. There's many hours to make this optical, and wow.
Yeah, hot rod red.
Yeah.
Yes. That one.
Yeah, my first costume was Iron Man. I love Iron Man.
I gotta say, like, my jaw dropped seeing this. Like, as soon as the robotics started kicking in, it's like you have those lights pulsing, you have the actual helmet come up with the button press. Like, that is so much in there.
Our next finalist is Urza cosplay from Germany, and she's cosplaying as an Aztec warrior. And she has horror vacui shows, so she's afraid of having any surface not covered in details, I think.
Oh my
Look at
goodness.
that. So, Baka, look at that. What do you think?
Everything is
Can you even pick out a
hand-sculpted.
detail?
Oh well, the whole costume is one big detail. It is impressive. Everything is handmade, hand sculpted, and also I like that there's a change of texture when you go onto the fabric parts where it has been painted and stitched on top of the paint. So there's the same rhythm in shape, but not in texture. It's just gorgeous. Yes.
Yeah, I also
do you
see
think
the
about it?
mixture between European culture and Aztec culture in the sense that she's wearing this corset and also has this very believable Aztec weapon, the macahuiti, I think. I probably totally butchered that one, but that all blends together very well. And yeah, I mean, it's walking details basically.
Okay, Andreas, can you
I
even
think-
pick something out?
I think you can look the costume 1 hour and you find new details and new details and new details non-stop. From a little bit of distance, the costume have a little bit of style from a puzzle. The colors is absolutely crazy, and so many time it's the paint job. It's very long. I think so.
Okay. Well, I love her headdress. I need that somewhere in my costuming stuff. So, Miranda, what do you think?
It was just so fantastic. Our judges put it best to say, just layers and layers of details. Like, it's very immaculate. And I love this final photo that we had of her in the woods. It just had like this really great natural look to it. Okay, so now that was our actual penultimate cosplay. So let's see our final finalist for real this time. Who do we have, Mary?
Final finalist is a very nice pick because we're going full circle. This is Right Beat cosplay from Russia, and she's cosplaying as Maria Thorpe from the 2016 Assassin's Creed film. So we're back.
Oh, I love that. We have come full circle. It's such a nice way to touch on this. And again, a fantastic assassin.
Yes, and I think this is the same place that the other Assassin's Creed costume was shot. Okay, look at the
details.
weapon and details, Baka. What do you think?
It's incredible. I mean, everywhere you look, there's something happening. It's painted or stitched, or there are pearls on it. You have embroidery, you have sculpture on the weapon, on the fabric. Everywhere there's something to look at, but everything in different material and technique, and this makes it so believable and very authentic.
Okay, cut out.
Yeah, it's
We're
almost
back.
as if she had stitched entire pictures on or reliefs on the costume, on the hood, on the shoulders, and also the fabric seems to be printed, as far as I can tell. And yeah, the props, as you said, the Qatar, which is the star you can see there, it's also engraved. And I don't know, every section, every little centimeter has screaming details again.
You talked about the patching, which was, I know nothing about sewing, but it must be very difficult
Yeah,
to do.
it is. It is. It's also different kinds of tailoring. We got this bodysuit. We also have the vem braces, which also require pattern work, but also she's
Okay.
wearing a corset.
The detail is extreme.
Yeah,
Mm.
that's an art of itself to make corsets. So it's
Yeah.
great.
Costume is
Top-
self-made. It's not from a Hollywood a company. This is
Yeah,
crazy.
that's definitely not the case.
At home, in the living room.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, so we've just got one fantastic piece of art after another. That was our final cosplay finalists. We've seen so many incredible costumes, so it's definitely going to be hard for our judges to choose their winner. So best of luck to you guys. It's going to be tough. But stick with us. We will be right back with our cosplay.
next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 the next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, in our new weekly show. Here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X we'll bring on the analysis in our new weekly show. All the
Go! Vote! Go vote!
Hello and welcome back to the GamesCom 2020 cosplay competition powered by Hydroforge. I'm Miranda Sanchez here with Mari Stritter. Hello.
Hi, and we're nearly there.
Yeah, Myra, we've seen so many great cosplay. Thousands of cosplayers from all over the world submitted entries to this year's competition, and from the 30 finalists we checked out over the last few hours, we've managed to pick 5 winners. Somehow, our judges are amazing. We're joined once again by our panel of judges, Baka Cosplay, Kadar Cosplay, and Andres Bauer of AJ Designs. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for sticking around. You had such a hard job.
Yes.
So
it is helpful to choose just one.
Or choose for anything.
Yes. So the categories we had were Best Armor, Best Dress, and then first, second, and third place for the Best Overall Costume, which no, does not mean cosplay that involves wearing overalls. Otherwise, we probably have a lot more Mario, Wreck-It Ralph, and Minions costumes, which could be exciting too in their own right, but not necessarily what we saw today. Each winner will be getting an awesome prize pack that includes cash prizes, gift certificates to cosplayshop.be, and Gamescom hoodie from Gamescom Wear, and of course, a ticket to Gamescom 2021. So judges, was it hard to narrow down your picks?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely. We had a wide variety of different expertises, which all came into the costume works we saw. They were all very diverse in the type and in the style. And it's really hard to compare anything to each other, to be honest. But yeah, somehow we had to get through that one.
Yeah,
But we have it.
Yeah, you guys did it.
Did it.
So let's jump into it, right? So our first category is Best Dress. Mari, can you explain the category, what this is, what the judges were looking for when picking a winner?
Okay, best dress doesn't mean literally a dress, but it means that we're looking at cosplays that are not armor cosplays or anything, but we're looking at fabrics and how people work with those and how they combine them. And so it's a little bit different than like the big builds, but we're looking at a lot of very beautiful details and materials here. Okay, so I guess it was a hard pick looking at our judges, but they decided on the best dress, and it is Right Beat Cosplay from Russia, cosplaying as Maria from the Assassin's Creed movie. And here we see her and all the different materials, the leathers, the fabrics, the stitching, and all the work that has been done by hand. I'm still amazed.
Yes, absolutely. Like this is one that we got to kind of end with on our rounds of the contestants. And this one was just so fantastic, especially when you get those really close-up photos and video pieces just like this right here.
Yes. What you did with the leather there, that's amazing, and all the pearls and beading. Well, judges, tell me, each one of you, about what made you decide to give your vote to this cosplay. Baka.
It's, as you said, it is so difficult, but what strikes here is just the richness and the amount of details of different materials playing together, pearls, paint, leather, fabrics. Everywhere you look, there's something happening without overloading it. It's a subtle and authentic, but still very rich and beautiful build.
Okay, cut art. Andreas, anything you want to add?
Well, the costume has so much depth to it due to the details, and every single centimeter, as I said earlier, is stitched or printed by the person themselves. It's, yeah, nothing more to say. It's amazing.
They're absolutely professional, clean work. It's great. It's absolutely great.
Okay.
I think Karat knows the original costume, and this is why he could judge it very well.
I did touch the original costume, which is from the movie, which was used in the movie, and to be honest, this one, the cosplay, it's a higher quality.
Wow, that's very high praise. Oh my goodness, that's something really nice. But we do have to move on to our next category, which is also a very exciting one, which is Best Armor. So a little more self-explanatory, but Myri and judges, can you explain what we thought about our Best Armor?
Well, we're looking at builds, and armor can mean a lot of different things, and we've seen a lot of different materials used: plastics, 3D printed parts, foam armor, and well, I think the cosplay community has come up with so many different stuff to use for this over the years that it's hard to tell them all apart and know each one of them. Well, do we want to go and move on to who's won, or do the judges want to add something to that? Okay.
Yeah, well,
judges are smiling at me. Let's just move on to the person who has won Best Armor, and I'm very happy about this one. This is Margaret Cosplay from Poland, and she's cosplaying as Darth Malady from the Star Wars Legacy comics, a character I like a lot, and this is a beautiful take. A beautiful artwork that she chose and that she worked into this piece of art made of foam and LEDs. So judges, tell me, what made you choose this one? Baka.
So you can see here the spine. It's a good example for my love about this armor, that she's repeating the shapes, but a tiny bit differently, and it's still perfectly in repetition, but still different enough to make it live. And it's a huge full of armor, but still very authentic in its shape, so you can believe that it's actually an armor, but still a fantastical one, a comical one.
Karat, what made you choose this one?
Yeah, I think the first thing that comes to mind is the word consequent, because she pulled through with one sort of style, a very stylized version, because it's based off an artwork, and that really lives into this costume.
Okay, Andreas, do you want to add something? What made you choose?
This is the optic and the quality from a winner cosplay. This is cosplay in high end.
Very succinct and very true.
Yes, and of course, a great cat bag, yeah.
I didn't know whether that influenced the judges, but it surely
did not.
Yeah, so the winners of Best Dress and Best Armor will both win some awesome prize packs, which include a cash reward of €100 and €80 voucher for cosplayshop.be, a Gamescom hoodie from Gamescom Wear, and a ticket to Gamescom 2021. So on to our next category, Best Overall Cosplay, starting with our third place winner. So Myri, what do we got here?
Third place winner of all over cosplay is Avera cosplay from Italy as Grey Warden from Dragon Age. And there we have her with the armor that everyone was not quite sure whether it's real steel or plastic, which tells you a lot about the paint job. Okay. Well, judges, what can you tell me? What made you choose this one? Baka, do you want to start?
I love how subtle and silently badass this costume is. So it lives. It is authentic. It is credible, incredible. Yeah, you know what I mean. But still, and this is what. Yeah, I can't only say that it is harmonic and close as itself very well. Do it better, cut out, please.
Yeah, I think I can just agree with you. It's humble and proud at the same time, and I think that fits the character very well. And as you can see here, proud, as I said. And what really blew me away was the understanding of armor, how it works together, how the pieces have to be shaped to actually cover the body and at the same time allow all the movement you need. And yeah, also the arming doublet, which you can see on the top, it's also quite a nice touch. And it's just overall very well executed and with a lot of understanding for the subject.
Okay, let's hand it over to Andreas for a quick.
Yeah, the work with the different materials, it's very nice. The complete optic, the complete style, it's nice. It's super. It's great.
Okay. So the award for third best overall costume is €150 award money, an €80 voucher for cosplay shop.be, a Gamescom hoodie, and a ticket to next year's Gamescom. So congratulations to our third place winner. And now we have to move on to second place.
Second place is, I'm just going to say one thing, Wings. It's Rahega cosplay from Switzerland as Valkyrie Kara from God of War. The Wings, the biggest wings.
Wings we saw, yes.
Take it away, Baka. What made you choose this one?
I'm not the only one. Oh god, I only say the only one who has to begin all the time. It is a complete set of things that you have with, and then my judges tell me things where I say, oh yeah, I didn't see that. So I know that these pieces are removable, so she can restore them better. The weathering was great. The huge presence was so impressive.
Okay.
The weathering, the details. I don't even remember all the things we said.
When you see the
costume,
costume, you will see more. You see the costume, you say, wow, wow, wow. I will see this details, and yeah, it's absolutely nice and clean and all. It's.
And I mean, in the Norse mythology, the Valkyries are beautiful as they are terrible, and I think this is absolutely captured into this costume because we can't see enough of the colors and the details and all the art on every single feather, and at the same time she looks quite scary actually.
Oh yeah, she nailed that one.
Definitely.
Scary and beautiful.
Yes, absolutely. And so our second place winner, our Valkyrie, for best overall costume, will receive €250 in award money, a workshop at Hydroforge, and a €120 voucher for cosplayshop.be, a Gamescom hoodie, and finally, of course, a ticket to Gamescom 2021. And then we have the big one. Finally, the moment we've all been waiting for. We've seen 30 fantastic contestants so far, and we have our final finalists to show off for first prize. Winner of overall best costume of Gamescom 2020 cosplay competition, which is very exciting. Myri, take it away.
Yeah, drum rolls, judges. First place winner is Osley cosplay from Canada with the gender bend Queen Anduin Wren from World of Warcraft with this amazing finish that makes it look like steel, chrome, and gold. As Andrea said, that's the Fort Knox cosplay. So, tell me a little bit about what made you choose this one to be the overall winner. How you may start.
Again.
One last time.
I thought maybe it might be 3D printed, and then it's just just the work that you have to put into it. But it is all hand sculpted. So you can imagine the hours and the month and maybe more of sanding, priming, and you die and you sand again. So this is impressive. I never seen a thermoplastic armor this detailed and this clean, and so consequently clean all over. Even the heads are hand sculpted. How?
How? That's a good question.
Work.
Is it a question you can answer, Gerard or Andreas? How? How did you pull
with
this
a lot of patience, I think.
A lot.
With the research we did about the cosplayer, it's just patience and skill, obviously. And I think it's very inspiring, as are all the participants, and they're all very worthy. And I think we've found a really good finish and solution for them all. Yeah, I'm just really
She
glad.
is a worthy champion of this contest.
I hope 2021 I have a meeting with this costume and with this builder. It's absolutely amazing.
And discover even more details.
Yeah.
The fabric
Probably
even has
can't
some
be how.
stitching on it. You don't even see it in the video. It's amazing.
Yes, absolutely. And so our grand prize winner wins €750 award money, a €300 voucher for MediaMax, a €150 voucher for cosplayshop.be, a Gamescom hoodie from the Gamescom Wear store, and then of course a ticket to Gamescom 2021 so they can enter the competition all over again. And hopefully we get to see this grand piece in person.
Yeah, we really just want to thank all the participants. They were really inspiring. I hope everyone takes something away from it. All the participants, even us judges, among each other, among the people who showed their fantastic creations to us. It's really hard to compare anything to each other. Even in one costume, there might be dozens of different techniques involved, and let alone 30 participants. And you guys are amazing, and I hope you take away from each other, learn something, what you've seen with others as well. We certainly do.
Thank you. Thank you. You're amazing.
As always, I think I've got the best job at these shows. I can just gawk at all the beautiful costumes and I don't have the hard job to decide who is going to win. And there were some of my absolute favorite characters in there. Someone from Avatar: Last Airbender, Darth Maladi. It was a beautiful show, and you can see me, I'm all smile. I'm just happy to have been here and to have seen what these people brought.
That's all for cosplay, but stay tuned because the Best of Gamescom awards show is coming up right after this, and don't forget to visit gamescom.global.com to see the newest from Gamescom. Gamescom continues after this.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
This year, Gamescom is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok. World premieres, exclusive gameplay, cosplay, interviews, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in gaming can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN and Gamescom's TikTok accounts and use the hashtags WellPlayed and Gamescom 2020 to get in on the action.
Gamescom always ends on a high note with a celebration of the biggest and most impressive new developments the video game industry has to offer, as well as the upcoming games that you are most excited about. Get ready because the 2020 Best of Gamescom Awards are starting right now.
What's up, everybody, and welcome to the 2020 Gamescom Awards at the Gamescom Best of Show. I'm your host, Sydney Goodman, and even though Gamescom is coming to a close, we've saved the best for last. Literally. Over the next hour, I'll be presenting awards to the biggest and the best Gamescom had to offer, and luckily, I'm not alone in this venture. Here to help me announce the winners from our diverse set of categories are Damon Hatfield and Akeem Lewanson. What's up, guys?
Hey Sid, and hello to everyone watching at home. Now, the Gamescom Best of Show Awards cover a wide range of categories, with some winners picked by Gamescom's panel of judges and others voted on by you. Yes, that's right, you guys viewing this show at home. And in a rare double whammy of luck, Sydney and I are joined by the fabulous Damon Hatfield from the comfort of his very own home. Take it away, Damon.
Thank you, Akeem. Now, most of all, the Best of Show Awards is just a great chance to celebrate all the best parts of Gamescom in one place, well, one figurative place, since Gamescom's been a bit more spread out than usual this year.
But that doesn't stop gaming from bringing everyone together, and Gamescom is the heart of gaming, after all. And quickly, before we hop right into the awards, I want to hear from my fellow co-hosts which awards you're looking forward to the most. Akeem, we'll start with you.
Well, I don't know. I gotta say, Sid, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing who wins the Best Streamer Award. You know, we got more than just Twitch as a platform where people can stream on. We also have YouTube and DLive. So I'm kind of curious to see where the best streamer will emerge, which platform, and who that person will be.
Damon, how about yourself?
It's probably the action-adventure category for me. Those tend to be the types of games I enjoy. And two big games coming out this year that I'm very much looking forward to, Assassin's Creed Valhalla and Watch Dogs Legion, are both nominated this year, so I can't wait to see who wins.
Definitely a stacked category. Personally, I'm looking forward to the most anticipated hardware and tech category because obviously there's a console launch upon us, but also Project X Cloud is in there, so we've got some heavy hitters. But thank you so much, Akeem and Damon. We'll catch up with you both soon. Webster's Dictionary defines originality as the opposite of the way I'm introducing this category, but in all seriousness, where would we be without developers willing to take a chance, try something new, and reinvent what gaming makes possible? Here are your Gamescom Best of Show nominees for Most Original Game. And the winner for Most Original Game is Void Train. This game blends first-person action and survival gameplay as you go hurtling through the fabric of space and time on an interdimensional train. And while the train might stay on track, it's safe to say everything else has gone off the rails. Here's a word from the winner.
Hi everybody, my name is Dima and I'm the publishing producer at Niarga Studios. We're very humbled and honored to receive the Most Original Game Award for our game Void Train here at Gamescom 2020. We've been pouring our hearts and souls into this project, and there are so many people we want to thank, but since we don't have much time, here is just a few honorable mentions. We'd like to thank Heather Glade, our long-term companion and ally. We couldn't have wished for a better partner. We'd like to thank Hyperen Digital, who has stuck with us through the development and helped us realize the game of our dreams. And of course, our community, High Discord community, for helping us along the way. Without you guys, we couldn't have made it. Thank you.
Thank you guys. Congrats again to Void Train. Joining me to discuss Void Train, the winner of Most Original Game, is Gerard, the completionist Khalil. Welcome, Gerard. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. Thank you, Akeem. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Now, as far as survival games are concerned, what do you think it is about Void Train that kind of like sets it apart from the rest?
I think the biggest thing that sets apart Void Train from all the survival games out there is the fact that there's this gravity-less approach to how you go excavating and building out your trolley. I think the fact that you can kind of float in the air is really great. It's almost like a swimming type feature, and I think incorporated that with these gigantic creatures who are trying to either exist or harm you, I think just only elevates the uniqueness this game has to offer.
Yeah, and you know, like that's one of the things that I kind of got from the game is it really gave me raft vibes. You know what I mean? Only instead of like building a raft or like trying to like kill a shark, you're like you're trying to build a train and you're going up against, I guess you could call them what, extraterrestrial space whales, maybe? I guess is what you could possibly call them. But what out of everything that we saw, what was one of the most unique aspects of Void Train that you saw?
I think one of the most unique aspects about Void Train that I experienced was seeing these gigantic monsters come at you passively while you're on this adventure of trying to build up your trolley, and then having to defeat them and gather parts and build your trolley accordingly is so interesting. It could have easily just been like an on-rail shooter. It could have been just a straight, you know, FPS approach to everything. But really what you have is this hybrid genre based in this early steampunk 1920s-ish kind of combat. You know, you have a revolver that's very classic. It's not like a modernized pistol. So I think there's just so many combination of things that really make this stand out.
Yeah, I know, like when I first experienced Void Train, I thought it was just going to be like this very serene experience as you're traveling through these voids and you're tethered to your push trolley and you're interacting with these various different, I guess, space creatures, killing some of them, and then all of a sudden you find yourself liberating a Nazi depot. Now you're right there, guns ablazing. So I like that. It's kind of like that weird dynamic where it's like, all right, I'm floating in space. Now I'm like guns ablazing all of a sudden. Now, as far as like the train construction, what did you think about building your own train? A space train.
A space train. I think that's one of the cool things about this entire game, right? Is anytime that a game lets the player decide how they want to play the game, from things simply as cosmetics to really unlocking features to kind of build upon what you have. I think that's what makes the game at its strongest, because it lets the player really take control. And Void Train does that super well with this entire concept of building out your trolley, because in the beginning you're going to have this small trolley, but by the end you might have a gigantic train, you might have the same trolley from before. It's up to the player to decide how this journey goes, and I love that.
Yeah, and I feel like that's a great way to kind of like disrupt what we're kind of used to in a certain genre. Like if you think about like space travel, you don't necessarily think about traveling on a train. You know, there was an anime and a manga that I was a fan of as a kid called Galaxy Express 999, which is a train. It's a space train. You see this space train, and again, like that particular anime was a space opera. So you're expecting to see spaceships. You're not necessarily expecting to see a train in space. But my final question for you, though, Gerard, I got to ask you this: if you were to travel through space, what would be your means of transportation? Would it be the typical spaceship or perhaps a train? That's not a trick question.
I mean, given what I've seen from Void Train now, I might consider the train, because I feel like with the spaceship, you're just going to be given a standard spaceship that's assembled for you. But if I can design my own train, my own kind of caboose and team to run the whole thing, like that sounds a lot more interesting to me than generic spaceship that travels into space. And I think the nice thing about Void Train 2 is that it's space, but it's also this version of space. Rather, what we've seen is kind of cloud surfing in a way, which is a lot more serene to me than black emptiness in the void of space. So I don't know. I think I'm going to go with the train.
I think I'm right there with you. It's just something about like just having that freedom to be floating in space, and you're tethered all the while you're traveling through space. I like that whole experience. It just looks really cool. Well, Gerard, I want to thank you for joining me, man. This was awesome.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Void Train pulls into the station and onto PC later this year. Damon, what's coming up next?
Well, as much as I wish we could take full credit for being the only ones who got to reveal awards during Gamescom, our pal Jeff Keighley announced a few winners during his epic opening night live show. Let's take a look.
Just getting started, and we've got plenty more awards to give out. We need to take a short break, so stick around because Gamescom Best of Show Awards continues right after this.
A very special crossover is coming to Summoner's War Sky Arena. Let's have a quick look at the teaser trailer to find out more.
Summoner's War.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never before seen looks at movies and
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here. And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Flex, and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
Welcome back to the Gamescom Awards at Gamescom Best of Show 2020. Our chance to celebrate all the best parts of this year's Gamescom and the best parts of what's going on in gaming in general. Now, role-playing games are generally epic, sprawling, and deep experiences packed with huge quests, dozens of hours of storytelling, and of course, characters to level up and stats to obsess over. The medium of video games will forever be connected to the RPG genre, and RPGs are only getting bigger and better as video games continue to evolve. Here are the Gamescom Best of Show nominees for Best RPG. And the winner for the Best RPG Award is Cyberpunk 2077. Cyberpunk 2077 is continuing to look as if it'll be the most ambitious game of this year. Just hold out a little longer, folks. The wait is almost over. Congrats on winning this prestigious award.
Hey, I'm Miles Toast, one of the level designers working on Cyberpunk 2077 at CD Projekt Red. And today, I have the very special honor of finally being able to announce the final prize for the Xbox Series X. Now this prize... Okay, apparently there's a bit of a change of plans. Oh, turns out I almost announced the wrong prize. We're here to actually announce the prize for the best role-playing game at the Gamescom Awards 2020. And that prize goes to... It's not Fall Guys? Why isn't it Fall Guys? Okay, apparently this prize goes to us. And so on behalf of everyone back home in Poland, I would like to tell you my greatest thanks for this special prize. It really means the world to us. Thank you, and see you in Night City.
Joining me to discuss the Best RPG Award winner, Cyberpunk 2077, here's Akeem and Damon. What's up, guys?
Hey, how are you?
Hello.
I'm doing well. Thanks for joining me. So I don't think it's any huge surprise to know that Cyberpunk 2077 won Best RPG. But Damon, let's start with you. I mean, CD Projekt Red has clearly packed so many details into this game. Is there a certain aspect that you're most excited about?
I think it's probably the Netrunner class that I'm most looking forward to. It's the hacking class, and I like to play stealthy. I always say I play stealthy until I can't anymore and have to go in guns blazing, but that's definitely the class that's most appealing to me. I've been looking forward to this game for so long. Remember, this game was announced in 2012, 8 years ago, before the PS4 and Xbox One were even out. So it's cool that we're finally going to get to play it later this year, and it's both closing out this generation and launching the next generation of consoles.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more in terms of how excited and how long it feels like we've been waiting to get our hands on this. Akeem, how about you? Is there a certain detail or aspect of Cyberpunk 2077 that's really catching your eye?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, so the thing is, I played all forms of RPGs, this is the first one, I believe, that I'm going to be playing from the first-person perspective. Never played an RPG from that perspective, and that's honestly one of the things that I kind of envied about shooter games, first-person shooters, is because it puts you right there in the driver's seat of the character, and this is finally going to be my chance to kind of experience that in RPG form with everything that entails, and we get to explore this massive city. I've never been to Night City, California, but I know it doesn't exist. But I've never been to such a massive city in a game like this, and just to be able to kind of live out those Ghost in the Shell moments that that's an anime from the future. Get to, hack into people's brains just like in that anime, but this time translated into video game form. I'm really looking forward to experiencing all of that and all of its glory.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. I am definitely most looking forward to Night City and just exploring all the minutia. And I'm someone who tends to get very, very distracted in game worlds. So I can imagine a lot of my time will be soaked up just walking around looking at the signs and seeing what else I can find. But I mean, Cyberpunk 2077 didn't win Best RPG for no reason. Yeah. Is there anything in particular, Damon, that you think is really setting Cyberpunk 2077 apart from its competition?
Well, we don't really get a lot of cyberpunk-themed RPGs in the first place, so it's definitely unique in that respect. It's something new for CD Projekt Red after spending so much time in a high fantasy setting, so I think everybody's really excited to see what they can do with sort of futuristic, high-tech body manipulation game mechanics.
Yeah, that body manipulation. So, Akeem, you talked about clearly you love RPGs. Is there something beyond just the first-person aspect of Cyberpunk that's really exciting you?
This city is alive. Like, it's a hustling and bustling city, and from what we were told, each character has their own routine that they're going about throughout their day, and I feel like one of the reasons why I kind of play like these open world games is because it's not only a form of escape or escapism for me, it's entertainment as well. And so I like to just dive into it and just drive around, see what type of trouble I can get into, and also follow other characters and kind of see what their routines are. So I know there's going to be the core aspect of Cyberpunk 2077, which is the main storyline. But much like you said, Sid, I just like to kind of just get lost in all the little details that the developers have put into this game that if you're just staying the course and following the storyline, you might miss. So I want to just get lost in this game outside of just playing the main storyline. And that's one of the aspects that I feel like we'll be able to do in this open world, this massive city that they've built.
Yeah, well, thank you both so much for talking to me about Cyberpunk 2077. Can't wait for November. We need to take a super quick break, but the 2020 Gamescom Best of Show Awards will continue right after this.
In this Gamescom Partner Spotlight, we're going to take a look at the new trailer for cyberpunk horror game Observer System Redux.
The year is 2084. I am what they fear, a corporate tool of oppression. If you don't remember, that's when they call me to access you. To gather evidence. To dredge up whatever's hiding in the darkest corners of your mind.
Careful what you say. This is a monitor channel.
Adam, you're still there? Adam.
Yes. Well, what's left of me? Dad. I really thought I could pull it off, you know? I was so close to making a difference. Setting us all free. And now it can't be for nothing. For once in your life, just listen to me. Whatever happens, I need you to remember, you're not in control.
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here. And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Flex, and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Welcome back to the Gamescom Best of Show Awards. Let's get right into our next award. New gaming tech is always fun, but with a new generation of consoles launching later this year, excitement is at a fever pitch. But those two shiny new video game boxes aren't the only technology on the horizon, so we open voting up to you, the gamers, the early adopters, the prospective consumers, about your most anticipated tech or hardware coming this year. Here are the nominees. And the 2020 Gamescom Best of Award for Most Wanted Tech is the Xbox Series X. Congratulations! Coming later this year, the Xbox Series X is poised to be the most powerful console in history. Xbox fans around the world will soon be able to get their hands on this monstrosity of tech. Until then, let's hear what Microsoft had to say about the Xbox Series X winning this award.
Thank you, Gamescom 2020, for this amazing award. Xbox Series X is designed to deliver a new level of power, speed, and compatibility never seen before in console gaming. We made this for you, the millions of gamers all across the world. From all of us at Team Xbox, we can't wait to share more with everyone soon, and for our fans to get their hands on Xbox Series X when it releases this holiday. Thank you again.
So a lot of people are clearly excited about the Xbox Series X, which bodes well for its release this holiday. Here to discuss just what's so exciting about Microsoft's next console, here's IGN's executive editor of tech, Bo Moore, and content creator, Paris Lilly. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Damon.
Paris, what excites you about the Xbox Series X?
You know what really excites me about the Series X is just the technology that they've packed inside this box. The fact that we're now getting this 8-core, 3.8 gigahertz Zen 2 CPU. We're getting the 12 teraflops GPU, the 16 gigs of DDR6 RAM that they're having in it, and of course that SSD, which is 1 terabyte, I believe, but just the speed that we're going to get, you know, getting rid of load times, things like this. I'm normally a big PC guy, but seeing the tech that's under the hood inside the Series X, it's going to compete with any of the high-end PCs that you're going to see this holiday. So it's very exciting.
Now, Microsoft calls it the most powerful console ever created. Bo, are you impressed by the Series X's specs?
You know, I'm just like Paris. I've been a PC guy, but I really am impressed by the Series X specs. You know, you've got the 12 teraflops. That's pretty much on par with a high-end gaming PC at this point. And especially for, you know, we don't know the price of the Series X yet, but what we're expecting it to be, you know, somewhere in the at absolute most $600 and hopefully much, much lower than that. To build a gaming PC at that price point, you're not going to get anywhere near that level of performance.
Now, the quick resume feature should let us switch between games super fast and instantly pick up where we left off. Paris, is that an exciting feature for you?
Absolutely, because it's something that we've not been able to experience in console gaming yet. And the fact that I could be playing, I don't know, Forza Horizon 4, and then I'll quickly be able to switch over to Gears 5 and resume from wherever I was playing from. I mean, that's when we start talking about next-gen features of hardware, that's clearly one of the leaders.
Now, what about ray tracing? Bo, is that an important new feature that's coming to Xbox Series X?
You know, I think it'll be very important in the long run, but for right now, at this beginning of the console generation, ray tracing is, it's going to look nice, but we might not even see it that much in terms of the Xbox implementations. And ray tracing is a really, really big performance hit. So once we get further through the generation and developers have had some time to actually work with this technology and implement Microsoft's solution to ray tracing, then I think we're going to see some really, really nice looking visuals.
Now, one of the very unique advantages the Xbox Series X has is that it's going to be compatible with 4 generations of games. It's a feature that other consoles just don't have. Paris, do you think that's difficult to pull off?
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be difficult to pull off. Think about just all the different type of architectures throughout the years that we've seen on these consoles. I mean, I know the Series X is more or less basically an x86 architecture PC, but when you go all the way back to the original Xbox, it was doing something completely different. 360 was doing something completely different all the way down the list. So they're doing some big time emulation under the hood, which again goes back to the fact that the technical specs of this hardware are very impressive, that they're going to be able to pull something like this off.
Now, Paris, what game are you most excited to play on Xbox Series X?
I was really excited to play Halo Infinite this holiday. That's obviously getting delayed now, so we'll see that in 2021. Honestly, I'm a big Cyberpunk 2077 guy, so I'm really looking forward to seeing how the Series X is going to be able to take advantage of that.
Bo, how about you? Game you're most excited to play on Xbox Series X?
I think it's got to be Cyberpunk. That game, from what we've seen, that CD Projekt has been able to do with games like The Witcher, they just get so much prettier the more that you can take advantage of the hardware. And so for the Series X to have that hardware to really be able to push out the frame rate and the resolution that we're going to be expecting for a high-end, beautiful looking game, the Series X is what I want to play it on the Series X.
I agree. I cannot wait to play Cyberpunk as well. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us on the Gamescom Best of Awards show here. We're now going back to Akeem for the next award.
Now, we've got tons of greatness to recognize during the Gamescom Best of Show Awards, but only a limited time to do it, so consider this an appetizer. But you can't eat it, guys. Now, it's not rushed, it's densely packed with awesome. Here are our genre winners. So that was a world record speed run of 7 different Gamescom Best of Show Award categories. Now let's take a moment to talk about a couple of these with Sydney. Now Sydney, which of these jumped out to you?
Yeah, what's up, Akeem?
Hey.
So I am just so enamored by Kiwi, which won Best Family Game, and it is just so cute. So it's these little kiwis, like the bird, not like the fruit. That would be a really weird game and a very different game. But you're these little kiwis, and it's a puzzle game in the post office. So you are just these little things like bouncing around, solving problems. I am usually very attracted to like intensely stressful games. But I have been trying to play games that kind of just make me smile and are a little bit more relaxing and peaceful. And this definitely looks like it fits the bill.
Oh, absolutely, and it's something you can play with your family. Like, so what other titles jumped out at you regarding this list? I know you've got to be looking forward to Cyberpunk 2077. Am I right?
Obviously, Cyberpunk is on the list, and it's just so exciting to see every time that they give us a little tidbit more. You know, we got the first gameplay last Gamescom, actually, so it feels like a cute little anniversary of that of sorts. And in the most recent Night City Wire, we saw the different life paths that you can take from Street Kid to Nomad to Corpo. But I just cannot wait to get my hands on this game come November.
Same. I'm a huge RPG fan, and so like I'm really looking forward to this, especially with the way that you get to experience this particular RPG. Like I haven't seen too many first-person perspective RPGs, so I'm definitely looking forward to jumping in as possibly a Corpo. Now we also got some blasts from the past, with of course Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2 coming back, and Mafia. Either of those games piqued your interest?
I was so young when I played Tony Hawk, so I'm definitely excited to play it and actually be a little bit more coherent and not just button mash the heck out of everything. But what stands out the most to me is definitely the soundtrack. And when they announced that remake was happening, I know that I am not alone when they announced that most of the soundtrack would be back. So I'm just really excited to live out those nostalgia days when that comes out.
Same, yeah. And the thing is, like, I was never a big fan of punk music or ska, but I do attribute my interest in it to the Tony Hawk Pro Skater series. I actually kind of jumped into the series with the Underground series, and I'm pretty sure like this is gonna be a successful launch. I mean, obviously it won Best Sports Game, and I know a lot of people have been anticipating this and waiting for this to come out. I'm hoping this is successful enough because I want to see an Underground remaster as well.
Activision has really been crushing it in terms of all of these remasters that they've been putting out. They did Crash, Spyro, and now they're doing Tony Hawk, obviously. But I wouldn't be surprised if they kept it going.
Yeah, and of course, we have Dirt 5, which now I've never played any of the Dirt games. Not to throw any dirt on my own name and my own game prowess, but I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm interested in playing some Dirt.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be available on both Xbox Series X and PlayStation 5, and it's coming out in October, so that'll definitely, I'm not sure when it officially, like the new generation's versions come out, if that's gonna be day and date with the new consoles, but you can definitely take advantage of it. Come whenever holiday 2020 and those consoles drop.
Yes. Now, of course, we got so many awesome winners. Sid, I got to ask you, out of all of these winners, I know you're going to play the majority of these, but which of these are you most excited to get your hands on and play?
I mean, I think the most obvious answer is Cyberpunk, but since we already talked about it, I'm really interested in Humankind. It, again, is not a typical game for me. It's a 4X game, similar to Civ, but Civ is another game that I've never really been able to sit down long enough to sink my teeth in fully. But Humankind, you lead your civilization across 6 different eras of human civilization, and within each era you select a civilization. I just said civilization like 12 times, based on an actual historical society. And I really like history, so I'm just super excited about that game. I mean, I think it was last year at O&L during Gamescom, they debuted a trailer with the caveman DJing, and that kind of just got me hooked. So I'm excited to jump into that. What about yourself, Hakeem?
Well, I gotta say, I actually, on the PS2, I actually missed the Mafia franchise, so I'm really looking forward to jumping into this particular remaster. Honestly, because as someone who's been a fan and been playing the Grand Theft Auto series since 3, this is a nice kind of like deviation from that particular aesthetic that we're used to. So I'm looking forward to jumping into that one. And since it's a remaster, it's going to be even better than what it would have been or than what it was on the PS2. So I'm looking forward to that. Now, Sid, I got to thank you so much for talking games with me.
Yeah, you're welcome, man.
Now, we need to take a short break, but stick around because the Gamescom Best of Show Awards continues right after this, including the awards for Best Streamer, Best Announcement, and, of course, Best Overall Game. So stick around.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here.
And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Flex and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Welcome back to the 2020 Gamescom Best of Show Awards. We've still got tons more huge awards to come, including Best Overall Game. Contrary to popular belief, that doesn't mean the best game starring someone wearing overalls. Obviously, that award would go to one of the Super Mario games. Probably not Dr. Mario, though, because he doesn't wear overalls with that one. Anyway, Damon, what's up next?
To an outsider, streaming might look like playing a video game while other people watch. But there's much more to it. The best streamers play host, commentator, entertainer, moderator, and community manager, all while, playing a video game without dying. Now, Twitch's very own Mary Kish will be here in just a moment to help me reveal the winner for this next award. But first, here are the Gamescom Best of Show nominees for Best Streamer.
A huge congratulations to Gronk for winning Best Streamer, and joining me right now to discuss it is Seb. How you doing, buddy?
Hey man, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Now, I guess the first question I have is, what would you attribute Gronk's popularity to?
Oh, well, man, there's a lot actually, but I think the biggest part is that he's so close to his fans, and he just loves everyone. He spends a massive amount of time greeting everyone, hugging everyone, and I mean this, I'm very serious about this, because he spends 8 hours per day every year greeting every single fan that stands in line, and that's just amazing.
Yeah, that is pretty amazing. I don't know too many streamers that are that would even be that accommodating to their fans. And he's been streaming for quite some time. He's been in this game for quite a while. I guess how would you describe Gronk's influence in the streaming world? Because he's been doing this for quite some time.
Well, let's say that he has some kind of a family and he's really well connected. And I mean, streaming is not the only thing he does. He also does some dubbing for video games and for movies and for basically everything. He's been around for ages, as you said. I don't want to say he's the oldest streamer we have. That would be not fair to him. He's still very, very fit, very young, and he's appealing to basically every single age group, I guess.
Yeah, I noticed. I looked it up. He's one of 4 popular streamers in Germany. Is that true?
Well, I would even say he's the most successful, best known streamer in all of Germany. Yeah, for sure. There's no doubt about that. I can tell you that.
Now, Seb, it seems like you're a huge fan of Gronk, so I'm kind of curious, what. I'm curious, which one of his streams kind of brought you into the Gronk fold? Which one were you introduced to? Which one of his Let's Plays?
Well, to be very honest, it wasn't even a Let's Play. It was basically the fact that when you go to GamesCom, and that's the one thing that everyone knows about GamesCom and Gronk, or as his real name is not Gronk, his real name is Eric. That when you go to Gamescom and you want to meet him, that's your chance. But you might have to queue for a very long time, and some people queue all day and they're in line all day, even in the heat. But he's there too. He's with them, and his whole crew is there. And that's basically a fact that I don't want to say I'm his biggest fan, but that's something that brought me closer to that idea of who streamers are and what they do for the community, because that's something that's very, very special, that he actually listens to their stories and why they love him. So that's basically the main reason for me liking him that much.
And I know I've been told by one of my producers that you actually have a picture with Gronk. So.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, this is something that when we worked together last year at Gamescom and we did this segment, we basically interviewed him for that massive fan gathering. Of course, I had to show up and I had to ask him some questions because it was all day long. It was in the heat and everyone was sweating, and I wanted to know how is that possible that he basically is so available and accessible to everyone and shares his stories and basically has people sharing their stories with him and doesn't get fed up. He never, at least that's what it seems, he never gets fed up and just turns around and leaves and says, well, guys, I'm the biggest streamer, I'm fed up and I gotta leave. And that's never happened actually.
Thank you so much again, Sib. Really appreciate it. Sid, what have we got coming up next?
The award I'm about to present is a little bit meta. This streaming show you're watching isn't the only one to take place during Gamescom. So our next award is to recognize some of the other live streamed presentations that have been bringing the Gamescom experience to viewers around the world. And it's you, those very viewers who have voted on the winner. Here are the 2020 nominees for Best Live Stream Show or Gamescom Special. The Gamescom 2020 award for Best Show is Wargaming. The Wargaming Show pulled out all the stops for their showcase celebrating World of Tanks Blitz arriving on the Switch. And believe us, getting a studio shoot together right now is no small feat, not to mention the new game. So a big congratulations to Wargaming for their historic win.
Here to discuss Best Show winner Wargaming is Tom Putsky from Wargaming and Sebastian Osowski, one of the voters of the Gamescom Awards. First of all, Tom, congratulations.
Thank you so much. We are very thrilled and amazed, and it's especially fantastic because it was a voting category from the audience.
Yeah, of course, Gamescom has been different for everyone this year, but Wargaming usually has one of the biggest, baddest, loudest booths at Gamescom. So, how was it? How do you keep your audience happy, your community happy when you can't be there in person with a big spectacle?
It's a tough job, to put it like this. This situation is very special for all of us, and it's brand new, and we are learning constantly. We try to do our best to put on a digital show for a digital Gamescom. So we had streams to all 4 days, and Twitch drops, and reward program participation, sweepstakes, community stream, and so on and so on and so on. And we even aired the Sabaton concert, which was happening live at Gamescom last year, once more for our audience. But as I said, it's different and it's tough. And at the moment, we are so much looking forward to have next year normal Gamescom, to put it like this, and can meet our players and the industry in live person, and celebrate Wargaming style.
Yeah, I think everyone is looking forward to that. Sebastian, what did you think of Wargaming Show this year?
I mean, he just said it. Celebrate Gamescom, Wargaming style. This year has been so different, and I had high hopes that they would finally get an award, and especially this award is so special because it's, as he already said, it's from the community for Wargaming, and whoever comes to Gamescom knows that you come to Gamescom and you will get a hell of a show from Wargaming. Oh, yeah. Tom already mentioned there was Sabaton last year, and they burn the place down, and so I'm really happy they get the award. And from what I saw from the digital version this year, they tried their best, and apparently they succeeded.
Yeah, apparently they did in a big way. Tom, one of the things you're celebrating is World of Tanks is out now on Switch. Is that right?
Yeah, World of Tanks Blitz, our mobile version of the game. Is after the platforms Mac OS, Steam, PC, iOS, Android, now finally on Switch. And this makes us very proud and very happy. And a whole new community can play this game and drive some tanks and shoot at some enemies.
Well, that sounds like a really good time. Tom, congratulations once again. Thank you for joining us, and hopefully we'll be back in person next year to see another gigantic, huge Wargaming booth. We're going to take a quick break, but right after that, we'll be back with more from the Gamescom Awards. Right after this.
Everybody loves watching a speed run of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
This year, Gamescom is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok. World premieres, exclusive gameplay, cosplay, interviews, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in gaming can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN and Gamescom's TikTok accounts and use the hashtags WellPlayed and Gamescom 2020 to get in on the action.
Welcome back to the Gamescom Best of Show Awards. Every year, thousands of new games get released worldwide across a variety of platforms and devices. And it's not slowing down anytime soon. This is great news for gamers, but bad news for our backlogs. For our next category, we turn the voting over to you, the gamers. And here are the nominees for your most wanted new game. Of the Gamescom 2020 Most Wanted Award is Cyberpunk 2077. And honestly, I couldn't agree more. CD Projekt Red have already set a high bar, and Cyberpunk looks like it just might be their best game yet. Congratulations to CD Projekt Red.
Thank you so much for voting us with Cyberpunk 2077 to be the most wanted game of Gamescom 2020. It's been quite a journey, right? We've announced Cyberpunk quite a while ago, all the way back in 2013, if I recall correctly. And now we're this short before releasing it. And we can't wait for you all to get your hands on it and finally be able to dive into Night City yourself.
And joining me now is none other than Bruce Green. Hey, Bruce.
Oh my gosh, Sid, it is so good to see a friendly face. It has been so long since we've seen each other.
It really has. Speaking of things that are taking so long, Cyberpunk 2077 won Most Wanted Game.
I think for the longest time when I was reporting on Inside Gaming, this was 7 years ago, we were talking about how the game may come out in 2018, it may come out in 2022. So I think we're getting a little lucky here, getting it in 2020.
Yeah, this is like, technically, I mean, if since when it's ready is kind of infinity, we're actually, it's coming out early, kind of.
That's right. Yes. No, absolutely. I mean, we've had those 2 delays, right? We got delayed in, it was supposed to be in April, then it was in September, and now it's in November. Do we think the game is actually coming out in November? Sid, do you think so?
I was going to ask that, but I didn't want to curse this. You know, I think that given the circumstances of the pandemic and all this stuff, I would be very understanding if they had to push it for polish. Like, I mean, I think in general, most players, I would hope, would be understanding of the fact that times are weird. I'm sure it's difficult to judge a timeline for a game in a situation that has never happened before. However,
absolutely.
I'm hoping it doesn't get pushed. What about you?
I mean, like, I'm kind of the same way. It's funny because if the game had come out in April, it would have been the savior of quarantine for everybody, right?
Oh, Bruce, don't even say that. I didn't even think about that.
But, good news, Sid, we're still in quarantine. So we could actually, it could still be the savior of quarantine, just a little bit late. It'll be the savior of holidays and the savior of the new year, and it'll be what everybody looks forward to for 2021. So.
Perfect. No, I love that spin. I love that spin. But I mean, there's a reason why people are so excited for this game, right? I mean, they've shown us tons of trailers. We're excited about that. But CD Projekt Red as a developer, I mean, one of the highest caliber developers out there.
Yes.
What are you hoping that they bring from The Witcher 3 into Cyberpunk?
Gosh, I mean, that's such a good question. It's one of those games. If you look back on the Witcher series, obviously they're highly acclaimed, and The Witcher 3 is probably one of the greatest games of all time. I want to see the RPG elements from The Witcher 3 because that was what I think made The Witcher 3 such an amazing game, was the fact that you could go anywhere, do anything. Yes, you were Geralt, but you were building your own character, you were building your own narrative inside this giant game world. There's so much to say about The Witcher 3, but I do want to see the RPG elements, and that's what CD Projekt Red is the best at. So.
Yeah, totally. When you said, I'm burning myself here. I actually don't know how to say Geralt correctly. I don't even know. Did
I don't either. I always say Geralt, but is that wrong? I don't. Geralt? I mean, it could be anything. We have to go back to the Henry Cavill pronunciation. Does he ever say his name in the television show? Because obviously, who doesn't trust Henry Cavill, right? So I trust Henry Cavill.
Bruce, thank you so much for stopping by. This has been a ton of fun. Now, let's check out what Akeem's up to with another award.
At Gamescom, dozens of publishers are showcasing all their brand new upcoming games they're releasing, as well as ongoing games getting continued support throughout the year and beyond. Here are the Gamescom Best of Show nominees for Best Lineup. And the winner of Best Lineup here at Gamescom 2020 is Bandai Namco. Now, Bandai Namco came out swinging for 2020, showing off an impressive stable of great games like Project Cars 3, Little Hope, Scarlet Nexus, Captain Tsubasa, Jump Force, Little Nightmares 2, and so many more. Now, it's an incredibly diverse set of offerings, and it's why Bandai Namco are our 2020 winners. Now let's hear what they had to say about their win for Best Lineup.
Hi everyone, I'm Arno Müller. I'm the COO of Bandai Namco Entertainment Europe. I want to address my thanks to all the fans of our games. We hope you're delighted with the content and the lineup that we present this year at Gamescom, both our games from Japan and the content that we develop here in Europe. I can promise to all the fans that there is a lot more exciting news to come, so please stay tuned. Thank you.
Congrats to Bandai Namco for winning Best Lineup from the Gamescom Awards. Right now I'm joined by Wout van Voot from Bandai Namco to discuss this very lineup. And we are also joined again by Sebastian Osowski. First of all, Wout, congratulations.
Thank you very much. We're very happy with the award. Thank you for everybody who voted and everybody involved.
Yeah, Sebastian is actually one of those people that did vote and was involved. So that's very good to have him here.
Excellent, thanks.
Seems like you have a very diverse lineup. You've got racing covered, anime games, horror games, flight combat. Let's run down the lineup here. Let me know if I'm leaving anything out. You've got several games that I think just launched yesterday, at least here in North America. Project Cars 3, Jump Force Deluxe Edition for Switch, Captain Tsubasa. You also have Little Nightmares 2 coming out early next year, Dark Pictures Little Hope, which is coming out October 30th, just in time for Halloween, Scarlet Nexus, which is a 2021 game, and then DLC for Ace Combat 7 Skies Unknown. Anything I missed, Wout?
No, I think you covered it quite well. It's very exciting times at Bandai Namco, as you can tell.
Yeah. Sebastian, what do you think made the Bandai Namco lineup so strong this year?
Well, I'm German, so it's definitely Captain Tsubasa because it's it's nostalgia for me. I watched the anime or the cartoon here every time when I came back from school, and it was basically like we had another anime which was Mila, but it was volleyball, and this one is basically the opposite to it. So everyone was talking about it back in elementary school. So this is like going back to elementary school and meeting all your friends. So this is my personal favorite of all times.
Wow, that's
Excellent.
awesome.
Yeah, that's it, man.
And well, that's another game that came out yesterday. Well, also, Little Nightmares 2 won Best Trailer from Gamescom this year. And I have to agree that trailer is very cool, very creepy. It's very nice to finally hear a little bit more about Little Nightmares 2 since it was revealed at Gamescom last year. What, aside from the trailer, what can we expect in Little Nightmares 2 when it launches early next year?
Well, like I think you covered most of it, right? Like it's a perfect kind of throwback to your childhood fears and
right.
and then how you deal with them. And like for people who played Little Nightmares 1, like this is more than just a sequel, right? Like the game is almost twice in size, and you play as Mono, a new protagonist with where you actually help Six, the protagonist of the first game, to overcome her fears and work together to dive deeper in them all, which is. It's very, very creepy, and I think the team at Tarsier has really outdone themselves in what they delivered.
Yeah, I agree. It definitely gives me the chills. Do you think adding the AI companion affects the horror in any way? Does it make it more or less scary?
Like in a way, kind of. Like it depends on how you look at it, right? Like so, for me, it makes it a little bit scarier because it's not just your own character that you're trying to protect, but on the other hand, you have like a little bit of support in Six when you traverse the world. So. I think it works both ways.
Gotcha. I'm super excited to check out more of Little Nightmares 2. What's the release date for that? Is it February 11th?
Yes, 2021. Awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Well, wow, thank you so much for joining us today, and congratulations once again on winning Best Lineup.
No worries, and thanks to all the fans who keep supporting Bandai Namco. We're extremely excited about our lineup, both the titles coming from Japan, as well as the titles being developed in Europe. And watch out because there's way more to come. We've got so much exciting stuff coming up.
Very exciting. All right, stay tuned. More from Gamescom Awards coming up right after this. The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here.
And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Flex and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
Welcome back to the Gamescom Best of Show Awards. Now, we're getting down to the wire with some of the biggest awards of the year. Sid, what's next?
Gaming thrives on hype, fresh ideas, and the next big thing. And with so many games constantly getting revealed, getting the community to focus its attention on one more new release can pose quite a challenge for developers. Let's check out the nominees for Best Announcement. For Best Announcement of Gamescom 2020 is Unknown 9 Awakening from Reflector Entertainment. Awakening is just our entry point into the universe of Unknown 9, which the creators are touting as a story world. We can also expect associated novels, audio content, and much more. Huge congratulations to the Reflector team.
Hey, I'm Lexi, the IP producer from Reflector, and we're so excited and humbled by this award for Best Announcement. Our small but dedicated team has been working endlessly to try and realize this passion project, and we can't wait to show you more about Haruna, our main protagonist, and the story world that she's a part of. Everyone at Reflector, be proud of this moment. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you, everyone.
Joining me now is Alexis Audier, an IP producer over at Reflector Entertainment, and we have Mary Kish both to talk with us about the Best Announcement Award going to Unknown 9 Awakening.
Thank you so much. We couldn't be any more thrilled or humbled by all of this.
And then Mary, so I know that you actually started kind of participating in what makes Unknown 9's announcement so great. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, what's so fascinating about this is that you've created not just a trailer, but there's a whole underworld of lore that you're starting to sprinkle to interested audiences. And I think that's a part of why everybody's really engaging with this new game concept. Not only do you have a trailer, but you've created websites. If you stop the trailer at certain places, you can get little secrets that take you to certain places. And there's puzzles to be uncovered. This is really incredible. You probably don't want to tell me too much about it, but what can you tell me about all these puzzles and all these secrets?
What I can tell you is that we have a 6-month campaign going on that is a narrative-driven or a community-driven narrative experience, interactive online on our microsite. And it's headed by Reflector and a local studio in Montreal called Allison Smith. And each week for the next 6 months, you can tune in and play puzzles and uncover rewards and things like that that will maybe help you later on in the game. I don't know. That's a little tip.
Okay. Well, so what inspired you and your team to decide that this is the way you want to announce the game versus just, maybe putting a trailer out in a blog post? The whole background of Reflector is that we're really after creating a universe and a story world. So we have multiple products that we want people to dive in, and each product stands alone on its own, like it can be consumed on its own. But if people consume everything as a whole, they'll be able to experience sort of a broader, overarching meta-narrative that's woven throughout. So really, we're trying to give fans a customized journey, a customized of their own journey through our universe. Yeah, and actually, Mary, when we were talking, I was going to say stalking. We were not stalking. We were talking about how when you started diving into kind of the path that the trailer brought you down, it actually had you take a personality test.
Yeah, it was really cool how many different aspects to the site there were. In addition to solving this puzzle, this secret, there's also a personality test that let me know what kind of puzzle solver I am, which I found pretty fascinating. And also there was different types of media you could enjoy to understand the lore of what this world Unknown 9 is, from books to actually a comic, which I read that has nothing to do with Haruna or the current world of the game, well, at least as far as I know. And the comic is pretty fascinating because it also has to do with the Fold, which I'm not entirely sure exactly what the fold is, but we do know that it's definitely stops, or at least allows us to change the current state of time and place. And so people can actually move around or stop time or move in ways that you and I wouldn't be able to process. So I found that really fascinating that I was able to delve into a comic in addition to being interested about this game. And it is connected because it's all being talked about in these secrets that are in the trailer itself. So that was really cool to see. It's really fascinating to me that we can even be able to read books and have all this lore. It seems like this world has actually been in existence for some time before the game actually took place. Is that correct?
Yes and no. We've been around for the last couple of years just developing stuff, but right now we really wanted to kind of put the transmedia experience at the forefront for fans. So when they see the game, like you said, the comic book isn't about Haruna who's in the game, but it's a totally different story. And like I said, we're building a completely rich, immersive story world that people can consume all of these products on their own, or once they consume everything, they'll start to see the interconnections of the different plots and characters that are woven throughout. So things that you will learn and see in the game, you could end up seeing in other products as well, but you just have to stick around long enough to find out.
Mm-hmm. And then real quick, because we're almost out of time, but Alexis, why is video games as like the storytelling medium to introduce fans to the world of Unknown 9?
Well, I mean, we're introducing the world to Unknown 9 through the video game because we're trying to enhance the gamer experience through this immersive story world that transcends the media that they're gonna play in the game. And I think that we know that we have a really cool thing going on with the game, and we want people to see the larger world at stake here.
Mary, thank you so much for joining us. And Alexis, again, huge thank you to you and your team. Now, why don't we go see what Akeem's up to with our next award?
A great game trailer combines the best aspects of video games and cinema, cluing players in on what a game has in store while presenting the story in a way that gets them excited without revealing too much. And on the other hand, nobody ever complains about seeing a vertical slice of gameplay that concisely explains what players will be doing in a game. Either way, both are something to celebrate. Here are the GamesCom Best of Show nominees for Best Presentation or Trailer. And our GamesCom 2020 winner for Best Presentation or Trailer is Little Nightmares 2. With the terrifying teacher character, the swarm of hands, and the addition of a new protagonist, Little Nightmares 2 looks to ramp up the complexity, and the trailer did a great job of setting the mood. Congratulations to Tarsier Studios.
Hello Gamescom, I am Pierre from Bandai Namco Entertainment Europe. And on behalf of the whole Little Nightmares team, I really want to say that we are super humbled to receive this prize this year. I want to say thank you to Tarsier Studio and of course Maverick Media to help us realize the vision of Little Nightmares into a short 2-minute trailer. But we can't wait to see your reaction for the game itself when it comes out early next year. Thank you.
Congratulations to Bandai Namco and the team behind Little Nightmares 2 for winning Best Trailer from Gamescom. I'm once again joined by Paris Lilly, and Sebastian Osowski is joining us to talk all about the trailer. And it's great. Sebastian is actually on the jury that votes on the Gamescom Awards, so it's great to have him here. I have to agree, this is a very cool trailer. It definitely gave me the spookies. I remember when the first Little Nightmares was revealed at Gamescom a few years back, I was immediately captivated by the sort of Tim Burton-esque world that it was presenting. And then it turned out the gameplay was good enough to match the visuals. I think IGN gave it an 8.8, that first one. Seb, I know you played the original Little Nightmares. What grabs you about this new trailer for Little Nightmares 2?
I mean, my biggest fear always was that the second would be toned down in terms of like how scary it would be, because people usually, when they're scared, they try to make it appeal to a bigger audience with a sequel. But this one seems scary as I don't know what, but this one really freaked me out. It looks great.
Yeah, I have to agree. There's several moments that almost gave me chills, I think, especially when there's like creepy little hand that crawls across your ground. Paris, what do you think about this trailer?
I think you nailed it at the beginning, that Tim Burton feel, just the atmosphere of this game, the art style that they're doing. I love that this is a side-scrolling platformer. You're seeing those puzzle elements in there as well. So I didn't play the first game, but when I saw this trailer, it instantly hit my radar. I have to play this. So I even probably will go back and play the first one now after seeing this.
Yeah, Paris, have you played either Limbo or Inside?
Yes, I played both of those, and I got that vibe from it as well. So absolutely.
Yeah, I think those are pretty close comparisons, although those are made by a different developer. So for this one, they're adding an AI companion that's controlled by the computer. It's a little unclear to me whether or not this game is going to offer co-op play or not. Seb, do you know?
No, I don't. But can I go back to that one scene that really freaked me out, which is
please.
The most terrifying scene ever, because it's a teacher turning around. And I didn't see it correctly, I think, but it looks like she's really angry with the students, and it reminds me of my school time. So this one really freaked me out. But regarding the co-op companion, I don't think this has been communicated so far. So this looks like my school teacher. Hello.
Yeah. Yeah, we recently got to go hands-on with a preview of Little Nightmares 2, and our writer, Brendan Graber, was... I think he thoroughly enjoyed what he played so far. He also played the original game.
Oh, this one. Oh my God.
Yeah,
this one.
We've also got a release date for Little Nightmares 2. It's coming February 11th, early next year. It's coming to PS4, Xbox One, Nintendo Switch, and PC. And it will also be coming to next-gen systems, but that release date will be coming a little bit further down the road. Seb, how do you think adding the sort of AI companion will sort of switch up the gameplay? Do you think that'll affect how scary it is or isn't?
I mean... It depends. I mean, the puzzles will be harder, I guess. If you remember Unravel 2, you were dependent on this companion. This will be the same here, I guess. In terms of how scary it is, I think nothing will change depending on the companion. I don't think so.
Paris, how do you tend to like your horror games? This it's not presenting a realistic world here. Like we're saying, it's very Tim Burton-esque, sort of fantastic. Do you appreciate that, or do you like a little bit more of a realistic horror setting?
Oh, no, I appreciate this style, but I'm definitely the type that wants to play with one eye closed. You know what I mean? So, but this looks great. I mean, it really does. I can't say it enough. I love just the visual, artistic style that they're going for in this. It looks fantastic.
So, Seb, after you played the first game, is there anything that you sort of wish could be changed or could be addressed for the sequel?
Well, to make it more accessible, sometimes the controls were a little difficult. I can't judge if this has changed much, but this was basically the only concern I had, aside from the potentially like toning it down a bit. But yeah, I'm very positive about this. It looks great. It feels great. So from what I've seen, there's only positive things to say.
Yeah, I agree. Little Nightmares 2 is looking very cool. Once again, it's coming February 11th, 2021, so we don't have to wait all that long to play for it. It's going to be on PS4, Xbox One, Nintendo Switch, and PC. Paris and Seb, thank you so much for joining me. We have to take a quick break, but we will be right back very soon with more GamesCom Awards.
If you haven't seen the teaser trailer for the upcoming Summoner's War Sky Arena crossover, don't worry, we got you covered. Let's take a look now.
Summoner's War.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, Let's Plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide. The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode. This year, GamesCom is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok. World premieres, exclusive gameplay, cosplay, interviews, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in gaming can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN and Gamescom's TikTok accounts and use the hashtags WellPlayed and Gamescom 2020 to get in on the action.
Welcome back to the 2020 Gamescom Best of Show Awards. Now, if you're just now tuning in, well, you have great timing because we are down to the final 2 categories, and they're the big ones. Sid, take it away.
Whether it's a physical event with 300,000 attendees or a digital celebration, it's a massive undertaking to get so many games in one place. It requires an army of people to coordinate with developers and publishers from around the world in multiple languages and time zones to get their games in front of players. It's even more work to try and pick one definitive favorite game, but our judges rose to the challenge. Here are the nominees for overall Best of Gamescom. And now it's time for a heavy hitter, the Best of Gamescom Award. And your winner for 2020 is Cyberpunk 2077. With CD Projekt Red's stellar AAA track record, most gamers have high hopes for this sprawling, story-driven thriller that's currently the hottest ticket in gaming and looks to be revitalizing the genre across the board. Congratulations to the CD Projekt Red team. And joining me now, once more, is Bruce Green.
Sid,
hey, Bruce.
It's so good to see you again. Oh,
I know. It's great. And we're talking more Cyberpunk 2077. They just won Best in Show Award. I mean, I can't
Is anybody
say
surprised
I'm
here?
Yeah, I can't say it's a huge surprise. But we were just talking about how, it also won the Most Wanted Award. People are clearly hungry for this game. What is the detail for you that you are just so stoked to get your hands on?
Yeah, so it was like a year ago, year and a half ago, maybe even a couple of years ago, whenever they showed that first gameplay reveal, the 48-minute gameplay reveal, the first thing that I noticed was obviously, and I'd heard a lot about it, but when I saw it in gameplay, I was convinced was the first-person perspective. That's something that CD Projekt Red normally does third person, so I wasn't totally sold on it until I saw the gameplay, saw the first person, and I was absolutely in. That's the kind of game that I'm totally into, and that's why Cyberpunk, I think, has me more excited than even The Witcher 3.
Ooh, I like it. We're getting some hot takes. No, I completely agree, and because I am an FPS gal, if you will. I love FPS, and knowing that I'm going to get to explore Night City in first person is so exciting to me. But also Night City, I mean, man, the amount of detail that they are packing into your playground is just
it's unbelievable. It is insane. I don't know how they could make a larger game than The Witcher 3, but I think they're going to do it with Cyberpunk. And obviously, not bigger isn't always better, but with CD Projekt Red, I trust them. I think they know what they're doing at this point, right? This developer's at the very, very top of their game, maybe even the best developer working right now. So
I like it.
I know it's a bold claim, but it's one of those things that I firmly believe, especially when seeing more and more about this game.
Well, and to go back to the first-person thing, I mean, like you said, previously CD Projekt Red has done third-person games, but it's not lost on them the amount of detail that has to go into a first-person game. And I mean, we were talking briefly about the Melee and how they were perfecting it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they were just. I just read an article just the other day about how they were kind of working on their Melee because they were trying to figure out how, like, when the player melees another player in first person, it's like, how do they make sure that they indicate it correctly to the player that's playing? And this is the kind of thing that CD Projekt Red, I mean, they've been developing this game for what, 7 years, 8 years,
at least,
and they're at least, and they're still perfecting it. And that's how you know that this game is absolutely going to be the best of 2020, if not the best of 2021, if it gets delayed or whatever. It's going to be the best of whatever year it comes out in, right? It's going to.
No, definitely. And I mean, with the Melee, I hope the Mantis blades are perfect.
Oh, I can't wait. I'm so excited.
What was it? I think it was the year that they had the gameplay reveal that they showed the statue with the Mantis blades, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And
I think you're right. Yeah.
I am so excited to see that arsenal that they have out there. I mean, because if they're packing that level of detail into, that sandbox and to Night City, like, show me the guns. I am so excited for that. So, Bruce, one last thing before we jump out of here, which is, what is the first thing you're going to do when you jump into Night City?
All right, Sydney, the first thing I'm going to customize, don't lie, you're going to do it too, customize those genitals. That's what we're doing. We're going straight to the genitals.
You got to do it.
And then, I mean, you got it. Everybody's going to do it. And then also I'm going to customize the car when I get that car, because those are my two favorite things in all the world, cars and genitals. So I can't wait. There's so much there. There's so much in this game that you get to change and customize. Oh, man, I'm so excited.
Bruce, thank you so much for stopping by. Always a pleasure.
Of course, Sydney. It's always a pleasure.
And now let's pop on over to Akeem, who's going to present the Heart of Gaming Award.
Now, while a lot of the Gamescom Best of Show awards are pretty specific, the Heart of Gaming Award is really about celebrating and recognizing something really special that's making the world of gaming a better place as a whole. And while games and studios are eligible to win, so are individual people, institutions, concepts, or even words. So choosing a winner is probably a daunting task for the judges because it can be virtually anything. Here are the nominees for the 2020 Gamescom Heart of Gaming Award. And the winner of Gamescom 2020's Heart of Gaming Award goes to Supercrowd Entertainment for their Indie Arena Booth virtual experience. Indie Arena Booth is one of the biggest and most beloved booths at Gamescom, and it was a massive collaborative effort between a staggering number of indie developers, and Supercrowd gave them all the tools they needed to make their booths truly special. Joining me right now to accept the Heart of Gaming Award, we have Wolf and Valentina of Supercrowd. How y'all doing?
Hi, Akeem.
Thank you all so much for joining me. So my first question is, what inspired the Indie Arena booth that you all created?
Do you want to start? Ladies first, I guess. Sorry.
Yeah, let's start with you, Valentina.
Indie Arena booth, yeah. I mean, we're doing this since 2013, and we grew from 40 square meters to 1,500 square meters last year at Gamescom. And this year, we thought we had to do something to represent indie developers. And so we created this amazing online multiplayer. And yeah, I think what inspired us most was like to help indie devs from all over the world.
Yeah, I think like in general, one of the worst days in my professional career was the day when Gamescom was cancelled on the physical side, but the same day the Indie Mega Booth needed to resign their work, which was an inspiration to all of us at the start for us to represent indies in Europe, and that made us realize we needed to step up our game and help fight this pandemic with hope, give the developers something to do, especially the devs that don't have the big bucks, that don't have the big money, that are in countries that are not yet that well connected. And I'm so amazed with I think we have 185 games inside of the Arena Booth online world from 50 nations, and it's so cool because it was very affordable for the developers due to the help of our partners. So I just want to say thank to the whole team, all the people working on this product, all the developers building the booths themselves. It was just a gigantic 4 months super game jam sprint, and I'm so happy that people were able to enjoy it and saw what's possible inside the months super game jam sprint. And I'm so happy that people were able to enjoy it and saw what's possible inside the world of video games if you have a little bit of hope.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like, quite a large undertaking. How were you guys able to, get the companies involved? Like, what was that process like?
So
basically, it was like, sorry.
I know. I mean, you can start because our submission was already open by the time the Gamescom was cancelled. So it was more the question of that the developers trusted us so much because we didn't announce anything before June what we were actually planning. So, but they will keep submitting their games. I think that was the interesting part here. And pressure was high, but then our first trailer showing that we had this game planned. I think everybody was like, "Whoa, what's going on here?" And so I think it was a very interesting, different process this year. But we tried to be always two weeks ahead of any announcements of any things. And busy times, but finish line check mark.
Yeah, and you made it. I mean, you all are the heart of gaming this year. Also, I want to ask you about this. Like, it's such an interesting look and feel. How do you all feel about having these little avatars, people walking around in this particular space that you all created? What does that feel like?
It was amazing to just walk around and also discover the booths on our own. And it was so funny what people actually did there. They we have this little chat function and people played games in our game, which doesn't have gameplay yet. But we'll definitely have, it was really nice to see what the people did and how they're like, oh, let's meet at booth so-and-so. And they played around with all the avatars. And it was just a chill place to hang out and discover a lot of stuff.
And it was actually also that there was this one moment which I think I missed the most without having any conventions. I spotted a couple of my friends that I've been developing with like Games Forever, and I would just click in on the avatar saying, oh, that's that guy. Awesome. Wow, I haven't seen each other for 6 months. We just started chatting and talking. And, it's not the same as giving each other a hug and all this type of stuff on real convention. But it felt so good to connect again with somebody that you don't see every day. And I think that was really, really neat to have that function inside the game that actually works and people used it.
Yeah, well, hopefully next year we'll all be able to come together IRL for Gamescom 2021. Valentina, Wolf, I want to thank you all so much for joining me.
Thanks so much, and thanks for the wonderful award.
Now we need to take one last short break, but you've been with us this long, so why not hang out with us just a little while longer? The Gamescom Best of Show Awards will be right back.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here.
And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Flex and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
Welcome back, everyone. It looks like we've given out all our awards, so like all good things, Gamescom 2020 Best of Show must come to an end.
Now let's give a huge congratulations to all the winners and participants in this year's Gamescom Best of Show and Cosplay competition, and a great big thank you to the hundreds of people who helped Gamescom come together this year.
From the crew working on this live show as we're talking to you, to everybody who problem solved all the moving parts of an event of this scale across thousands of miles, several time zones, and a mind-boggling amount of emails.
Doing a production of this size during times of COVID has been a challenge, to put it mildly. It's only through the tireless efforts and intense collaboration of our teams that make something special like this happen. So before we go, we just wanted to say a heartfelt thank you to everyone who played a part in making Gamescom 2020 happen in a year where a global pandemic would have threatened to cancel it completely. Here's a quick look at what it took to make this year's show a reality.
Each year, Gamescom presents the biggest and best video game conference on Earth, bringing thousands of video game fans, developers, and publishers together in one place to celebrate, play new games, and get a glimpse of what the future of gaming holds for everyone. 2020, however, had different plans.
Ever since we were hit with this pandemic, it kind of seemed like a lot of entertainment elements that we typically depend on just kind of stopped.
There were no more movie theaters, there were no more bars, there were no more sporting events. There's a drought in entertainment as we speak. The one industry that really hasn't been hit, that continues to thrive, is gaming.
Especially with everything going on, gaming has become an increasingly more important part of people's lives. So I'm glad that, we can take a couple of days to celebrate that with everybody around the world.
What the?
To make this year's show special, IGN worked with Gamescom to develop 5 different shows: Gamescom Studio, Awesome Indies, Gamescom Daily Show, Cosplay Contest, and Gamescom Best of Show, each bringing with it a unique focus with the help of hosts, writers, and producers all over the world. For our remote productions, something as seemingly simple as shooting from home takes a team of over 30 people for just a single day of programming. Our hosts and panelists were provided with state-of-the-art cameras and lighting equipment, and their home offices were converted into colorful sets to fit their personalities. Behind the scenes, our video editors, producers, and technical directors conduct the shoots from a virtual control room, making jumps between people's home setups and shows feel seamless. But to really accentuate the show's spectacle feel, we knew we needed to integrate one more layer of production, an actual studio set run by a small group of hosts and production crew members.
It's a skeleton crew. It's about 10, 11 people, and yet we're putting on such a high-end production, which I'm really proud of just everyone coming together and putting on this amazing experience that I'm hoping that the viewers are going to really enjoy.
Our initial plan was to shoot out of our fully equipped San Francisco studios, but a rise in COVID-19 cases deemed it necessary for us to pivot and move production to our smaller Los Angeles office with only 2 weeks to go before live kickoff.
We have one studio, it's really kind of small, but we wanted to do something big. So we completely terraformed our offices here in Los Angeles into like these mini sets and mini stages, and that became the foundation or the base for our Gamescom coverage.
With a rapidly approaching deadline, IGN teams had to redesign our studios, rebuild our shows, swap out our hosts, and get creative with how our talent and producers would interact without being in the same rooms. It took round-the-clock problem-solving and strict COVID production protocol to bring it all together.
So it feels good to know that in addition to taking all of those like social distancing, wearing masks, constantly washing hands and the hand sanitizer stuff, I know everyone here has been tested.
We have COVID safety technicians here all the time to be able to actually be in studio, and I am really thrilled to be able to bring you some material from in studio, but of course you're going to see a lot of people on monitors. You're going to see a lot of people I wish I was hugging and shaking hands with in person.
The result was a unique synergy of home productions and studio productions that created one Gamescom experience unlike anything the world has ever seen.
Like just being here, like looking at the studio space, how we kind of just like transformed it into something really special and something I think the viewers are really they're gonna get a kick out of.
So why go through the efforts to keep the show going in such a difficult year? Because in a time when the global pandemic is keeping us apart, our community is relying on games to bring us together. Video games let us escape to new worlds, foster friendships, and take on epic adventures in a time where travel isn't possible.
We can lose ourselves in worlds that take us outside the confines of our homes. We can congregate with friends, we can go on adventures, we could attend concerts, we could just cut loose in the gaming world in a way that we can no longer do together in a single space.
It's been such a huge blessing to have something like video games to focus my attention on, whether it's I want to get better at like Call of Duty or mouse and keyboard, or just playing with my friends and having a place to get online and socialize and just feel a little bit more normal.
It means a lot to these people. It means a lot to everybody working on this thing to provide some kind of entertainment for everybody during this hard time.
Video games bring us joy, and joy is something everyone in the world can use right now. That's why it is our passion and we feel our duty to shine a light on the gaming industry. And what better place than Gamescom, where gamers and the people who make games can come together to celebrate this art form. In a time of so much uncertainty, it's good to have a place to connect and a little something to look forward to, no matter how far apart we are. I'm a little rickety today. It's not working, you guys, but I'll give you everything I have. I'm a wooden roller coaster that has been in the rain.
And don't forget to visit gamescom.global.com to see the newest games. God damn it. Hold on one more time. We almost got it.
In this Gamescom Partner Spotlight, we're going to check out the trailer for How Did Words Work? My first time talking.
Go for it.
And don't forget to visit gamescom.global.com to see all the newest from Gamescom. Gamescom's new too.
If you haven't seen the trailer, pace.
Okay. We've been going so strong, guys. The collapse had to happen. All right.
If you have not yet seen the trailer for the teaser trailer, it's a teaser trailer.
This has gone awry.
This Forza Motorsport Tournament 7-4 Talent 7-7 Forza 744 57. Back to you.